here, being alive, experiencing the so-called world. And the more one sees the truth of that these are things that are only perceived, and the perception, how it gets formed, then the underlying current is gradually fading, because the notion of self and the self-concept itself falls away. And the inner transformation gradually occurs. And only with that the feeling of I-ness and the self-view and the perception as well gradually starts diminishing. Yes, I have answered.
What's thinking others? Oh, Kokila, what do you think about?
Yeah, Haranhans, it was a so beautiful sermon. Actually, Joel joined us seeking. He didn't like the anger. He didn't like the irritation he got. He didn't like the, anxiety he felt. He didn't like any of those things. So he came seeking happiness to this discussion. He actually felt so good about, and from the moment he listened to them, he felt so light. Getting this no self angle is not that difficult. At the same time, it's not that easy as well, because we are so used to that. So there's always someone seeking happiness. So that someone seeking happiness is actually there because of the self-view, because I'm seeking happiness. I want happiness. I want to feel better. I want, light feeling. But this Dhamma is quite different to that, because concentration meditation, why people in even Buddha's era, they did the same thing. They were seeking happiness. They didn't want the suffering, but they were trying to find a solution. Nowadays also the same thing. They are trying to find a solution. They can do chanting. They can do, concentration meditation. They can do a lot of things. They might go for hiking, a lot of things. But the problem is the temporary effect of these things are not going to, it's not going to last. So we all know that it's not going to last. So as soon as there's a trigger, there will be triggering points everywhere, you go back to square one. You go back to where you started. So how this Dhamma, the truth, actually understanding the truth is so imperative, so important, that there wasn't a self at all here. And then how we are seeking is due to this power. We seek every moment. We seek even the feel, we seek the feel. We seek the dream. We can like chair, we can like money, we can like the job, we can like the kids, we can like the family. We can even kill for anything, like for an example. So it can go to that extreme, but
Kokila, I won't say people
yes,
won't enjoy because it's a mind, it's a consciousness. It's a
yes,
mind consciousness. It's a consciousness won't existent. Consciousness meaning is existent. The
yes,
consciousness can't understand this stuff because it's a mind, it's a consciousness. this eye consciousness and the ear consciousness together coming, that's the mind consciousness. Consciousness meaning is perception, how becoming the consciousness is the power. That's why
100%.
every thoughts, how we are using the thoughts with the power. The chair is there, something there. But what is this Dhamma? How is chair is coming? Someone know. No power is there. So no consciousness power is there. That is why Anidasana Vinyana. Vinyana, we are talking about the consciousness. Anidasana Vinyana, consciousness have the power. Power is disappearing, consciousness normally going. That's why. The experience is very important. What is this experience? Practically, experience is nobody is here. That's a tranquility. Tranquility is the experience, effort. Cause and effect, Dhamma effort is a tranquility. Tranquility, no, feel is non-soul feeling. System is happening, you can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, everything is happening. Nobody is there. Because no any value. Stimulus are normally happening, but value is not there.
Yes.
It's very important because very important is this is the truth is very rare. It's not a common because no it's an experience. It's an internal transformation happening. Nobody is doing this. It's not a common. This Dhamma is not a common. It's not a rally. It's not common. It's very very rare. This Dhamma is not easy to understand. Because people how understand this? Because people want something to they want something. No, everybody wants something because it's the mind. Mind want another step. Oh, that is why people thinking after death they are going heaven or anywhere. But someone understood this truth. What is death? Death is only that. So no. So okay, now our time is gone. No, we have 5 minutes. Joel, what do you think about non-soul Dhamma? Nobody say that's the experience. That's the Buddha's explaining. That's the real Buddhist philosophy. Is a dependent. What is the dependent origination? Nobody is is a thought. How his thoughts are coming? How his thoughts power is coming? How finally none alive field is here. None alive field. That's why Nisato Nijyo Sunya. The Buddha's word is Netam Mama Neso Hamas Venameso Atta Netam Mama. Who am I? Nobody is here. Netam Mama. Nobody is here. Neso Hamas. Nothing. So what's outside is real? No, it's not real. So, Neta Mama Neso Hamasvi. You haven't anything because you are also not here. Everything is not real. That's why everything is raw thoughts. That's why Neta Mama Neso Hamas Nameso Atta. That's why life is disappearing. Nibbana is there. It's a tranquility. That's truth.
And that tranquility will be there.
Yeah, tranquility is there.
Whatever the circumstances of the life, because the life actually flows like kind of things will be happening because you have the 5 senses and the breathing is happening. There will be something happening every day, but this won't change. So the feeling, this feeling is not going to change by whatever the experience. Experience is there, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just flows. That was actually the answer to that question also. It just has to be felt. That was our answer to that. Just has to be felt. I think Joel can feel that because Joel is actually into this some or other. because he's getting more than just happiness, just not getting angry, or just not getting irritated, or just not getting anxious. That's not the target here. This is
Yeah.
something permanent.
No target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want so we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. What's nibbana? Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. If we are using this word, fade in the defilements. Fade in the our ego. That's a nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material Patavi Apo Tejo also vibration, no. That's why the light also waves, no. Sound also waves, no. Heat also waves, no. Hot also waves, no. Everything is a waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is probably this. How is life really coming on? Who are you? How is this word that someone understood? Everything is this spark. How much you have value? How much you have? How much you have the? How much you want this world? You have word. How much you want this world? That's your ego. That's your level of ego because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain, no sun, no moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind, no? You think you are first time this world is coming, what's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun, no moon? Have you earth? Have you galaxy? How silly. You know, insect have the world. Insect have on the Jupiter anywhere.
Okay,
Anything.
I found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circus system is coming. He's a AI, I think. It's okay. It's unbelievable, no? This Dham is unbelievable. I know this many guys who were other religion have question because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere, but this Dham is not that far. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. This is truth.
And after feeling this truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you just do that, the function of the system. That's fine.
Oh, otherwise, so we are thinking this this body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening exhale and inhale is system. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is, you have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise. Because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Prema Karam. Is a Christian. Jesus are talking. Jesus, I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Why killing the Jesus? Because he's talking about the real one. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus one. Real Jesus is truth. He knows nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he's talking of loving kindness is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is a real. That's a Buddha's word, no. It's the same, no. It's a real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is the everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Spring. Spring is the Brahman. It's a speed. Spring rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? Is a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? It's a nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is fail. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You won't understand the system. What is the system? It's a nature. Is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts. What's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu. It's not a Brahman. No, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. I said Dhamma, if someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokila?
Yes.
No, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's after
even that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
After becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here. That is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody is here. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody is here. Jail. That's the real Dhamma. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our programming humans mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human now. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after that they are going somewhere. Why animal have a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling, no. What do you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more and more, I think I remembered Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa because even in the Buddha's days.
You can speak that English. I'm going with me.
So,
After,
I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost himself.
Someone know the pure truth? What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim no? That's only the board no.
Yes.
On the programming no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening misconception, guys. No, it's a mithya dushti. Yeah, it's a dushti is there. It's a power is there. What is this dushti? It's a
Misconception. Yeah.
misconception. It's a dushti. Otherwise, it's a power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. it's a chittaro waves. What is this? Waves. Oh, we can explain. You know, body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay. Collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there. Because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves. Like a sirana, that's a radio waves like that. They like the phone number like that, no? The wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere this is telepathy. It's the same tuning fork like that. It's the same viber is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's a circle of birth. How is this happening? It's a power. How is this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can is stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. How is there waves? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real dumb. You can experience it. This is a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? Nobody is here. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpado. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay. You haven't had experience. It's okay. You left this. You leave this. It's okay. No problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. This is talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. What is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage, no? Is yeah, illusion is there. Someone don't know this. Is illusion is there. Something is there, illusion is there. Someone understood is how is this happening? This like this lighting ball circling the speedily. Is circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can see the circle. How is circle you can see? Is speed given you to this price circle. That's the consciousness. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? Combined. How is this combining? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception, how is becoming the consciousness. It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important, Madhya Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappearing. That's why. So power is an existent power, otherwise the life power. Life feel is an ego. Ego is disappearing, that's why defilement also disappearing. Same. His power is disappearing. It's the same. It's a zero, it's a power. It's you inside, you are in tranquility. Sometimes outside, rush is there. Many people is there, but you are in alone. What is this? Inside power is like that. Zero. That's the tranquility. That's the Buddha's words. Nibbana. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is happening. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisato, Nijio. That's Buddha's final word. It's okay, I think it's our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aranaz.
Yeah. Because the truth is very beautiful. We can express everything. What is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God, I think it's a Joel. I think I realize Joel can. Because a thousand is Dhamma discourses is their single language also. So you can search what I say, what is the 31 worlds, what is the three worlds, Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha, how is Buddha talking about is the three world winning. It's not anywhere. It's our mind. Is thought haven't power anywhere. That's why it's gold also is a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. Is a world is smooth is here. Rough world is here because the vibration is huge. Yeah, power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is more. Ego is there. Maniya, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is so power is more than coming after death you are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there, you are becoming not a monkey, a dog. That's why dogs moms I would have that's you vibration is same, that's why it's vibration every time is converting every time vibration is various of type of converting, no. That's why the spark, this vibes, not but same here happening. Every time this vibe is changing, happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about. It's very important, no?
Thank you, Aran Mansu. Thank you.
Yes, you want to study because you want wisdom. I know you are thirsty, you are hungry. You want thought, you want truth. I think you have you are like that me. That's why I'm talking about to you because you are fighting the truth. You want truth. That's why my duty is I would do. I won't tell you the truth. That's why message I won't give you. So your part is your side. You can find the truth. It's your part. It's okay, Jay. Yeah, Jay. I'm glad to meet.
Me too.
Yeah,
I like to meet you as well.
yeah.
I like to meet you. I felt you today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. Terima kasih, Suranka. Terima kasih, Kokila. Terima kasih.
Nirasana, Aranaz.
Terima kasih,
Satyarama,
you are a good friend
thank you
for
for the
me.
beautiful
It's okay. Terima kasih.
namaskar.
Terima kasih.
Nirasana, Aranaz.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniyam. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyam. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniyam. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniyam. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammitya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patubhavo ayatanam patilabho ayam uchyati bhava pachya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therewon Sarna, everybody.
Therewon Sarna Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanwahanse. Therewon Sarna Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dham, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Therewon Sarna, Dr. Kokila.
we'll pay homage to Alan Mansey. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. All the time when I try to say this, there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know, if you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone appears this level, beneath that also there's a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is, even in the feel level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually, even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever, they still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind, and beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level, and even that we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruwan
Peruwan
Saranai
Saranai,
to all
Peruwan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpado once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually, in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? Like you all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We, actually, uh, just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yeah,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah,
seeing the reality again,
hmm,
we can understand the reality, but
yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Vahanse very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and no, there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea. Like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea. But unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand these are the these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
Yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll go, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax. That's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is they are laughing at us, because it is happily there, because now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikara, that is what's the
Wise
word?
attention.
Wise attention.
That is again mindful.
Yeah, that one. And try and understand how this happened, how this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the non-self perception. It's the absence of self-vibration. So we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, and there's nothing the self-vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He's the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time. So he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting. And he knew. How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, whenever we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People, they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting, if you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self-vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Ananda and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we now, when Aryan says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and all the phenomena, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. Have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu, urage, so we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Ms. Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? Don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
like
finer point
how people
to,
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Maya, illusory conscious.
Yeah, the illusion.
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not just that level, but there is it dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes, but there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. we keep understanding how deep this sansaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, you know, it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human, you know, human sensory organs. So it will be you know, America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see or we hear or we feel or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000 or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering. But then beneath that there's another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just, it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of that is the outcome of cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the, sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99% I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we
Yes.
go through, yeah?
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's what all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So, yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare. And insight meditation is difficult for people to understand, so they just give up. You know, they just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self-vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, where they look at the suffering, where they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So, yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Pokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it. And I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do Sati Sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshana and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do we call darshanaya? What is the word we call for darshanaya?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah. So that is the only thing that philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aranwansi says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self angle actually changes the whole thing. And after that, Sila happens, the Samadhi happens, but it's Samma Samadhi. Right meditative state? I don't know. the meditative state where there is no self, and that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. Definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So that's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience. And when someone experiences it, then the whole Noble Eightfold Path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self anger. You do something, you do it with the no self anger. You talk with the no self anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self anger. That's the beauty. And that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
News में आप बताने के
Theron Sanaranans, did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dhamma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving, because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Alan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in a position to talk. Yes.
Yes, I was about to say, Dr.
Yeah.
Gopinath. I had a colleague in office.
Yeah, Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question, Alan Hansi. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually. And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in single Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the single discussion, English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something, Arano Hansa? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask Arano Hansa if he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kokila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joined.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aramanshu. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion, but they don't know what is the fee. That's mind is your world. Mind is suffering and sadness. Everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating. Mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the Nibbana is there. That's very important. So how is mind creating? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explain this world. What is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power. There's nobody here, no one is here. System is working. System like this. So that's the ending the suffering. Someone understood this. Normally everything is normally going on. Normally everything is happening. No.
Yes.
It's very important. Yeah. It's not easy to understand because it's experience. It's not believing. It's not knowledge. It's not another type of syllabus or something. It's really happening here. So feel how it's coming is very important. Someone understood this. No problem anywhere. Everything can be happening, but you are in silence. That's the calm and cool mind, free mind. No death of the system is working. Every second, every time, thoughts are created. Thought is not anybody. Thought is only the thoughts. That's it. Just a thinking. Yeah, it's okay.
And I think a lot of our listeners are very keen to understand this and feel this.
Experience is very important. No? Peaceful mind. There's a calm and cool. There's a tranquility. It's an experience. You have experience, or Sunanga have experience. So people have an experience, that is why they're struggling. Many guys are thinking, but this word is concentration. But it's not inside meditation. They are doing concentration meditation. It's not inside meditation. It's other way. It's understanding. Someone want to understand. Someone understood what is truth here. The values are gone. Normally everything is happening. That's the Buddha's explain. That's the peaceful mind. That's the sadness, suffering, endless. That's the endless. It's otherwise is like a film. Everything is happening. You are not in the film. That's very important. Everything can be happen, no problem anyway. Nobody's here, that is why. But you are there, you can't tolerate it because you have ego, no. But ego is fading. That's okay, no. It's not easy. Yeah. Normally, your job or your daily, that's your lifestyle. So normally going on. It's no problem. You want experience. Everybody want experience. Yeah, Buddha's word is come and see. You know, you can experience it. It's very nice feeling. It's good. I think its time is now. So, what do you think about Surangika?
That's an iron answer. Yes, it's really beautiful iron answer. I think that the tranquility that comes from within, and then the ability to still do the same things, isn't it, Aryanvas? It's still doing the home stuff, still doing the chores, still going to the market, still doing the job, and deadlines, and working 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. You don't feel that stress is not there. The problems were there only because we made it a problem. Grandmas those days, everything is like a gatekeeper. Everything is questioned. That is because of that innate understanding of the Dhamma had not been embedded or entrenched. So everything becomes an issue then in the mind. And then it's like an easy flow. It's like how you say water has no shape. Water takes the shape of everything, or the bowl that it is put into. If you put it into a glass, the water takes the shape of the bottle. Or if you put the water into a glass, the water takes the shape of the glass. It's like that. There is a blending without friction, isn't it?
That's a non-soul.
Yeah.
That's a non-soul pattern. You are not anywhere. I say everything is okay. Yeah, nature is there. You are in somewhere. There's something. That's the problem. It's you. You are not anywhere. No problem. No, it's okay. That's about shape. What's the is okay. Art is okay. But you have art. You have shape. It's okay. You can't tolerate other shapes. That's why. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Your style, yeah. Your art. That's your art. It's your experience given you art. Otherwise, your mind also experience. So that's Abhisankara. Buddha's word is a spark. It's automatically generating the power, more power. It's more ego. It's you. You who are you? You are a doctor or anything. So that's your ego. You have a value. You are given. You are given to you are given value to you. That's why, no.
Yes.
Okay. Nobody value given to you. You not you is the you don't care for anybody. It's okay. Otherwise, that's the black sheet.
Yeah.
That's good idea. That's good idea. It's easy life. That's good, I think. That's the final result. It's okay, that no problem for that. That's a big no, otherwise the monk like that, no value. It's okay. Monk haven't properties, monk haven't money or anything. That's why no monk is emptiness. It's okay, nothingness. No value. That's not a physical, it's an inside, it's a mind. You weren't there. Nothingness stage. It's peaceful. That's the tranquility. Otherwise, yeah, it's good, I think. It's okay today. I think time is over. Okay, tomorrow we can discuss again. Okay, Kokila, okay, Saranka. Everybody.
Namaskar.
Everyone, sir, everyone, sir, everybody.
It was a nice discussion. And may you all be protected by the triple shame. And you are truly very fortunate because through Buddothpado PeoTV, you can listen to them sermon 24 hours a day. It is now 7 minutes past 4 a.m. in Sri Lanka on the 20th February. So I thought to speak today about this Dhamma. I thought to share in this Dhamma reflection because I could read an article in the morning and on Facebook. And that gave me the foundation for this discussion. Discussion means speaking. Therefore, what I speak now arises from what I see in there. And I offer it with the hope that it supports your understanding in simple and helpful way. Because sometimes we think that everything we write on social media or anywhere about the Dhamma, we are thinking we write everything comes from our own understanding, and then we are thinking it is right. However, the truth is that the article explains that entering the path to Nibbana simply means removing the unwholesome thoughts that arise in the mind. It has mentioned especially unwholesome thoughts. Only we need to remove to enter the path, enter in the path to Nibbana. We need to be very careful when we read something about Dhamma article or Dhamma sermon. No, that's why we are always emphasizing everything apply to yourself and try to experience within yourself, and try to practice Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, and Dhammanupassana, and then you will understand and you will realize what is the truth. It comes within you. When someone reads that article, I think those who do not yet know the deeper reality may still they accept it. Therefore, we can see how much room there is for genuine understanding. And furthermore, I think we need to train ourselves to ask questions always and explore ourselves, as I mentioned, so that we can truly grasp what is being pointed out. It has explained that when we remove only the unwholesome thoughts, then what happened for the wholesome thoughts? That is enough to escape from this samsaric cycle. It has mentioned like that. However, it clearly showed that
greed, hatred, and delusion do not disappear merely by removing a few negative thoughts. Negative thoughts means unwholesome thoughts. When we look at this very carefully, we begin to see the real point. Delusion does not simply mean accepting the six senses bases as they are. Rather, delusion is the belief that all six sense bases are me or mine, and that there is a soul person behind them. Therefore, the idea that there is someone inside who owns these six senses is itself the delusion. When this is not understood, we continue to cling to the sense basis as a self, and that very grasping becomes the root of confusion. If we keep trying to express this true Dhamma, we can see how difficult it is for people to understand what ignorance or delusion really is, because some people try to hold in good thoughts and then try to remove or try to erase unwholesome thoughts. So that is the problem. That is the barrier to understand this truth. So what becomes clear here is that someone who sees the body with careful and wise attention through Kayanupassana understands that there is no place within these six sense spaces where a self can be found. So therefore, when this is understood very clearly, it also becomes clear how these six sense bases themselves are empty and unreliable. So, even though when this is realized, how can we say that we only need to remove a few unwholesome or negative thoughts? Because these all thoughts are appearing in our mind using these six senses. So that's if we take as if we try to erase few unwholesome or negative thoughts, that creates two extremes. There are wholesome and unwholesome, or negative or positive thoughts. It has divided into two extremes, doesn't it? I think you can understand that point. So then, why did the Lord Buddha teach Dhamma that contains two extremes? In the way, the Lord Buddha said that Nibbana is realized only when all formation are completely stilled, or Sabba Sankara Samata. The Sabba Sankara Samata means we have to see these whole thoughts, how it's arising and disappearing. So we can't divide it whether this is wholesome or unwholesome, or negative or positive, because thoughts are thoughts. That is not real. But if we take positive thoughts as real, that means there is you, and there is a world. Until you take a world as real, you never meet a path to Nibbana. So, therefore, did the Lord Buddha ever say that only negative sankaras should be removed? No, we never heard that. Even though we can understand when we are realizing the Dhamma, so that's why Lord Buddha said this is a Sandittika Dhamma. Then we can talk about without fear. We can talk about straightforward. The Lord Buddha never separated sankaras into good ones to keep and bad ones to erase. Therefore, when he spoke about Sabba Sankara Samata, the complete stilling of all formations, he meant every kind of Sankara, not just the negative ones. That's what we need to understand. Actually, there are lots of barriers because of those lots of concepts in our mind, in our adults, than children. So now if someone remove only negative thoughts and then tries to cultivate good thoughts, that's mean that tries to cultivate good thoughts to create a good person. We must ask, who is doing that? Who takes good thoughts? Why we are dividing into the negative thoughts and good thoughts? When we look at this very carefully at the 6 sense basis, especially through the clarity of Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, and Dhammanupassana, also Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. And then we can study ourselves. We can see that there is no person inside who can take hold of good thoughts or push away bad ones, or bad thoughts, or negative thoughts. Why we need to push away negative thoughts? To hold in good thoughts only. Therefore, the idea that there is someone who can add good thoughts is also part of the delusion. That's what we need to understand very carefully, and we should have ability to see when we are practicing from the beginning, by seeing our body through Kayanupassana, and every action, every moment through Vidarshana meditation, we can explore ourselves. Therefore, the idea that there is someone who can add a good thoughts is also part of the delusion, as I said. So how can there be a separate person who becomes the owner of the wholesome thoughts? That's what we need to understand that point as well, to sort out or to resolve this problem. This shows that the belief in a controller or chooser or owner is simply another form of ignorance. That is also there are ignorance. So we must look at this teaching carefully and reflect deeply. If we get stuck in that place without examining them properly through examine Kayanupassana, Satra Satipatthana, or no, what is for noble truth is, or what is Paticca Samuppada is, or how this mind has formed. We need to clarify every point. We need to clarify. So then it's become very. I think until we are stuck in those knowledge or condition, then it becomes very difficult to truly see this Dhamma. However, there is no thing we can see very clearly how rare it is to hear the true Dhamma. That is why I am emphasizing here that why Lord Buddha emphasized that this human life, the chance to listen to the Saddhamma and the realizing Dhamma comes together are all extremely rare. That's what I thought in the morning, how it is very rare to listen to Dhamma. So the Lord Buddha has explained how rare this human life is with the powerful example given, like he said, it is like a wooden yoke floating on the vast ocean and drifting wherever the waves carry it. The broken wooden yoke should set together again at the same time. So how could we would be rare? It is very rare to. It's impossible to happen. So then at the same time, turtle had to come up exactly through that tiny hole in the yoke to see the sky with the full moon. At the exact moment it floats by, and at the same time the full moon must also be present. It's almost impossible. Then that example gives you to think how this human life is very rare, and then therefore the Lord Buddha used to this image to show how extremely rare a human birth is. For this to happen, two conditions must come together. The yoke must be, wooden yoke must be in the right place, and the turtle must arise at the right moment, and there should be the full moon must also be present. So in the same way, the Lord Buddha said that obtaining a human life is just as rare. That's how that example has given to think. And not only that, having the chance to hear the true Dhamma is even rare, like that example. That's what I thought, understood when we are speaking this Dhamma with our friends and some known our colleagues, but we can understand how it is very rare to understand this Dhamma, to see this Dhamma clearly and to understand it deeply, and also to realize the path to that lead out of samsara. These are all very, very rare opportunities. So we need to understand that actually no one can understand until they see the danger of this samsaric cycle. Therefore, the Lord Buddha used that is Simaya to show that example, to show that this is not just ordinary rarity. It is rare in a profound and extraordinary way. Simply removing a few negative thoughts is not enough to restrain the mind. The mind becomes calm only when we understand how it is actually formed through dependent origination. And only when we clearly see how Nama Rupa arise and we begin to free the mind and step out of suffering. Also, so it is through this deep understanding, not through forcing good thoughts or pushing away bad thoughts, that true release become possible. And many people search for this true Dhamma for a long time, and that is why we must approach this subtle point with great care. These are places where the mind can easily slip, so we have to examine them patiently and attentively. We must look at this Dhamma with such careful attention. We begin to see how rare and precious this understanding truly is. And also this mind does not exist as a solid permanent thing, as we are talking all the time. what we call mind is only momentary spark, as Aryan say explain all the time. This is a spark that arises here and there and then ceases. There is no permanent mind that continue from moment to moment. There is a flowing stream, not something solid. What we call mind is only a continuous movement, a process that keeps unfolding moment by moment. Samsara is not something that stretches only across countless eons. It's happening here and then disappearing here. All the samsara is occurring in this moment. There is no, even though once you realize this Dhamma, then there is no, actually, we can meet who came through this samsara cycle. The Buddha, Lord Buddha also explained that samsara is happening right here in this very moment. It is a flowing stream, continuously moving, continuously forming and dissolving. Lord Buddha said that samsara is without discoverable beginning, because it is this ongoing flow of mind and formation that keeps rolling on. There is nothing as permanent thought. This stream continues because of ignorance and craving. That's why we are saying also this samsara ogre or samsara cycle. As long as this flowing process is not understood, it keeps creating the sense of I and mind, moment after moment. And after death, there is no person of consciousness that goes anywhere in samsara cycle. Once we realize, I mean, if you are in Pruthakjana level, so it's applied to you, because you have a world, you have a samsara cycle, and then there is you, and then you have a lots of sankaras, and then you have collected lots of bhava, and then you are going through that cycle. But once you realize your mind, how it has formed, or once you realize this moment, and then you don't meet any person to go on this samsara, who came for a long time in this samsara cycle. You never met anyone, or anywhere, or any time, or any eons, or nothing. That's how we can say through words. There is no continuing entity that travels on. What appears as a mind is just arising and passing in this very, very place, and nothing persists or move forward. This mind that arises and disappears has no connection either to next mind that flows. Now, if you see about your thought process, if you look at it very carefully, and when one thought arising and disappearing, and then it never connected with the other one. Each moment of mind appears on its own and ceases on its own, and there is no link or continuation between them. That's why we are saying only just this moment. This mind arises because of this vibration. This smell is a vibration. We see this outsider, this color sense basis or color is a vibration. This we feel warm is a vibration, even though we explain it like this. When we look more deeply, if you go through Vipassana meditation or to very, very deep, there is nothing solid there at all you meet. This has to be seen with deep wisdom. That's why I said you have to go inside yourself to internal world. There is no actual internal world once you realize this Dhamma. But until we are practicing this Dhamma, we have to go through that. And then we have to explore ourselves deep and deep. We should go very deeply. You should see how it has formed in one layer by layer. You should peel. So, and we have to look closely and understand how this sense field actually arises without getting caught in the surface appearance. In truth, what we see is only a pattern of color, but we grasp it as a name. When we look outside and think about a flower, you see a flower, we first see a formation of color, and then we create the idea of a flower with the name that we called for that vibration we are called as a flower. Is only a mental image built from that name. In truth, what we see is only a pattern of color, but we grasp it as a name. When we look outside and see a flower, we first see a formation of color. And then we create the idea of a flower. If the eye were truly a lump of flesh, because we are thinking that we seen through our the muscles eye. If the eye were truly a lump of flesh, then we should be able to see the flesh of dead person in the same way. So why dead body can't see the same way? What we called sin does not comes from the flesh. Flesh means for this muscle side. It comes only when form, the eye base and eye consciousness and all comes together. So without those eye consciousness, we can't see anything. If someone who is breathing can be seen, then someone who has stopped breathing should also be seen in the same way. If that not so, there must be a cause for this difference. Therefore, we must carefully examine how this sense base actually works. Using deep and precious jnana or wisdom, the eye sensitivity becomes active only when light strike it or when spark it. For that vibration or lights, we have given name or color or picture or image. Here what arises this so only because of a natural principles. It is a natural phenomenon. It does not appear from anywhere else actually. It does not appear in outside. It's happening here within you. It comes into being only through this lawful process. Within this mind consciousness, all these color, sound, smell, all come together, and we recognize them in the same way we have recognized things as the past, what we seen. So how does this happen? At first, Ariana has always take this example. A small child only sees the mother shapes and color, because she or he has no idea, the baby has no idea to think this is my mom, and also he doesn't know about the name as mum, M-U-M. He never learned, but the child does not yet know the word mother. Later, through sound, the child learned the name, and then mind builds the idea of mother from that name. When the color pattern is seen again and again with the name that he learned, it becomes familiar, because he can see his mother again and again and again. When the sounds mother is also learned, the mind connects the two of them. Then each time the same pattern is seen, the mind immediately brings up the thought of mother, as if that idea exists outside or real. So here the vibration that arises is given a name, because the vibration arises at that moment, it has given a name for it. That's how we are experiencing the world. And when that name idea is strength, it gives a power again and again. When we are thinking, when we are hanging on that thoughts, it's give more and more power. This is my mom, this is my mom. And then they are arising big strong attachment. If feel as is something real is there, in the same way we grasp an external mother through that build up impression. The samsara itself is this rapid flow of mind movement being formed again and again. This is the cycle of samsara. It's happening now. Most of them think samsara means after death we are going to the next life. That is the samsara. No, samsara occurring in this moment, always creating samsara. That is why we are saying samsara over, samsara cycle. Because of that speed, we never can understand, or we never can see it without exploring this about yourself. We feel as if a continuous person is extinct because of that speed, rapid. It's happening again and again, very fast. So the one vibration occurring in this moment, and again it's occurring again, and it's happening again, like that way. Then that's why the Lord Buddha has preached. Then also Aryan Mahasi also explaining this point very clearly. Chakun paticca rupancha upajitva chakku viññānam. It explained this is Aryan Mahasi explained this is this point is very nicely, and this means the eye consciousness arise only when the eye sensitivity and the visible forms meet together. With these three together, contact arises when it say, and also Tinnan Sangati Passo means that is connect actually happens in the mind consciousness. What we see as a mother or tree or the sun or the earth, that you are thinking you are standing on this earth is not actually a thing exists outside there. It is only a formation of signals or sparks or vibration, a created appearance. Contact arises here again and again, and that is what we experience. When we say chitta arises, we are simply talking about the arising of thought in this moment. When that signal arises, we immediately recognize it as if there is a true tree existing outside. What arises here is only a vibration, and we then convert that vibration into the idea of sun or moon or tree, like that way. I think we have put some glue or like that, a glue onto that vibration. It's connect together. It has connected together. When the vibration occurring, it comes very instant with that vibration, the name, and then we are realizing that there is a sun, there is a moon, or there is a tree. So here this feeling arises because of this vibration or signal that and the pattern that forms from it. And that means sanya. Sanya means the recognition that comes from that pattern. That patterns create a sanya. So because this happen again and again, it becomes fixed as true then. And though through that repeated construction, we feel as if someone has actually been seen by me. I seen someone, and then it's become real for me. What arises here is just a vibration, and it appears for a moment and then disappears right here. Nothing remains or continuous anywhere. Here, when this pattern forms, the sound join with it, and we take that combined signal as a single object. But we think that what we experience exists as a permanent object, a permanent thing out there. In this moment, the object we recognize through a thought arises here and then end right here. But our mind believes that because we can look again at the same object must still be there permanently. So we are thinking, once we look at this table, and then again when I see this table, we are thinking that the table was at the same place, and then it is existing, and then as it is real. Because when we see again and again, because we can see it as existing, but no one realized that we are experiencing our mind, our own mind. We are seeing from outside as outside. So then there is a this is a natural phenomenon, and no one is doing it. There is no person to do it. Actually, there is no soul doing this activity. Just these five senses are working. Once we realize this Dhamma, also we don't meet true five senses as well. It simply happened by itself. In this law of the mind, or chitta niyama, What exists is wave-based system. It is a wave-based system. We can say like that. It is not something done by anyone for a spark to happen. For this spark, how its vibration occurring to happen this, two sides have to come together with the right intensity. In this situation, we assume there is an external world that truly exists, and internal world, I am here. It's become real that I am existing here as well. And we also assume there is a person here who experiencing it. Then these two are taken as if they come together, then a mental energy arises. It gives more power and power when we are when we have two sides, because when we have two opposite sides, but actually it doesn't exist, but we are hanging on it, where then mental energy arises. And because we take it with a sense of this is mine, it becomes even more constructed and grow strongly every moment. When we keep doing this again and again, we build up the sense of me, and that sense of itself is what gives rise to craving, aversion, and delusion in the same way. That's how we are producing, or we are forming impurities or keles to take through this cycle of samsara. When this process is clearly seen, without confusion, and with your jnana or wisdom, the whole duality becomes a break apart, and the illusion falls away completely. Once you understand this process, then there is no opportunity to for that energy to be produced more and more. That's what happened in Patisota way. And for this cycle to keep running, it there is no energy to produce to keep this cycle running continuously. When there is no a person here and no outside world to meet, there is nothing for the mind to hold on it. And even though you don't meet a real mind that exists, and the condition for vibration to arise simply disappear, starting to disappear. It's disappear gradually. It's reduce, producing energy. So in this in this end, the energy that used to arise again and again no longer produces sense of self, and without that there is no new energy being created, because there is no person to create energy. We feel happiness or suffering because the mind takes these experiences as something that truly exists. That's why we are experiencing Vedana or happiness or suffering. But in reality, this pleasure, this pain, or this feeling arises only when a vibration is recognized as a thing or as an object. If that vibration is not taken as an object, if there is awareness occurring in this moment, then none of this is actual actually produce, then you can't take as an object as a real, even if none of these things truly exist as names or words or concepts. We can still use the language to understand what is happening, because sometimes someone might misunderstand if these names are not real, why we are using those words to explain this. Actually, we have to use these words, and we have to use this mind to explain this Dhamma. Without that process, we are unable to explain without this language. So when we clearly understand how the mind construct all these, and when we see the tricky part of this process with jnana or wisdom, the ignorance that keeps it going can fall away completely. So the real value of seeing this process clearly is that the whole idea of clinging to good formation and removing bad formation falls apart. That is the point we need to understand. That's why I spoke this today after seeing that misunderstanding article. It is misleading who are looking for true Dhamma. So we need to be careful when we taking Dhamma sermons or Dhamma articles or books or anything. I emphasize here, if you erase your negative thoughts or negative sankara, if you hold in your good sankara, if you try to hold in your good sankara, there is a person to hold that your good sankara. That's what you need to understand. And there is no chance to escape from this samsara cycle. And also there is even though you have if you are think that you have entered the path to nibbana, no, you haven't. That's what we need to understand. If we try to control our mind by erasing our only negative thoughts, by keeping good thoughts as a real, when we truly understand how the mind construct name and forms, that old concept simply dissolve. Because at that point, we see clearly that every thought, whether we call it good or bad, is just an illusion. There is no real power in vibration we used to cling to as good. As long as we keep holding on to something outside, the vibration keeps renewing itself. But when that grasping is stopped, the whole cycle has no fuel to function it. And that is why the way out of samsara means, if you realize how this thought has formed, then you see what is samsara mean. That is why sabba sankara samatha. Sabba sankara samatha mean all these formation are illusion created within the mind on knowing. The entire process of constructing experience happen inside this mental field. Even though we divide them as we hear the kaya sankara, mano sankara, vachi sankara. That means verbal formation and mental formation and bodily formation. They have divided into 3 parts, but all are sabba sankara. That's what we need to understand. All of them are simply construction created by the mind's own fabricating process, illusion produced by ignorance within consciousness. Also, the Lord Buddha has said like Chetanaham bhikkave kammam vadami. It says all Chetana means Sankara, all Chetana means Sankara. Words come out of our mouth only because the mind makes use of it. The mind is what gives rise to the expression. Then the body perform an action. Also, this is same breath energy is what the mind uses to create a bodily formation, because until we are breathing, then there is a person that we are feeling like we are living and we are existing. That's how we feel because of this body until we are breathing every moment. In all of these, there is no self to be found. In this true Dhamma, the effort we make in this Dhamma speaking, or the effort we make is to settle within our own knowing, to see the Dhamma directly through ourselves. When that happens, the old methods we used to rely on begin to fall away. All concept that you are in your mind begin to fall away. For many people, it is difficult to understand this Dhamma, and that is exactly why, because they hold lots of concept in their mind. It's very difficult to see this Dhamma as how rare this human life like that. But children around 7 or 8 years old, they can understand this Dhamma very easily, because their minds are still fresh and open. They have no many concepts in their mind. They have a very pure mind without filling with knowledge. They haven't built up many layers of concept yet. Their vision becomes clear much and faster. Once they hear how this mind is actually constructed, they realize that there is no outside that is truly real. That is why Lord Buddha taught that the claiming of all formation is Nibbana, Sabba Samkara Samta. So when we see that everything we experience is just Sankara, constructed by the mind, the whole idea of an external reality loses its grip. It is because of dependent origination that something called self appears to exist. And it is because of dependent origination that we say there is something called a thought. Same as it is because of dependent origination that we hold the view, we exist, we know. Then without dependent origination, even that notion would not arise. Because dependent origination is understood, the bad Sankara and good Sankara falls away. The thought called I say falls away. The thought that there is an outside, it becomes completely falls away. And the idea that there is a self here, it's also falls away. If we say it in the simplest way, the entire mass of ignorance and illusions falls away. To be freed means that the mind, which was bound to delusion, is released and returned to its natural awakened state. That means from savignanaka mind becomes savignanaka state or condition. And if we think like there is no things and no person to hold on to, mind cannot arise there. There is no sign to grasp, and because there is no sign, the signals sign means signless. Samadhi means animitta samadhi. There is no nimitta appears, whereas there is no sign and no object to grasp. And then chitta, mind cannot arise in that very emptiness. The mind turns away from all object, and the nature of emptiness itself gives rise to a cheto vimukti, as Aryan telling that words, cheto vimukti means freedom from the mind. Actually, there is no mind. This itself is what we called nibbana. Nibbana, what we see, what we hear, and this whole constructed world we experience, seeing its true nature is the real understanding. When someone truly understands this true Dhamma, how this me, I has formed, there is no death to face, no time to pass in, and no person who dies. We all stuck inside our own views concept. This ajata bahita means recognizing these two aspects, what is internal and what is external world. Once we understood clearly and correctly, that is the enter into path to Nibbana. So I think I hope this helps you to resolve things to some extent. Why we shouldn't keep good sankara, and why we shouldn't erase only the negative thoughts or unwholesome thoughts, because still you are going through this samsaric cycle. If you are holding a good thoughts within you, that there is a person and that there is outside, and the thought has been as a real object for you. That's what you should understand if you are thinking like that way. And if you are practicing like that way, apply to this Dhamma to understand, to apply within yourself, explore within yourself, go inside and find out very, go into very deep, understand how rare it is to hear the true Dhamma, and how extremely rare it is for a momentary mind to see itself clearly and open into that vision knowledge, to see this depth without distortion, is something very few beings ever experience. I hope this would be helpful for you to understand the problems. Now it is the time, right time to bring this Dhamma explanation to close or stop. Another person will carry out this Dhamma message to you again. May Triple Gem bless and protect everyone. Thiruvan Saranaya Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Veva.
Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. I'm starting to continue with the book reading. This is based on the Zoom discussions had in the year of 2023. Um, the date, 8th August 2023. Participant ask a question. Aryan Wahansa Thiruvan Saranai. The place where it indicates that without the involvement of the mind, when actions are happening, which is Kriyasita, or the place where it indicates everything is only colors, and if we try to describe this situation, it can even be assumed that these are seen because of the ability to see. Ability to see is connected with karma, which is prasada rupa. If I say due to karma, ability to see is created, I feel that there is a possibility that karma has a part in this process. Aryan Mahansa explains, in Abhinya Desana, or the Buddothpado discourses presented with the superior wisdom, it was clearly explained that Buddha's Dhamma is based on cause and effect. This situation you talk about does not reach the karma world. The creation of a fire circle refers to the union of the aggregates and sensorial ability. In the same manner, when two fireballs attached to the two ends of a stick make a circle. Due to rapid rotation, in reality, there is no fire circle. In the same way, due to rapid vibrations, form, sounds, colors, taste, smell, and sensations are created. They cannot be found anywhere. They are only illusions created by the influence of the senses. Even these vibrations do not exist anywhere. Because of the 54 rupa particles, an ability is created such as prasada rupa, which is ability to see, hear, smell, taste, etc. This is refers to salayatana loko, and dhamma sparks. Skandhanam patilobo ayatanam patilobo means, for example, the color is created due to the rapid speed and sparks that vibrate in an unimaginable speed, or the whole process creates the feeling of being individual self. Now, where is the karma? Just like when thundering and lightning occur, the windows shake. These are sparks. In the same manner, according to the speed of the spark, sensory bases are created. Is there any problem in that? And where does karma exist in this situation? Within the spectrum of the Buddha's Dhamma, there is no problems. We incorporate colors to image. The ability to see refers to the same thing, which is Chakku Prasada Rupa. All of these are creations occurring due to vibrations. Cannot find anywhere. The movement of the eardrum shakes due to the sound of vibrations occur from moment to moment, and there is no truth in these. The vibration power affects various particles, and in reality, even sounds, colors, etc. are illusions. Just like waves in the ocean, these are also waves that come and go. This is also similar to what is seen on TV. A vast number of vibrations and waves combine, and also new creations of waves can be generated. For example, smell, taste, and sensations such as hot or cold. Vibrations are limited only to an infinitesimal moment. Sounds, colors, taste, smell, all of these combine together and turn into an appearance which is one shot. If we go back to the fire circle, circle is created through a process. In the same manner, the five sensational creations rotate in rapid speed. If we go back to the fire circle, the circle is created through a process. In the same manner, the five sensorial creations rotate in rapid speed, creating a sense of individual being and objects such as mother, house, trees, etc. The cycle, the illusion, get created in this way cannot be determined where it has been created. It cannot be pinpointed by location for a Dhamma spark. Even we cannot find a particular starting point in a spark. In a vehicle, it is impossible to find where the current is generated. Truly, we cannot say which point it is coming out of the battery. This is just an example. The ownership cannot be given to the flesh in the body for the power created by the mental power. Any physician does not have the ability to predict where the current is generating in the nervous system. Physical body does not have anything to do with this. That is why it was stated that we come across the mind as a wave, which is a field. You are trying to absorb Dhamma via knowledge. Your question was about karma. As long as we inhale and exhale, the sparks would not stop. These come into existence through the medium of physical body, but this system does not belong to the body. When the body becomes inactive, it gets discarded. However, the energy waves continues as frequencies. Aran Mahanse is now talking about the frequency system. The entire world is created in a fraction of a second with the spark and disappear in a fraction of a second. Within a spark and disappears in fraction of second with the vibration. How other changes take place had been exposed to the world only by the Buddha. The whole process is based on energy vibration. In that case, there is no possibility of a self or soul, which is only created by delusion. Due to not knowing the truth, this is also referring to the illusional mind which appears due to vibration. When vibrations are stopped, this situation refers to an unshaken mind or still mind, which is a akampita state. This situation is equal to the superior wisdom. This wisdom occurs only through a super awareness. In every thought, awareness is available. The unshaken, which is Akampita mind, is equivalent to the super awareness. Please explore the Buddothpado discourses because you can find the wisdom series only in there. This is the true Buddha's Dhamma. The next Zoom discussion based on the Saturday, 14th August 2023. Participant ask a question. Aran Vahansa, during your previous discussion, it was mentioned that we think ourselves as people or men and women. Now, when we talk over Zoom, it is caught by our awareness that we are using Zoom. It is also a thought. However, when we say that we are men or women, this does not catch our attention through awareness. After your explanation only, we realize that, yes, this is also just a thought. Now, when we recognize our defilements, we also realize that there is a reduction in the occurrences for them. When this situation is caught by awareness, it is also obvious that underneath this improvement, we still have the ego that I'm quite advanced in my observation, etc. When someone gives me recognition and praise, it does not affect me. However, the notion that I am in an advanced place still exists in the mind. When you also approved my achievements, I used to feel happy, but not anymore. I get that feeling also when I realize that there are people who are much more advanced than me. I get inferiority complex. I also get that thought that they are more advanced than myself. Now, when you say we are people, the above started thought are not being recognized. Haran Mahansi says this is a deep concept. And the participant says, now I understand that the thought that I have as I am advanced is merely a thought only. And Narayan Mahansa explained, the illusions in the mind can be compared to if you are hiding behind a door. That is the reason why I said do not talk about results. And the participant says, I feel that I have a liking for the results. And Narayan Mahansa explains, now that I'm trying to do is to look into your question. Now you are talking through the vibrations and current. Our senses, all of them work together, but they do not represent the notion of a self. A sound is only a sound. There is also ear consciousness when all of the senses, such as sounds, colors, taste, smell, and sensation combine, child, house, etc., are formed due to the action of the senses, the notion of a cell comes into being. That is why Sela Therani stated, Nohidan Attakatan Bimbam, Nahidan Parakatan Agan. There is no one who does this. When cause is present, results come into existence. When cause disappears, results disappear too. Even Rahulavada Sutra preached by the Buddha explained this so very well. These are creations that occur through vibrational energies, and the feeling that I am alive gets created. Now you talk due to the reason. Now it is not because of the sounds and colors that you get this notion of an individual self. When senses stop functioning, this body turns into a log. There's no action in it and must be discarded. Senses are currents in the Senses are currents. In the future, a syllabus under the heading Wisdom Science will be presented in which you can find topics and explanation of how this notion of a self is created, how the cycle of birth and death continues and dissolves. This is the wisdom of Asia that will be forwarded by the Buddothpado and Mahansa. It will be a treasure to the world. Buddha stated about Sila, Samadhi, and Panya, which is morality, concentration, and wisdom. Wisdom does not refer to a knowledge. Knowledge is associated with the illusionary mind. Knowledge is nothing else but a thought. Let's talk about your question again. This is a situation created with a vibrational system. This also means that it is being created through a process. For example, the light is one of them. The light does not exist anywhere. When a dog goes near a lake and bends down to discover that there is another dog in the water, which is an illusion, you also think in the same way. The object exists, but in reality, there's nothing that exists, just like the dog's experience. This is quite delicate and sensitive subject. Understanding this situation is very important because according to the level of your understanding only you can observe the development of the ego and feeling of an existing self. The power to see is related to the vibration, which is prasadya. If someone does not have the ability to see certain colors, for example, red, he or she is unable to see the color. In the same way, a bull can see only red, and to bull, the whole world is red in red color. This is why we state that this world is a mere creation via sensorial activities. Therefore, it is also creation of the mind consciousness. Vibrations tally. If a vibration occurs here, a resulting vibration occurs elsewhere too. They must tally, and therefore it is also a telepathy system. When the process is not understood, first things occur as sounds, colors, etc. Then it turns into objects, and the creation of a living being or self is formed, which is Bhavasanya. This is the reason why we feel the notion that we are alive, which is Ajasaya Tittati. Now, the result is the feeling of a separate existence or jati, that is, objects, me, mine are created. However, these are only thoughts, nothing but thoughts. When you say a wall, it is an object. If objects exist, you also exist on the end. The sensations such as taste to the notion of an existing being, when these are turned into thoughts, which is nama, rupa, pachaya, vijnana, tinnan sangati passo, or they are stated as with the arising of the mentality and materiality arises mind consciousness. The sensations are only sensations. The seeing is only a vision. These comes as kind of neutral impulses or shots to us. But for noble arahants, these are only sensations or just a vision. When these shots continue in a rapid motion, they depend on a rapid speed. A field of solidity is created. This is the reason why R.N. Mahansa state that quantum theory is word of the Buddha. When we say we are born, that is also a thought. Skandhanam patilabo ayatnam patilabo. In order for the mind consciousness to be created, all these aspects must come together. If a child is unable to get neutral sparks, he or she cannot learn. When the teacher's sparks and the child's sparks combine, the creation takes place. The creation occurs according to a frequency system. Aryan Mahansa gained this status through an inner spiritual change. The listeners gain this situation via a telepathy system. What does R.N. Mahansi preach? It is the pure doctrine that takes people toward the bliss of Nibbana or into the state of Vimukti, Sara or Arhat level. This also can be referred to as the liberation from the mind. Without swimming into the depth, it is not possible to achieve this state of the mind. It does not happen by words or knowledge. Within this understanding, the outside world gets abandoned, and as a result, a separate being cannot be found. Only if the senses vibrate, these can be found. And these are created through the 8 particles, which is Suddhashtaka, that creates that materiality. In every particle, these 8 particles exist. Although the system called the mind consciousness makes a creation of a thing or object or people, there's no such thing in existence. This situation can be detected by the system. This refers to the finding of the true nature of an existing being. All of you will be able to attain Nibbana only if you can adopt the ability to destroy ego and become spiritually qualified. During that time, everybody will gather around the Buddothpado discourses. This will be the blooming era of the Buddha Sasana. It will be the command of the nature of the natural phenomena. The next discussion happened on the 14th August 2023. Aryan Mahansa explains the people who are getting closer to the achievements of the Nibbana are confronted with very sensitive issues that they worry about. In the morning discussion, this has been talked about. There's no particular pattern to the situation. We have preached in our previous presentations regarding Sabba Sankara Samato, the neutralization of all the mental formation. When things exist, a mental formations occur. When things do not exist, mental formations subside and cease. These are the three ways that things come into existence. First, through the mind or consciousness, the second, actions, and the third is verbalization. This was explained in terms of how mental formations can be created. If an outside world exists, then a separate being or soul, which is me, mine, exists. In reality, there's no such thing called external and internal. External becomes external things due to the illusionary mind. Kusalassa Upasampada, meritorious ordinations has been stated by Aryan Mahansi through his own experience. These have been practically experienced by him. What is meant by meritorious deed? This has been explained so very well, and it can be detected by a super awareness. It was also further stated the difference between a thought and awareness. A thought refers to the illusionary mind, which is Vijnana Maya. When thoughts are being recognized as just thoughts, that is where the awareness comes into being. In other words, Sihiya or undifferentiated awareness, in instant bliss, dependent origination, the three worlds. All of these can be experienced within one thought or subject. According to the Buddha's word, everything has been explained in a pure manner. If an outside world exists, a continuation of a separate being also in existence in the respect, then a karma world is also in existence. Therefore, in this situation, the doctrine of cause and effect cannot be worked. If someone sees the truth in a thought in a given moment, that person can achieve Nibbana. In this entire Dhamma, what you can discourse is the way an individual self is created and the way to dissolve it. This is also the way to become a stream enterer. As long as you believe things come from the outside, even the nature is included in this category. You are in a wrong view. The notion of a self occurs due to vibrational system, and when you get advanced, the awareness, which is here you built up, detects this situation. You cannot find the world anywhere. It is created only in the mind. And the end of the world is shaken. End of the world is the unshaken nature, which is akampita in it. Dhamma and the Buddha are the same. It is also the selflessness or unshaken nature in the mind. Don't you think that the body disintegrates or vanishes because of the cessation of vibration? Let's also talk about the practical side of the term. Sabba Sankhara Samato, the neutralization of all mental formation. This vibrational power and its creation of the sensation that indicates a being alive is the fact that can be found everywhere. When you see this through awareness, this situation can also be described as meritorious. Within thoughts and actions, a feeling of a separate self exists. I am the one who sees, or here comes from the idea of an individual self or the feeling of individual existence. When this is felt, it is a sensation. However, when thought patterns resolve around the wrong idea, it's related to the wrong view of an existing being, which is Atma Dushti. The sensation is only an indication or perception. When I hear, I exist because I am the one who hears. In this situation, it is related to a perception of a self. If someone gives you an invitation for your death, don't you get scared of your life? That fear is created by the perception um, of a separate being. The wisdom that comes through undifferentiated awareness, which is here, is able to detect this situation. What is this wisdom referring to? Can someone answer? Participants gave answers irrelevant to the questions. R.N. Hans explains the answers we received to the question are: you afraid to die? People got startled. Why? Because the notion of a self exists in them. If someone can achieve this level, the person does not have a death. Why? There's no existing separate being to face death. No one can kill you either. The inner spirituality will bring you to this level. When this vibrational power has been detected, the spiritual path opens up. This is the place where you should reach, and we try our best to help you achieve this goal. Try to observe where and when the notion of a self gets faded. This is the meritorious ordination, and only through super awareness this can be done. The subject or the thoughts cannot be the reality for these people. This happens gradually, therefore, it is a gradual process. You may find obstacles in the path. However, finally, at the final stage, the notion of a self disappears completely. Anandathero experienced this situation at the final step. He realized that as long as he was holding on to the notion, which is, I will achieve, obtaining arahathood was not possible. With this realization, he gave up the idea and went to sleep. This was a complete renunciation. The end refers to letting go of every possible thing. Now observe silence. The pure path to this bliss of Nibbana says here. We will talk about this some more in the future. And the next Zoom discussion had on the 15th August 2023. Participant asked Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa, when we get concept in our mind, the mind gets influenced by the vibrations. You said when thoughts accumulate in the mind, in the same way the objects from the outside also get accumulated. Does that mean that objects from the outside also get multiplied? I have difficulty understanding this. Please explain. Aryan Wahansa explains, when you observe this situation, it should be carefully done. Let's explore the Dhamma. Accordingly, we can understand the cause has nothing to do with the effect. Again and again, cause has nothing to do with the effect. The light, sounds, and colors are created by the senses. You do not see the light when you see objects such as chairs, tables, and beds. These two can be referred to as cause and effect. The cause is the speed of sensory sparks, and effect are the resulting objects. In a previous discussion, a lengthy explanation about 5 aggregates have been discussed. It is not easy to absorb this unique Dhamma. The lights, sounds, and colors, they are created through a rapid sparking speed. When the vibrational energy becomes very powerful, the perception of a world with objects are being created, and finally, this turns into my objects or me or mine with this notion. A feeling of an individual self get created in a powerful manner. Therefore, the person in the cause and the notion of an existing being is the effect. In order to attain Nibbana, the notion of an individual self must be seen through awareness, which is here. Because of this feeling of being alive or I am alive, all defilements such as sensual desire, anger, craving, ignorance get created. Also because the concept of it happens to me, I see, I hear, I should be the only one, etc. All defilements, including what has been stated above, become visible. Asavakya jnana refers to awareness of catching the defilements and the notion of a self or the ego. That is how the feeling of being alive, which is separate being, gets faded. All these are caused by rapid speed of the vibrational energy. With super awareness, the process and what it creates should be observed and marked part of your life. Then you will be able to detect the get rid of the notion of craving and aversion. If these are present, that means the notion of a separate self still exists. Participant says, in that case, I will follow your advice to detect when the notion of a self takes over my thoughts. The next is the Zoom discussion had on Sunday, the 15th August 2023. Participant, if the brain is dead, that is also regarded as death. I believe, however, I also feel that if parts of such a body can be donated, that is a great deed. R.N. Hans explains, you must look at the situation as the inactivity of the senses. I am now going to answer a question asked by a child. The notion that the mind is located in the heart is a misconception. The Buddha never declared such thing. Dhamma sparks cannot be placed in a particular spot. Now I take your permission to answer a question asked by user. You cannot observe the supermundane plane by being in the mundane plane. R.N. Maharaj does not require anything from the mundane world. The great Mughal Thero did not find himself in him. People who wrote books state that he was muscated to death because of karma. When there was no Mughal, how could someone say this death occurred? There's another misconception. That is, Aryan do not break branches or leaf from a tree. How is this possible? When they do not consider these as objects or trees, the Buddha declared that he would not preach that he preaches to the mundane, insane world to the Arya world and vice versa. The mundane world has been entangled in the karma concept. In the past, innocent people were misled by brainwashing them with karma effects. Aryan Vahansa came forward and destroyed this misconception by differing the true Dhamma, which refers to the base of all the occurrences depends on sounds, color, taste, sensation, etc., and the vibrational energy. It was clearly exhibited that there's nothing you can hold on to in the phenomena. This is the time to learn about the doctrine of cause and effect and not karma effects. When trapped in the belief of karma phala, as a result, the fear of death gets stronger, and that leads to anxiety and depression. In the English Zoom discussion, it was discussed about various type of addiction. People are addicted to various things such as alcohol, drugs, bodybuilding exercises, and also something called meditational therapy. Parents brainwash their children to become certain people with what they think as social status. And the children run and run after these for material well being and to compete with others. Therefore, it is correct to say these people get addicted to senses and walk towards destruction. The humanity and the association with the nature and its wonders are forgotten. This race ends up in having severe mental illness. Is this what we live for? Within the technology of artificial intelligence, the minds of people have turned abnormal. Finally, this intelligence destroys the human race in abundance. All this refers to an addiction and a reconstruction created by the vibrational energies. Dhamma has been preached in order to help people escape this madness. This is all related to an illusionary mind. In order to have peace and tranquility, the superior wisdom of truth must be realized. That is the reason why the five power faculties, which is Faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, and great wisdom must be gained. The Buddha clearly explained how this mind is created. That is to bring out the wisdom in people. When the mind is in action, suffering is inevitable. When utilizing the great wisdom, peace and tranquility are the results. Along with this great wisdom, when you escape the concept of the self, you are considered a liberated being. Participant says, peace can be reached when mind is given by me. It is Dhamma. All wrong we must be destroyed completely, which is Sattanam Visuddhya, to reach purification. And Aryan Mahanse asks, what is your Dhamma? And participant answer, an existing self is present with the supreme emptiness. Aryan Mahanse explains, within that experience, is there a me or mine? Participant says, here in this situation, one should be able to catch the notion of a self. It is difficult. This must be observed through super awareness. R.N. Mahansi explains, Nibbana and the great wisdom come along with it. That the five power faculties must be thoroughly improved, and that is where the animitta samadhi or objectless concentration can be reached. Awareness and mindfulness are essential to reach this goal. To make the outside world as my objects via thoughts must be eradicated. This refers to see things are immaterial with the condition of the patisota, and which is sotapanna or the stream enterer level. This is the wisdom we talk about, to completely destroy the concept of me, mine, myself. Almost everybody is lost in wrong beliefs. The Buddha had predicted that discourses on supreme emptiness will not be preached by the monks. In order for people to acquire Nibbana and to follow the path, an eye opening is necessary. Buddha appreciated the Nibbana path. Therefore, people who follow this path must be energetic. When necessary, observe the great silence and eradicate defilement or peace and tranquility. It is up to you to observe how the notion of a self is fading and dissolving while you are moving toward the spiritual advancement. It belongs to each one of you. This refers to the awakening to the truth. The next is the Zoom discussion had on Saturday, 21st October 2023. Participants say, May I have your permission, Narayan Mahansa? Thiruvan Saranai. This morning, when I was listening to Dhamma lecture on TV, it has been said that because of the four elements coming from the outside, the elements are forms inside our mind. I would like to know your opinion on this. Narayan Mahansa explains, if someone has listened to the discourses presented by Buddothpado Deshana regarding the four elements, it is quite apparent that there is no such thing as four elements coming from the outside or inside. The person who offered this lecture is definitely in wrong belief, and people who have wrong beliefs should not preach. It is impossible to twist the Dhamma. However, what happens is the innocent people who listen to such lectures get twisted, and as a result, the bliss of Nibbana become out of reach to them. The dependent origination takes place within a moment. Instantly, it cannot be explained in terms of the past, present, and the future. Buddha's Dhamma has to be understood by each one. It is open to acceptance after investigation. During this time, everybody is looking for the true Dhamma. In that case, only people with great wisdom should preach it. The translation of Abhidharma Pitaka is incorrect. You have to come from the place Chittayana Niti Loko, Salayatano Loko Loko. The world exists only in the mind or in the sixfold base. Is it mentality, materiality, or is it materiality and mentality? It is mentality, materiality, not materiality or mentality. This general opinion that everything has been created because of the four elements. Now answer the question. Is it because the four elements outside? The elements are formed in the mind. The gentleman who raised the question can answer. Participant, in reality, there's no such thing as four elements. Instead, they are created as the 8 practices, which is Suddhashtaka, and disappears. It is creation of the mind consciousness. Participant says, even the Buddha explains so very well. Until your explanation, we were under the impression that it is materiality and mentality. Even the education we receive was teaching us this concept. There's no such thing called the eight particles. This is all about telepathy. Just like Aryan Hans explains, you have to see this through great wisdom. Aryan Hans explains, do you realize that Aryan Hans does this duty observing noble silence? Why? If people try to attack Aryan Hans, the Nibbana cannot be reached by such people. We cannot let that happen. Everybody must be able to reach the Nibbana. Aryan Hansi has given a period for the people to change. The reason for this situation is that there is a difficulty for people to observe the instant bliss, which is the Shana Sampattiya. The presentation of the dependent origination is incorrect. People similar to Bhikkhu Potila are only limited to the knowledge. Knowledge is not the true Dhamma. Everything is created in the mind. He learned the truth, accepted the truth. That is what should happen. This was not what he said something ago. The change is necessary. People who talk about the result mislead people. If a result is exacted, the notion of a self still inexistent. With the perception of a self, a person cannot eradicate the wrong view of the notion of one separate being. It is true that mistakes could happen to the people who are in the mundane level. When people perform under the influence of Dhamma arrogance, path becomes distance. There is no such person called Aryan Mahansa. This is only a duty. Aryan Mahansa only talks about Dhamma, nothing else but the Dhamma. In the Buddothpada Sutta, Buddothpada thought he had achieved Nibbana because the perception was so delicate. He was in the Asanyatala, the base of neither the perception nor non-perception. This misconception was corrected by the Buddha because he had the perception that he did not have any perception. One must abandon the reconstruction completely and get rid of the notion of a self and the notion of an existence of a separate being to reach the Nibbana. As long as someone is affected by the notion of an individual self, that person cannot eradicate the wrong view of existence of a soul. Buddha uttered. The next Zoom discussion had on 21st October 2023. Participant asked Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, in the yesterday's Zoom discussion, you have described the fierce rain in which Weapons come down to the earth instead of the rain. This reminded me of a story that I have heard about 45 years ago from my grandmother, which was in the Buddha's Desana. According to the story, the lifespan of the peoples get reduced to a very low level. At this time, when people indulge in wrong sexual acts, gems fall down to the earth as rain. When this happens, people fight each other to get more for themselves and try to find ways to save them. Defilements cover the earth, and right after this, a rain falls which includes weapons. Now people fight each other using these weapons. In the meantime, there will be a group of pious people who live in a spiritual life. While these people hide from the destruction, the others will die due to their own vicious actions. The good people get the opportunity to be reborn in great Abhasara world, which is a god of steaming radiance. Later on, these people come back to the earth and start life. This story is very much similar to your story. Even now, same thing is happening. Humans go against each other and kill each other with fierce weapon. Even if robots are made, that is also created by men. Aryan Hans explains, this is really amazing. Truthfully, Aryan Mahanse talked about this without knowing that this has been said by the Buddha. Aryan Mahanse utters many things through his own discovery through superior wisdom, which is Abhinyana. When Aryan Mahanse experienced the Alamariya Jnana Darshana, it happens automatically. He saw the sutra related to the situation later, after receiving it. Most of the experiences occurred in that manner. Even the doctrine of the dependent origination he came to know by himself. This refers to an extremely superior level of wisdom. Then the discourses flow just like a river. All this came through his own experiences and the wisdom created in it. This is not knowledge. That is the reason why Dhamma has been revealed to the world, still it continues. In refers to the bliss of Nibbana, you do not even grab the Dhamma. It is quite simple and beautiful. You feel it through inner spiritual change and purification. Participant asks, if I feel that maybe we met in previous cycle of birth, and when I was listening to your discourses, I feel that I have heard of this before. People who follow your Dharma discourses are chosen to achieve the Nibbana, and I feel they're very lucky to be able to follow this path you reveal. Sadhu Sadhu. Aryan Mahansa say, it is not what you think about. Feel what happens to you. When you reach this special level, your waves of thoughts and Aryan Mahansa's waves become just one. Please see through wisdom. You will lose the world, and most importantly, you will lose yourself in you. Now, this is the Nibbana. Please do not miss this opportunity. This is only for a certain group of people. Buddha said, if people go elsewhere, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaramaya, what can I do? I have to say the same thing. And Narayan Mahansa ended the discussion. I'm going to conclude reading the book today, and we'll conclude with the saying, the path to freedom from thoughts, the path to freedom from suffering, the path to freedom from ignorance. This is the Buddha's path to ultimate freedom and bliss. I worship Narayan Mahansa, our noble friend, for his guidance, and Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure untainted mind, or Prabhashwara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without callous, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Therවන් සරණයි everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still, we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and It's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is uh, as a part of the natural sequelae, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we try understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha and what he invented and what he realized with an with that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Teruvan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Sanai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Sanai and answer. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. So the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought, and then a little bit about the radiant mind, and then
Okay.
how
So it's going to the
thoughts
field
are.
now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you? I'm just clarifying. Are you living in UK? You are same.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission. And
okay. Yeah.
And also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian, but from the very beginning she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So she was the youngest in the family. By that time, she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her, and then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18 she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of a opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she is not doing good enough, because this is the feedbacks she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind
How
of
about
opinion.
now, though? How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then
Yeah,
she
but
says
does
that
she have kids?
no, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So I mean, when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago, she told me this part, and then I said that okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you now. It's very funny to say, but
I know. I know. But I asked her, why don't you
but yeah, I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there.
Yeah,
So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
She doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, I got you now.
That's the issue. Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me. That's
One day
really.
she will come to that place actually, because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a like very quiet period for some time, because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think
So
it is the trauma. It's just a
yeah,
traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday
she
discussion.
texted me yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
So she might
yes,
get a little bit of it, but
yeah,
the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway,
yeah.
coming back to that, well, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning, and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she's seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like, it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that. Even though there is a reason, like kind of reason they give, it's very difficult to actually point out. There are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids, but even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. No, if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so if I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment. And if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through. And this, if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, like there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So the actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive help system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it, because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma, is really difficult to understand. We don't know, actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that a young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids, because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Vatsala's friend, is actually very good, because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that, and they get the consequences. They get angry when the things are not going in their own way, and they act on that. Then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being is getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time, I know, because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation, I need help. Kind of even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues. Because these mental health issues are very prevalent. stress. You know, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, you know, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely like not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood, or like, you know, abnormal mood, there can be abnormal moods too, like, you know, paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now as a doctor. I know if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues? Maybe. But the thing is, it has gone until 18, when she decided to go away from home. And any child, you know, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek you know, the everything. They kind of seek, when they grow, we know that they seek love. So they seek love mainly through touch, mainly through because it's a basic. They don't have a big mind, you know. They don't understand the word I love you. They understand love by touch, love by, you know, getting satisfied each time that the hunger is there. Each time there's good sound system, like good satisfactory sounds, not like bad words. So these are the ways and means of how a baby would feel the world. That is what the radiant mind is. Radiant mind doesn't have feeling like kind of mind at all. Like, it's not developed properly. So they love the feel of love. So the feel of love, it is being felt. It is felt. It is a feeling that is needed. And we have talked in this world that more the child gets the touch of love, they kind of feel fulfilled. So their attachment to the world, the kind of the the nourishment is better. So this friend has gone through kind of a different path because of mother's mental health or abnormal mental health in that sense, but there was no help in that situation, and this child had to go through all that, and it has done a massive impact on that child's it's in directly in field level. That's why she's struggling, because she's scared to feel the love again. She's scared to actually love a child again. She's scared that someone will harm her. She's scared that someone will dump her. She's scared that that's how it is. This is the repetition or the reoccurrence of all these the experiences we had. This is the natural phenomena. More you understand about this natural phenomena, that actually it's kind of you kind of understand, you feel sad, yes, and you feel so sad that the mother didn't get the help that she needed. That little child, because that little child is no more. It's every minute, every second, every fraction of a second, there's a new thought occurring. That new thought is a new feeling of you. So it is not actually 60 years ago that you lived is actually a view we have. It's a thought we have, that it is me that who suffered. That is a view that we should understand. That's what Lord Buddha is for. He was talking to an Thero. In your life, that Thero actually killed 1,000 people, and he was going to kill his mother to get 1,000 fingers. It's a story in our Lord Buddha's time. He was advised by a teacher, if you kill 1,000 people and give me evidence about that, I'll give you my daughter. I'll put you as my main disciple. And this very kind-hearted, very innocent child decided, okay, I'll do that. And now, initially, he struggled to even trying to provide evidence, because he killed people, but there's no evidence now. So then he started actually putting the parts of the fingers, one person, one finger, into his necklace. So he collected the necklace, and he was going to have the 1,000th one by killing his mother or cutting his mother. And Lord Buddha actually avoided that. And Lord Buddha actually stopped him. He asked, that person told, Angulimala told, stop. And Lord Buddha said, I have stopped. You stop. And then that person, the person who kept doing these things actually stopped, because he felt something. He felt the truth behind it. You are running, but I have stopped. So I invite my Canadian friend to stop. I invite her. I actually very kindly, I beg her to stop. And then the next thing that Lord Buddha told, after some time, he calmed down and he started to feel everything. He didn't have that rage to kill people. He started to feel everyone. He started to feel the mother's, labor pain. Then when you feel the mother's labor pain, that person who kills 1,000 people, but now he is feeling it so much that he couldn't resist. How am I going to help? He ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how am I going to help that mother? Then Lord Buddha advised, you make a vow that I have never killed anyone in this life, and in that power, let this woman be healed. And then he was surprised. No, I have killed so much, you know that. But then he asked, Angulimala, have you killed anyone in this mine? At this, no, I haven't. So this mind is a brand new mind. This thought is a brand new thought. This moment is a brand new moment. But in our view of self, we connect each and every experience to our life. That's a view. That's a view we have. That's the idea we have, that it is me. It is me who underwent all this. So this pattern is there until you really understand that it is each and every time it's just a stimulus which happens. It's just a thought which arises. There is no self who suffers, but because there is a mind sensor in humans, we have emotions. And also because we have ignorance, we connect everything together and we feel we have suffered in the past. So suffering in the past is one thing. It's actually a thought. I suffered a lot in the past. It's a thought. And that, actually speaking, it is not happening at this moment. It's not happening at this moment. But this moment is a beautiful moment that we have missed. We have missed the sun. We have missed the like the beauty in the moon. We have missed the beautiful noises of the birds. We have missed the like the the light of the stars. We have missed the the sounds of the trees. We have missed the smell of the early morning mist. We have missed everything. Why did we miss everything? Why didn't we feel all this before? No, we didn't. We live in the past. So we can't go through that. We live in the past all the time, but it's just one thought now. So you have missed all these thoughts, just beautiful moments of awareness. Just you have missed the beautiful, every aspect because of this, because of the habit we have about living in the past thoughts, living in the past vibrations, living in the past episodes. They are playing again and again, and you feel like you are actually suffering, and the baby who suffered before 60 years ago is me. That's what the self-view is. So Lord Buddha actually explained, self-view is actually a wrong view. That's a completely a wrong view. There is no self, but there is a feel, which happens due to the organs, sensory organs. Yes, you can hear, you can see, you can smell, you can taste, you can feel the touch, the temperature. You can also think. But we miss the whole beauty of that moment because of the the self thought that we have, thinking that It is me who suffer. So there are so many aspects to that, and one aspect is we have completely missed the mother's, no one has helped that mother, because nowadays that won't happen to any mother. I don't think if there is some help out there, if that anyone with common sense noted that this something is happening after giving birth, because after giving birth, whatever type of birth that is, any mother can get different mental health issues. It's very common and it is very hidden, and the mothers suffer and the children suffer as well, and it goes on as a cycle because no one is getting help. And that's not a now we can't resolve it, can we? No, we can't. But if you can actually understand that these things happen, you can actually help every person, or you can actually go and help other mothers. You can go and help other, pregnant females, or females who are just have given birth. There's always ways and means for you to give away your massive experience as a goodwill to everyone, to understand that this is what happens when things go wrong and no one actually notice it, and people keep ignoring these things. Why do people ignore these things? That's a good question, actually, because firstly they don't know the answer. Firstly, they don't think it is abnormal. They think it's, oh yeah, mother is angry. Secondly, they don't understand that it is going to ruin the whole life of a child. So traumatizing experiences are there in every childhood. Not every child has like a rosy outlook in their dream, because this life is a dream as well. We can actually discuss more about Dhamma in that way, but I think another factor I would say, because there are so many factors I would miss here, I would say there are so many factors, but another factor is a child, like even a 4-year-old, manifests their mental health too. Like the trauma they undergo, the 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, whatever the olds, they also manifest these things. And it is being missed as well. So we are actually learning these things through experience, that the child's experience has been missed as well. Because any subtle movement of the child, you can understand that child is traumatized. Child will be shaky, child will be hiding, child will be crying, child will be hesitant all the time, child will be, scared to come out. So no one has noted even that. So it is tricky when we say, if she asks, why did this happen to me? Then this comes back to Lord Buddha's Dhamma again. The me is a thought. It's actually some occurrences which happen, some experiences that happen. Yes, something went wrong, yes. But the experiences, we have a notion that it happened to me. It happened to myself. The experiences are mine. That is the thing actually Buddhism has come out with. There's no self, but there's a bunch of experiences. Are they real? They're actually not real too. But this dream is feeling so real because Your skin makes you to feel the pain when someone hits you. Your tongue will feel when the food is not given properly. And your hunger pains, you will remember the hunger pains forever because you were hungry all the time. And the smell, if you were not changed or if you were not given good clothes, if you were not washed properly, you will remember the bad smells. And these are the experiences, these are the actual experiences of the sensory organs that you had. The continuity of this flow is what we feel as me. Because we feel this dream is flowing. That is because this human mind is very fast, and because of the speed, we feel that this film is flowing because it's so fast we can't understand. Can you feel that we are standing on a rotating world? Can we even feel that? No, we can't. It happens so fast. We can't even feel that. Can we feel that we are actually standing here because of the gravity? No, we can't. Because these things are actually taken for granted. So this mind power or the mind, not the power, the speed of the mind is something that keeps this dream as alive, like dream as happening. So there's so many things for her to understand, but there are so many things that were missed. We acknowledge that, and we acknowledge that they were experiences. We can't erase them. They were experiences, yes, but whether they are actually happening to someone is a big problem that we have to resolve. This brings your friend to the basic question: is it me who suffered 60 years ago? Is it me who suffered this until 18 years of age? Is it me who suffered after running away, who suffered to survive? Is it me who suffered with scared to be judged, scared to be, to be able to understand what will happen to her? Because uncertainty kills us. Uncertainty kills us, and because there is a self, always the uncertainty kills us. So we don't like uncertainty. We want everything to be in the safe zone. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the continuity of feeling, that's what we call this, mirage or the illusion. This illusion kept us going, and the illusion is so real. You feel that it's so real that we feel that it happened to this body, this mind, to me. So there's so much, so that actually I would like her voice to come in some way, but it's okay. She can take time. She can try to understand what we were talking today, because there are so many feelings to understand. But if you actually dissect those feelings, you will understand they are all experiences that had been labeled as my experiences. Unfortunately, that is how we know. That is how we know. And if someone understands Lord Buddha's Dhamma, you will understand, yeah, there are experiences, yes, but that's just an occurrence that happened. We can learn from it. What do you learn from it? Well, you can actually be a person who teaches everyone, kids psychology. You can do anything. You can actually understand this Dhamma and help all the Canadians. Who knows? Who knows? Because I know it's not a story of just one Canadian. This plague of mental health issues are covering the whole world. A lot of young people, whether they were suppressed or not, they have so much issues of anxiety, so much issues of depression, so much stress, so much, trauma that they can't even talk about. There's people out there with abnormal health as well, like abnormal mental health, where they perceive something completely different. There are reasons for that too, It's completely, something which can happen to any human. So if you love humanity, if you kind of have so much loving kindness for the humanity, the best thing you can do is understand about this humanity, understand how a thought arises, understand how this view of myself has come, understand how you can give happiness to everyone. Happiness comes through understanding. Happiness doesn't come through by suppression of your emotions. Happiness doesn't come through by just talking about your suppressions, by thinking about your suppressions, or just by doing something about those suppressions. Actually, if you understand the rationale behind these things, why these people do things and it comes back as in cycles and cycles and cycles. How did this happen? How can we stop suffering? If you really want to know how to stop suffering, you should stop. Just need to stop. When you stop, not physically, but stop and, just calm down. Because otherwise you will miss all the beauty of the things out there, what you can see, what you can hear, what you can smell, what you can taste. Water is so tasty. You will even miss that because of the tendency for you to go back to the past. Highly, like bad experiences. So I think I would stop there. I'm not sure whether I have helped her, but I think it will help her in some ways. And I think one day she will have the courage to come and talk to us. We are actually very, very kind of really happy to help any human being out there who suffers. And even someone like, imagine if I say, Dr. Sakuntala, are you suffering? And she might say, no, I'm not suffering at this moment. But I would say, yeah, but you are still suffering too, Dr. Sakuntala. She might understand what I'm saying, because until you have this self-view, you have this kind of weird way of suffering that should be dealt with. And if someone gets the urge to deal with that, and the courage to deal with that, and the thought to deal with that, and if you start researching about this suffering, you will definitely fight it, and you can. Thank you very much, Vatsala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokita. You brought me tears, actually. It made me emotional because when I was listening to it, I tallied everything with her story. And then I need to say something. I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it here. So my sister, Sakuntala, who is in this conversation, she's the
Oh, I
one
didn't
who
know
helped.
that.
She's the one who helped my friend a lot to come to this path because I don't have enough knowledge to explain any of the things. So actually, we do once a month some kind of a discussion for about 2 hours. That's how she got into this path, and then she's picking up things, I think, much faster than we thought. And then now, what you explained will definitely help her. Thank you very much. Terwan Satna.
Hello, doctor. I'm Joel here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was listening to your speech, and what really came to my mind is like when I'm a young person, and I also had these traumatic experiences in my past life. So, and you said when you think about the past, you don't focus on the beauty of the present. So, if we practice present moment, can we come out of the traumatic past?
You can. It's one way of doing that. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not only about practicing present moment, because present moment is also a mirage. That bit is maybe too early for you, but yeah, actually you can. You can. It's another way of practicing. But I'm happy for you to try that. But what I'm going to tell you is that even this present moment, which is so beautiful, is kind of part of the same mirage in which has arise from the speed of this sensory organs. But actually, if someone understand that, they will be actually in that moment without any problem, without suffering. So I think, Joel, you can do that. But we have a long way to go, Joel, to understand that actually this feeling of self here, the feeling of inner kind of, the whatever the power is actually arising from the whatever the stimulus we are having at that moment. So that stimulus is usually we have taken it as true. For us, mother is true, the father is true, the brother is true, the sister is true, the school is true, the home is true, the bat is true, the ball is true. We never thought about it. We never try to understand how this was, how has this happened, how did this world look so real to me, and at the same time how has this brought so much suffering.
Thiruvan Saranai. Book reading. True Dhamma Has Awakened. Volume 3. Page 88. This Dhamma is timeless. Means akaliko. This Dhamma is to see this moment. It is called momentary sampatti. Shana sampatti. Seeing this moment is the seeing of nirvana. For that it is necessary to see the Dhamma, which is the seeing of nothingness. This means there is nothing as such a mother here instant seeing as color and sound. Then there is no self in the color and sound. Seeing the Dhamma is seeing this truth. It is the Sat Dhamma. The realization of Dhamma is the realization of nature. That is why it is called Durlabam Sat Dhamma Savanam, Durlabam Shana Sampatti. It is seen in the way the mind is forming at this moment. Only this moment is existing. In every moment, there is a mind rise and pass away until there is breathing exists. The mind arise and pass away. The sparks and changes of the mind are taking place. These sparks occur in the five senses. The aggregation of sparks of the five senses is the mind. In other words, the addition of sound and form is the mind. Other than that, there is nothing as a mind anywhere. This mind is not in the brain. The getting together of sound, color is called the mind, nothing else. This means the knowledge of feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness is the mind. This knowingness comes from the mind's consciousness, means mano-vijnana. There is nothing like mind consciousness. The spark coming from the five senses means sound, color, smell, taste, and touch. Due to the illumination means prasada of them and added together in the mind consciousness. This happening is a system and it is nature. The feeling that there is a thing outside and getting deceived by it is the origin, means samudaya. If so, likes and dislike arise, then we get the correct of milliwatt 5. It is the feeling. We call it charge of the mind, chittaropana. It is something like a magnetic charge. Yarupe Nandi is being attached to it. Tadhupadanam bhav. If so, the experience, bhav, is the resource. The book is there. The world is there. Then the world has been created. Salayatana loko loko. The world has been created by the faculties Ayatana. The Buddhist is one who sees the cessation of existence and he sees there is nothing outside. Then he is getting liberated from suffering and leading to nirvana. If there is a thing outside, then there is a desire of aversion, become attached, followed by clinging. Then the existence means bow is followed by birth, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, suffering, and sadness. Having suffering is someone see that there is nothing outside, and with this vision he will get freedom from suffering. For this he has to listen to the Dhamma and get to know the wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana. The one who has the wisdom of truth, the wisdom of action for him. What is the truth? It is the message from the noble friend, Kalyana Mitra. Once this Dhamma is heard, it starts to feel him every moment that there is no world outside. There is no self, Atma, and these all are sound and colors. Though the mind says thirsty, it cannot drink water. Though the mind says hungry, it cannot eat. Look, putting into the mouth, going to the stomach, and going out. We say, I drink water, I ate rice, etc. Never this mind has drunk or eaten. In other words, the mind is the I. The mind cannot drink water. What happens here is only process. At the time that the infant was born, he does not know about yellow, red, blue, anything. He comes to know about these colors when he starts preschool at the age of 4. Until then, this child does not know the color. This means the teaching is showing colors and making sounds while trying to relate to each other. For example, after drawing a picture A on the blackboard and showing it to the child while making the sound A. If you say A to an English national, he doesn't know it. Even this the same for a Chinese nation, because he does not have a picture form for that sound. Likewise, the picture form gets adding to the sound is called the mind. The thought that everything is there that we came to know due to the above process is the reason for such a deception for a long time downstream. Anusota. Within this he had a burning. We went through lots of suffering. We saw externally that everything exists. The mango tree does not say that it is a mango tree. We say it is a mango tree. If some other national comes, he does not call it the mango tree. He used a word that he knows from his language. This example shows us that there are no external things as we think. Here we associate with only our thoughts. We never have gone out for the thoughts. The mind is a wave, which is a combination of a wave of sound and a wave of color. In this wave of the mind, there is nothing as a thing. There is nothing about self. If this is realized, then it comes to ditte dittamattam, sute sutamattam, mute mutamattam, viññāti viññātamattam. There is nothing to be seen. Nobody is seen. Then the seen is only a seen, nothing else. If the sound is added, then there is a thing. Now, what do you have in front of you, Upasika? There is a TV, the table, and a pair of spectacles. Haranase. See, the TV, the table, a pair of spectacles, all these are a bunch of sound, aren't they? Now, without those sounds, look at them. If those sounds are erased, what would happen? They become just merely pictures. When the sounds are added, then there are things. If sounds are not added, it is just a scene. There may be enough colors and many forms, but to become something, it has to have a sound. If there is no sound, then there is nothing. Then we see the sound is not true. If one sees this truth, he feels no value in them. He knows the reality that the thing is only an addition of sound and color. Therefore, he doesn't have any value in it. If it is taken as a thing, then suffering is inevitable. Now you need to listen to this sermon one by one carefully. See yourself that you understand that there is nothing external. After listening to the sermons with this understanding, see whether you feel that there is nothing outside. If this occurs, you will feel that awakening state. It is seen as before and it is heard as before, but no value of any external object. When you study this well, the time will come when you realize this truth. May Triple J bless you. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 4. Page 3. There is nothing called mind. Under this topic, we have been given a series of Dhamma talks. Most of the people tend to learn Dhamma merely from textbook. They do not become practical. They acquire a significant intellectual knowledge. Most people run after mere intellectual knowledge, but if one recognizes that fact that the Dhamma is not in textbook, Lord Buddha expounded the truth to the humanity as a path to freedom, eradicating the suffering or the unsatisfactoriness or the misery. What we really need in this life is the freedom from dukkha or suffering and being at peace. What is dukkha? If we look at this dukkha closely, we will understand that dukkha is due to the existence of the so-called me. Commonly, we all say I am in dukkha, I am suffering, I am unhappy, etc. I am in dukkha, I am suffering because of so and so. I am in dukkha because that item was been taken to pieces because I lost the particular things which I like most, etc. In this manner, we attribute the arising of dukkha to various things or people or situation outside, such as when we do not get what we wanted, when we lose that we like the most, etc. In all situations, we say, I am in dukkha, I am miserable, I am unhappy, dukkha happens to me only, etc. Now we understand that this dukkha is for a somebody. If there is nobody, then how can there be any dukkha? This is a very deep insight which we usually do not see or comprehend. However, if we come to recognize this truth clearly, it becomes very simple, obvious fact. We talk about Nibbana. Many try to attain Nibbana, or in other words, to realize the truth. Is it so? We talk about Nibbana. Many try to attain Nibbana, or in other words, to realize the truth. It is so. Extinguishment means nivema. When there is a fire, there will be an extinguishment of the fire as well. In case of an oil lamp, if oil is over and the wick also burnt out, the lamp will then automatically cease to exist. Where the light has gone from its existence, then is a smile usually given in sutras. This is a similar usually gives in sutras. For example, Agnikandopama Sutra. As long as one put firewood, dry leaves, dry combustible material into the fire, it continues. In this manner, there are many similars given. However, these are made in intellectual knowledge. It is not. Even for a moment, have you ever felt that you have a mind? Often, we say, I have a mind. My mind is joyful. My mind is miserable or unhappy. Is it not this mind is joyful or unhappy? It is not this joy or misery is in the mind. Wherever the mind is, there is dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Whenever mind exists, there is joy and sorrow, the duality. Mind never stays at one end. It always oscillates. If there is one end, it implies the existence of the opposite end. The duality is the nature of the mind. Lord Buddha taught us the truth, the reality beyond the duality. We have been explaining the theory. Paryaya. The material in Aparnisam Sutras in Pitaka. Today I am discussing the facts beyond Pitakas which are of practical significance. Most of us know the content in Pitakas as intellectual knowledge or data or theory. However, when it comes to true knowing or experiential knowledge, It is questionable whether we have understood the teaching correctly or got the essential that it is pointing to. Almost all have not understood the pointing correctly. Do you recognize that somebody or sense of an individual exists in the so-called knowledge? Intellectual knowledge. Here knowledge means objective knowledge. If one says, I know, it merely means a knowledge acquired through senses. Then there exists somebody or a sense of individuality and an object of knowledge. However, if the senses of individuality separate entire is lost or disappeared, there is no use of knowledge. This is a very suitable, very blissful, deep philosophical understanding and recognize which leads to the cessation of all sorrow or suffering. What are you looking for? Path to salvation, path to freedom, or are you looking for a solution to this fire of samsara? Are you confident that you know the truth, O Dhamma? Are you confident that you will not have any birth after this body drops off? Do you have any higher experience of this experience by your own? Anupatisesa Nibbana means dropping off the body and becoming part of the earth. Sopatisesa Nibbana means annihilating all defilement and experiencing freedom and bliss while living. That is total freedom from the mind while living. Nibbidanti viraganti. Viraganti nirodhanti. Nirodhanti patinissapasati. This is the path to Nibbana. That is, one recognize clearly the non-formation of mind hereafter by oneself. What is the mind? Where is the non-formation of mind occurring? One may think that he will not fulfill his desire or the thoughts arising in mind. Most of us consider that all objects of mind are to be things. Also, everyone knows that thoughts are the mind itself. The mind has no independent existence. The thought, for example, your child, house, or anything else, itself does not fulfill desires. Such thoughts are impermanent, that is anitya. Thoughts seemingly appear and disappears. One can ponder the impermanence, anitya, of objects in this manner. For example, any object seen outside is impermanent. It breaks and decays after some time. This way one can think about the impermanence, anitya, of objects, considering that leads to development, detachment from object. By contemplating in this manner, one may thinking that he will be fully detached one day, and the truth will be revealed at some stage. This endeavor is so annihilate craving, means tantra. You can try this manner, but soon you will understand that this endeavor is endless. Somehow, if one can achieve practically, it's good, but unfortunately, it will not happen. Practicing this way, you will definitely come to know annihilation of craving, tanha, will not happen. At some point in time, we also tried this out. At the end, found out that it does not work that way. Craving keep rising. Why? Because we still believe there are things outside. As long as we hold on to the existence of things outside, we can never annihilate sorrow or dukkha and become free. That is, we never go to samucceda prahana. One will not achieve samucceda prahana merely by thinking not to fulfill one's like and dislike. It is just represents as tadanga. It is a kind of calmness in mind, giving rise to false sense of realization of truth, and one can easily get diluted. This means one is not free from dukkha, but just a misapprehension by oneself and again fall into samsara. This is not the path to nibbana or freedom. There are many misconceptions in the society relating to spiritual path. Most minds are filled with such and cause agitation to their minds. We need to discuss those things so that those misnorms and corrected. One may say that now he can identify the unwholesome tendencies that is the rising of lustful thoughts or aversive of hateful thoughts, dvesha, or delusion of ignorant thought, moha. That is, one is seeing by himself are arising such thought patterns related to raga, dvesha and moha. Some say when a lustful thought appears, they show dukkha satya to counter it. When aversive means dvesha thoughts appear, they show anatta sanya. When moha thought appears, anitya sanya is shown. In this manner, they show anitya, dukkha, anatma sanya to respective thought formation so that their influence in nullify. That is, the unwholesomeness is shown to the arising mental object. Doing this way, it is imagined their influence is thinned out. Then process is merely a mental activity. When you read textbook Tripitaka, this is the way it has been written by words to annihilate raga, dvesha and moha. Those who read such text may simply take the superficial meaning of the word for practicing. They do practice some showing anitya, dukkha, anatma to respective thoughts from of dvesha, raga and moha. We think they could realize the truth by showing the unwholesomeness to each arising thought transformations. We were also taught eventually that we would attain the truth by practicing this way. We practiced this initially. There seems to have some relief or perception for glacier to a certain degree. However, after some time, one will feel that there is no progress on the path and becomes stagnated. We should note that this type of practice automatically assume that existence of object outside, which is false. That is why we emphasize over and over again in our talks that any explanation and Dhamma talk given on the basis of existence of object outside is not in line with Lord Buddha's teaching. When Buddha says Rupato Nichyato Aniccato, Rupang Nichyato Aniccato, he clearly explained Rupato Aniccang Bhante. This means if one believes the existence of things outside, it is impossible to realize the truth. As long as there are things outside, dukkha is inevitable. No sensation of dukkha. As a seeker, you may be practicing such kamatahan, seeker specific instructions given by teacher as an honest attempt to know the truth. We are not criticizing those practice and seekers. We know most of you try those innocently to know the truth. Through failures only they come to know the futility of such practice to attain the truth. We look after them compassionately. We are telling these facts honestly. We do not have any intention to change your beliefs of concepts, but by trying yourself you will go to know it. Your life also too short. No much time left. The correct teaching and path should be investigated by yourself. The kamatahan that suit you should be selected by yourself. Do not burn this on others. No one else can do it for you. Kalyana Mitra can uncover the message only. It's by yourself to walk along the path. No one else can make you to realize the truth. Even Lord Buddha can't make anyone realize the truth. The message of the truth can only be pointed out. How the pointing is grasped depends on each one's state of mind and spiritual maturity. Until such time you see the teaching or pointing through the correct mental attitude and angle, realization will not dawn. Mere thinking on the teaching or pointing will not get you there. Realization of the truth is very rare. This is not available publicly on a plate. Only useless things with no value become famous in general public in the world. The profound truth will never get accepted by masses and publicly available, since it is hard to comprehend by human mind. It is natural to deny or refuse. We see this happening everywhere now. But we must endeavor to search the truth only. We are not telling, only we expound the truth. Others are wrong. We have no intention or necessity to do that. Instead, we are expressing our own experience only. Accordingly, we are pointing what we have checked ourselves experientially. Anyone has right to check these and doubt. We are not telling not to do that. Those of you listen to our exposition have right not to accept these. If someone investigate or checked by themselves sincerely what we are pointing, and then build confidence on the message experientially, we suggest then only you accept it. If you are not seeing the message experientially by yourself, you can reject it. We know how we have seen and recognized the truth experienced that Buddha and expounded, and we now express this as a message appointing so that all things our seekers also can see it experientially by themselves. We consider this as our duty for all sincere seekers of the truth. Though there to this point we have not been to extremes. We see all things and being with pure love, friendship and compassion. Okay, we will continue reading tomorrow. Theruvan Saranai, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Everyone, Sana, everyone, Sana, all Dhamma friends. Let's start our Dhamma discourse. So, we're going to discuss about the belief in the outside world and the inside of the mind. Humans or lay persons, a person who's in the mundane world, they live as if there is a world, a real world outside, and at the same time, a real self inside who experiences this outside world. Since childhood, they do not question this assumption. They grow up with it, they speak from it, and they act from it. And when they reach adulthood, they already feel that the world is real, and there is a me who experience that world. Because since childhood, only thing they experience, belief is that. Because this assumption is not questioned since childhood, it becomes the real and the base of every action, every decision they take, every action they do. This talk doesn't add any belief. It points to a belief that is already there. The belief in there is an outside world and belief in there is an inside or a me or I-ness that experience the outside. What humans call the outside world is known only through seeing or hearing and sensing. They are just only an experience or result from the five sense faculties, which is eye, nose, tongue, ear, and your skin. There is no outside world, or humans cannot see an outside world apart from those experiences that they receive from those five sense faculties. So they think there is no outside world apart from those experiences, but that's not the truth, and that is their ignorance. When they say the outside, that world is out there, it is a thought. It is not something you see. What people see is colors. What they hear is a sound. What they feel is a sensation. From these five sense faculties and their sensations, their world is concluded. And they think that's the only world. What they see is the real world and is the only world. But the world they live in is a conclusion about those experiences, but the sensations they receive from those five senses. It is not something humans meet directly. A person who first listened to this Dhamma may say, but the world exists. There is this world. There is a world that we experience, that we see, that we hear. It's not been denied. What's been questioned is the way the world is believed to exist. There is a world we experience. There is something we experience, but it's not the real world. We cannot consider it as the real. It's just a built up from our six senses. The world is taken to be something solid, separate from knowing. This is the misunderstanding. If you look carefully, what you call world appears only within knowing. If we never learned about it since childhood, we would never know there's a world. So the belief in a solid outside world is not based on what appears. It is based on a conclusion about what appears. Let's see what we now call the insight. People say my mind. People say my thoughts. People say my feelings. When you look directly, you don't find a thing called mind. You would never. You cannot assign a place where the mind is. You cannot say this is where the mind is. You haven't seen it. We would never. But instead, we find a thinking is happening. We find a feeling is happening, or we feel something. At the same time, we do not find a self that owns these. Those feelings or thinking never talked back and told us this is the self that owns these. This is the self that thinking these or feeling these. They are just thinking happening or just a feel happening. We find only appearances. The inside self or the I-ness is also a conclusion about those experiences. It is not found in experience itself, though. The inside is built from those experiences, or it is also born from what we receive from our sense faculties. Because the outside is believed to be solid, people try to manage it. Because the mind or inside or me, myself, is believed to be solid, people try to protect it. These two efforts supports each other. These two creates the continuous sense of struggle. This Dhamma doesn't say to stop acting. This Dhamma never say that we should stop everything. But instead, it says to see the belief since built up from our childhood, see the belief behind these actions. When the belief in the solid outside weakens, the urge to control it or own it also getting weakened. At the same time, when the belief in solid inside or meaning myself is weakened, the urge to defend, own it or have it weakens. It's not achieved by will. If we try to achieve it by will, it becomes another thinking, another thought. But instead, it happens automatically. We just only have to do is to see the truth, get the knowledge, and try to see through that, see the real, see the pure truth. So even after the beliefs weaken, or once you understand the truth, you will still feel or notice that experiences continuous. What you see, you're seeing continuous. It's not that your eye stop showing you images. It continues. It's not that you stop hearing things, hearing sounds. It still continues. Hearing continues. What you feel, what you sensation in skin, whether it's skin or tongue or nose, sense those still words. It's not gonna stop or it's not gonna get in a different way. It is same as before. It continues. And the light doesn't stop. Only the false framing of life softens. Only your ignorance is gone. You get the correct vision, the correct perception. It happens inside your inner work. A person who has known this Dhamma or who has listened to it for several time periods, not still have completely known the truth, they are still in the halfway. They misunderstood this because they think they must get rid of the world. But that's not the truth. That's also a misunderstanding. In here, after you learn this Dhamma, the world is still there. The world is not to be removed, but the belief about the world, belief about the world, what we see through our mind, is to be examined. People sometimes hear this and think they must get rid of their self, me, my self-concept. That's also another misunderstanding. And even if they want to do so, they would never. It becomes another thought. They will never get rid of their self. That getting rid of their self happens automatically. It will happen automatically once they realize the truth. Only thing they have to do is to try to understand and try to see the truth, not take it as just another knowledge or another bunch of thoughts, but to see through it, to experience what's mentioned in this. The self or the I-ness is not something we can remove. First, we have to understand the belief in a self. The belief in a self is the thing, is the one what is questioned here. And once you see through it, once you confirmed it yourself, it will slowly fade away, slowly diminish. The belief in both outside and mind or inside is not something you choose. It was learned since childhood. On the first day of the thing you learned from your childhood, you keep learning and learning, and it becomes a habit, and your perception changed, and now you think, now you believe, since you've done it as a habit since your childhood. Because this habit, because you have done it so far through your life, it will not disappear just in one moment, 1 second. But when you slowly listen to Dhamma, it weakens this habit, this perception, slowly, little by little. Each time we see, each time we listen and see it ourselves. When you look at the experiences or the feelings we get from our sense faculties without adding any labels to them, the sense of division is not found. When you see something, and if you find there is something outside, then there is the one who sees it from the other side. But if you see it as it is, if you see it, the color as the color as just seeing, and the sound as the sound itself, or just the vibration, the sensations we receive from whether it's skin, nose, or tongue as it is, then you can't find a person who experiences it because you just feel it and there is no owner for that feelings. There is no division here. It's just a process. It becomes a process. We have made it complicated actually. The division into me here and the world out there is added by just thinking. This thinking is not wrong. It is functional. That's how the human senses, this system is created to believe, created to work as. But when we consider about the truth, when it is taken as truth, this conflict follows. The teaching doesn't ask you to stop using functional thinking, stop your thoughts, stop your mind, but it asks you to see that functional thinking or that thinking that there is there, me here and world there, or this division is not the reality, but a habit we built since our childhood. Since the first moment we learned our first word. In this era, in this modern day, these people say the pain constructs the world. With this point, how experience is shaped. It doesn't question the one who takes the shaped experience to be real. On the contrary, the Buddha's teaching goes further. It points out that the one who takes the experience to be real is also the part of the construction, this illusion itself. As long as you stand as a real observer in front of this constructed world, the sense of separation remains. When the observer is also seen as part of what appears, the structure of separation weakens. It's not a special experience. It is the removal of wrong view, wrong assumption, or wrong perception. Look at sea. Let's consider the sea. There is sea, but there is no seer or a person who do it apart from this sea. It is just a process happening. Our wrong view, our ignorance is the one who add another useless thought, saying there is a me who sees, there is a me who's seeing. Same as same goes with hearing. Look at hearing. There is just a hearing occurring. There is no hearer apart from hearing. What we hear doesn't say there is a person who hears. We are the ones who think we are hearing. We are thinking. It's just another useless thought. So there is no hearer apart from hearing. Look at the thinking. There is a thinking. There is a process. A thinking process is happening. But there is no thinker or a person who do it apart from this process, apart from this thinking process. If you wait for a special feeling, you will miss this simple fact as well. There won't be a special effect. You won't feel anything special. But the only thing changed is your perception. Actually, this Dhamma, this pure truth, this teaching is very simple, but it is not easy because the habit is so strong. It has become so strong because now we are used to it. We experience it for a long time since our childhood. It's really hard to look or see through this habit, this perception we built up for a long time because that's what we use. Each time we see that the outside and there is an inside, that outside and inside are conclusions, not realities. This habit weakens. When we use this Dhamma to see through it, and when we see it ourselves, this perception we have built for long time period, this habit weakens. This weakening is the work of the heart. It's not about building new beliefs, like blindly believing this Dhamma, not experience it, but blindly believing, taking it from thoughts, not chasing experiences, but seeing through the old assumptions or the perception. You do not need to force things. You only need to keep looking and keep listening to them and clarifying things, and keep looking when the belief shows itself. When something appears difficult, notice how quickly outside is assumed. And when something feels personal, notice how quickly inside, or a me or myself, or experience is assumed or occurs. Seeing these does not remove appearances, it removes the added structure, the build-up structure, the perception we believe. When the structure is not added, when the ignorance is broken or gone, this experience becomes simpler. It becomes simpler, not perfect, not special, like not there's no any special effects, but it becomes a simpler, a simple perception. It is not dull. The simplicity is not dull, but it is direct. The teachings continues to point to the same place, which is the world you believe in is not found apart from the experiences we get from our sense faculties. At the same time, the self we believe in is not found apart from those experiences. No outside, no inside. The belief, the perception in both outside and inside operates quietly. Since we have done it, our childhood, it happens automatically. It doesn't announce itself, but it works in the background or inside of every moment. When something appears, the conclusion, this is out there, is made. And when a reaction appears, the conclusion, this is me who experience it, is made. It is not happening separately. It is happening at the same time. If there is something outside, there is me who experience it. What you see outside is the you, the me, the I-ness itself. These conclusions, these perceptions, these wrong perceptions happen quickly. It's hard to find it. It's hard to notice it. The mundane people, they are usually not, they cannot notice it. But that's it, that's the fake frame. That's the root of the way experience is framed. In this Dhamma, we don't ask people to listen to this Dhamma and suddenly remove all the conclusions by force. It's wrong. It becomes another fake scenario we do from our thoughts, we do from our mind. But instead, it's asking you to notice them as conclusions and try to see through it. See through, see it yourself. When you notice a conclusion, it loses some of its power. It is seen as something added, not as something found. You will realize it is just another build-up story, like it is a perception we have mastered, we have done it since our childhood, and now it has become a rock-solid perception. You can't even find it whether it's a perception or not. That's how we have gotten used to it. Look at a sound. There is a sound, but notice how quickly the outside is also added to that sound. We just hear something, and humans, the mundanes, they think we hear something outside, and at the same time, we think this is me. There is a me or I-ness who sees something, who hears something that comes from the outside. Look at a sensation to your skin. This is just a sensation, a vibration, a feel. But notice how quickly the inside is added. Inside, in the sense, the me, the I-ness is added. The me who experience this sensation is added. The addition is not in the sound. This addition is not in the sensation. This addition is a habit of interpretation or the wrong view of self, or we can call it the ignorance of the truth. Because this habit is repeated moment after moment for a long period of time, it feels natural, it feels obvious, it feels unquestionable. But what feels obvious is not always what is true. This Dhamma, this pure Buddhism, pure truth, doesn't tell you to stop hearing sounds or stop seeing images, colors, or stop feeling sensations to your skin, or smell things, or taste things. It only points to the added layer that turns sound into word, and the sensation and the person who experience it, that sensation into me. If you see through both the sound and the sensation is one, but we have divided it into there is an outside sound and there is a separate self inside our mind. We experience this sound, but we just only feel a vibration, a sound vibration to our ear. Our ear sense get or makes a sound. When the added layer is seen, the experience is not reduced, it's simplified. Your perception, your wrong perception is corrected. Simplified doesn't mean dull. It means less complicated by belief. You may notice that the mind wants to turn this teaching into an identity. It says, I want to say. It wants to say, I understand. I have knowledge. This is just another conclusion. But understanding here is not an achievement. It is another's mistake. You have to see through it. This mistake is to take conclusion about experience, to be the same as experience itself. Each and every time, with the help of this Dhamma, when you notice the difference between what appears and what is concluded about what appears, this clarity, this real, the actual perception increases. It's not dramatic, it doesn't announce itself, it simply removes the confusion, the wrong view of the world we have, of this built up world and this built up I-ness, the thoughts, mind, myself. We don't have to wait for a special state. There is no need to measure progress. The work is simple. Notice what is happening, what is added, how the thoughts are created, how it has become the world outside is real and there is a mind, a me who experience it. Whether a sense of conflict appears, check what has been added. Has a solid world been assumed? Has a solid self been assumed? It is not about analyzing. If we try to analyze it, you are using thoughts again. But instead, it is simply noticing. But sometimes people are unable to notice it, this addition, this added layer for this experience. We don't take the experience as it is, but instead we separate it to there is an outside and a me who experience it. But once you see through it, but if sometimes you won't see it, you won't be able to see it every time, and that's okay. It is not a problem because what was built up for all those years, this habit is strong. It's not ending in a one moment. It doesn't move in a straight line. Sometimes it feels clear. Sometimes it feels completely lost. Clarity is not something you keep. It is something that appears when conviction is not operating. Another conclusion. Just simply try to see through it. Try to understand. Notice how often the language and the outside world appears in ourselves. This wrong perception. The world outside is not found insane, and the world inside the person who feels inside is also not found in feeling. These words are
Therwan Saranai Shani, we can't hear you. Thank you, my Dhamma friend. I think there was a problem with the signal, so probably she couldn't complete what she was saying. May all you be blessed by Triple Gem, and I worship Triple Gem with utmost respectfulness, and I pay my homage to our Aryan Mahanse, our noble teacher, our guide on this path. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also my gratitude to our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technical side of this Zoom discussions. So this is yet another session of our 24-hour Buddothpada PeoTV English discussions, 24 hours service. So, as you all know now, there are several number of speakers, number of people who are delivering the sermons throughout the time, 24 hours. And we are trying to focus on the same facts actually. This true Dhamma, what is meant by true Dhamma. And we are trying to focus on that and then trying in our best way to explain the facts that we have understood into some extent. None of us actually have got the complete transformation or complete understanding, but we feel that we have gathered something, we have understood something with the guidance of our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. He's a giant behind us, always correcting us, interfering whatever the time, appropriate time, and making the corrections. And he's picking up the people out of the participants whom he feels that could be directed to help the other people. But really speaking, these type of sermons and also all the Zoom discussions are greatly, I would say, mutually helpful. It is not only for the people who are listening, but also the Dhamma friends who are conducting and coordinating these Zoom discussions are immensely helped by this. So our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is doing all these activities tirelessly, round the clock, making the maximum effort to give it to the world. So this is one major step that he has taken to give this message to our friends who are interested about this true Dhamma, who haven't found a solace from the other beliefs, other teachings. So that is quite natural. That is a way that the human mind is behaving, not satisfying with what was received, always trying to look for something better. So it is in relation to the physical material or the materialistic world and also the spiritual level, which is quite natural actually. The mind is described by our Lord Buddha as a monkey who is jumping from one branch to the other. So the changing pattern is very similar to the mind. It's described as monkey mind. So when you understand the nature of this mind, now it's very clear that it's a changing pattern, keen to find out something different, keen to invent something different. Actually, that is how most of these advanced products also have come, because of that nature of the mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the advanced vehicles, the electric cars. At this time, we might stick to the good old bullock carts if that nature of the mind was not behaving in this way. Because of the keenness to change, because of the keenness to find something new, because the mind likes some changing pattern, very much advanced things, new inventions are occurring every day, which makes the lifestyle in the mundane world comfortable and more easy, convenient to live compared to the Stone Age, where people had a really hard time and it was a real struggle. Living was a real struggle at that time. So that is the nature of the mind. Lord Buddha has given a beautiful example, whirlpool. How does it happen? When there is some obstruction, when there is hitting or meeting of two forces, the whirlpool starts. So in other words, we talked about the two opposite ends creating a power yesterday. We mentioned that the nature of the wave, or in Pali, Lord Buddha explained it as Ruppanaya. So in a place where there is Ruppanaya, or where there is a wave is created, there is a power. So we also sort of briefly discussed that what is meant by wave is a situation where there are two opposite ends. So it can be like plus or minus, uh, existence and non-existence, which is the nature of the mind power. So whatever, there are two opposite ends and then there is a power created. So what happens in the whirlpool? There is a stream of water coming from a different direction against the main flow. You can see whirlpools, the small ones in the large rivers or any other streams, and then you can see them in the sea. Wherever where there is a flowing of water, not static water, flowing water, you can see whirlpools, different sizes. A small stream might have small whirlpools on the side. So in basically, there are two forces, two opposite forces. When there is a force like this, the whirlpool starts. What happens in the whirlpool? The water will move from one end to the other and from that end to the previous end again. So it makes a circle. This way, that way, and that way to this way to that way to this way. And ultimately, it makes a circle. And with that circle, what happens? It's actually similar to your thought, isn't it? I mean, we know that the mind power leads to a very powerful current. It generates a current. Mind power means just simply a current. In other words, your thought is a current. Thought has a current. So, like that, whirlpool also, there's a speed occurring, and there are two opposite forces, and the midpoint, there is a power created. So it's very similar to your mind, isn't it? Mind has the mind power, and here you have some form of hydraulic power created. So what is the nature of the whirlpool? It attracts so many other particles and things around. Have you seen the dry leaves which are floating, or maybe pieces of twigs which are floating in the water? And even little animals, little floating animals, insects who are in the water, or maybe even little fish. And if you put a piece of paper, all will be dragged and taken to the bottom of the water, bottom of the whirlpool. And the power itself sometimes make a little hole in the bottom of the river, in the sand bed, the river bed. So, like that, see how the mind is behaving. Mind is also attracting so many things around, isn't it? Mind gets attracted to so many things around. You like to have various types of food. You do not want to eat the same type of food 2-3 days or even 2-3 servings. When the same curry is served for more than 2 meals, even some people don't like to have it for the second meal. They might ask, why are you serving this again? We ate it at lunchtime. Why not have something different? definitely after eating 2 servings, most of you will say, I can't eat any more of this. We'll have something else. So that is a changing pattern, that is a craving. And those are, you label them as defilements. So, like the whirlpool attracting so many things from the surrounding, the nature of your mind is also such that it wants things, it has the cravings. And when the things which are craved, the things that you wanted, when you do not get them, then you have the sadness, hatred, or uh, angry, all those things. So they are now labeled as defilements. Wherever there is a defilement, it's a kind of burning feeling, isn't it? You feel heavy. The system feels heavy, and then the system uh, is kind of burning. What's that burning feeling? That is what the system has to understand. That is what the system has to recognize. And that is the self. So we use so many words to explain these things, but finally it is the self. That's myself. I am the one who doesn't, I am the one who don't want to eat the same food. I don't like to wear this dress because I have been wearing this for ages now. Don't you have similar situations? Haven't you sort of changed the things, even maybe a clothing or even a household item, simply because you feel sick of it? Not that it is broken or whether it is torn or discolored or something like that, but simply because you were using it for quite a while. You don't want to continue. You will give it away to somebody or you will discard it, isn't it? That is the nature of this mind. You need something new. You need something changing. That is the monkey mind. So, it's when you understand this thought pattern, when you understand this, the nature of this mind, it's really like you're watching your own film. It's sometimes it looks really funny, looks very silly actually to see how these thoughts are behaving. But can it be changed? No. It cannot be changed because the way that the thoughts are behaving, the way that the mind, which is the stream of thoughts, is behaving, is not under anyone's control. That is what is meant by the chitta niyamaya or the nature's law of mind. So this is what Buddha was trying to explain. This is what he actually found out after experimenting so much over such a long time. And it took so many years for him to understand the truth of this mind, because turning towards the system, turning the camera towards the system is basically the initial step that you have to do, because always the camera was turned outside. We thought we are looking at the outside world. We thought that we get the happiness and the sadness, all that from the outside world. Just try to focus on that. You always thought that if my uh, spouse loves me so much, I am happy. Because he is not showing his affection, or because she is not showing the affection, only I am sad. So your sadness or the happiness completely depends on another system, isn't it? So sometimes a person might say that if I didn't have this illness, I will be the happiest person in the world. So my illness, is it me? No, my illness means something that belongs to you. Where is the illness? It's most often it's a physical illness, or sometimes it could be a mental illness. But it's my one. It's not me. The illness is not me. It's my illness. It's just like saying that my house, my garden, my mother, my school. So they belong to me, but they are not me. So when you say my illness, if I am free of this illness, which is mine, I will be very happy. So it again is something that is projected outside, isn't it? Illness is not me, it belongs to me, like any other component of the so-called world. Sometimes a person might say, if my child studies well, gets through the exams and enters the university, I will be the happiest person. My sadness is simply because this child is not studying very well. So then your projection is outside and you are not happy because the child who is supposed to be living outside is not giving you the happiness that you desire. You can list out so many things that you think will cause happiness and sadness to you. And not only that, it varies from time to time, isn't it? Now, when you were small, there was a set of things that made you happy and that made you unhappy. They are gone now. With the time, the different perceptions will make so-called happiness or sadness. So doesn't it sound very silly for you to expect your happiness or the sadness from the outside world? And when you realize that it's a creation of the own mind, to realize that the camera which was focused to outside world has to be turned inwards, isn't it? Now you turn the camera towards you. Now you know that it is a creation of the mind. Everything is a creation of the mind that we have mentioned again and again. Still worth mentioning again because this is something that you have to, the system has to get into the hard disk itself. Everything is a creation of the mind. Everything is a sound actually. Whether you tell it loud or not, whether it comes in your as a thought, it's a sound, isn't it? It's in the language that you are speaking, it's a sound. And the same thing, same stimulus will have a different sound for a person who is speaking completely different language. So every thought is a sound. And then what about the thoughts? Now we know that thoughts are just creations at this fraction of second. And when you talk about the, we'll say a tree, a banana tree, thought of banana tree, thought about the banana tree. It's not one single block. Actually, within that, there's a string of thoughts all about the banana tree. All information about the banana trees, they are in that thought. Why I say like this? Because the creation of thoughts is a very fast process. So single thought cannot be identified as a separate unit. You get a whole lot of stream of thoughts as one solid one. And now you have the thought called banana tree. So we know that thoughts are something that is built up little by little. And the little baby had only the perceptions, which means the sensor levels. And this is a very insidious process. Very slowly, these sensor functions will combine together. This is the story of Chitta Niyamaya, or the nature's law of thought or the mind. So there is a spontaneous combination of these sensor functions to create these thoughts. Actually, Lord Buddha had a huge duel, I would say. It was a dual fight. It was a fight with his own thought, with his own mind. That is how it understood. And liberation of the mind, liberation from the thought, or liberation from the mind, is what he did. Did he get rid of the thoughts or the mind? No, you can't get rid of the thoughts and the mind simply because your senses are functioning. And when the senses are functioning, as long as you breathe, the senses will, as long as you breathe, the physical components, the eye, ear, tongue, and nose, and the skin will function. As long as they are functioning, the thoughts are formed. So therefore, you can't get rid of the thoughts. Liberation of mind means that you understand it from top to bottom, bottom to top, very clearly, how this process is happening. And when you understand and when you very clearly uh, see it, like looking through a very clear glass, everything becomes perfect and everything becomes very much clear. And then the relaxation or the sukha that is experienced is the ultimate experience of the system. Because when you understand the magic, it is no more a magic to you. But the film is running. You're not an actor anymore in that one. Film will run. You will have all the challenges as usual. You will have to face all the difficult situations in the day-to-day life. But what happens? You are like water. You are very neutral. There won't be a fire within you in response to these challenges. But still, you can act accordingly. I mean, you can be tough from superficially. A person might think, oh, he got angry and he was sort of somewhat talking very tough, and he was, you can even say, scolding. How can he be a person who has understood Dhamma? No, it's not. Actually, what happens is without the fire underneath, any of these things can happen. You can be happy, you can be sad, or you can be angry. Those are all parts of the mind sensor. They are all functions of the mind sensor. So having this fire is just simply another component of this process. Aran Mahanse, our noble friend, explains a beautiful thing about these mind sensor functions. Now, can you stop the mind sensor function? No. That we know that it is what is described, what is explained in the nature's law of mind, or Chitta Niyamaya. So as a part of that Chitta Niyamaya, some form of thoughts, angry thoughts can occur, sad thoughts can occur. But in a person who has experienced this awakening or supreme awakening, what is explained by Lord Buddha and what has been simplified and re-explained by our teacher, our spiritual teacher, super awakening. So when of a person who is super awakened to the situation, they can have all these mind faculty productions, but underneath that, very cool. So now we know the story about the Potila during the Lord Buddha's time. Potila was a famous monk at that time. He had lots of followers. He had lots of uh, novice monks under him, and he was teaching them. And they also, as a group, including Potila, used to come to listen to sermons from Lord Buddha. And some of his disciples or the followers, the monks, they became arhants, but Potila couldn't do it. Potila was doing lots of meditation, and he had a knowledge. And with that knowledge, he had this feeling of skeptical, where he had this sort of ego where he felt that he know everything, and he has come to the end of it. So he had that huge ego, which he didn't realize. And when Lord Buddha tried to explain, also he didn't accept it. He was giving reasons. That again is a ego. We know that in Zoom discussions sometimes, when our noble friend tries to explain certain things, sometimes some of us, well, we also were in the same situation. We try to give our reasons. No, it's not the way that I was trying to say. I was trying to tell something like this. And I have understood that part, yes, very clear. But I was going to say this. So we are reasoning out. It's very clearly your self-perception or your ego. Your ego doesn't like to be hurt. Ego doesn't like to be disturbed or to be shaken. So this is what happened to Potila also. Potila didn't want to accept the fact. And Lord Buddha had to sort of use very tough words and sent him away out of the temple. He had to use the tough words 3 times. He said, "You are a foolish person. You are a person who doesn't understand this Dhamma." He will use the word tucha. Tucha means low or kind of foolish or low. It's maybe a combination of the meaning of those 2 words, I would say. So he had to very sternly say that and sent him out of the temple, asked him to not to come again. But his disciples, his followers, remained, and then they listened to sermons from Lord Buddha, and then almost all of them became arhants. Potila felt very shy because he was sort of in the front row, sitting like a very important and big figure in the audience, and was listening to the sermons. And it was a kind of insult to him, and he really felt how hard it hit him. That is your ego. That is where you have to recognize the self-feeling. More you hurt, stronger your self-PV is, or self-perception. Self-perception is always hiding underneath the self-weave. Self-weave is a thought. Self-weave is given the Pali term is Sakkaya Ditthiya or Atmadrushtiya. We use the same terms in Sinhalese also. That is your self-weave, or in other words, ego. The word ego is given a slightly a different meaning in the regular English language when you are talking, using it as a word when you are talking, you indicate that some form of proudness. So if the person is not proud, we feel that he doesn't have the ego. But the word ego is used in Buddhist teaching for something different. That is your self feeling or your self feeling of being alive. So in the gross way, it's a thought. So what Potila had was the self-view. It was a thought for him, and he had a huge image about him, and he was really proud about himself. And when Lord Buddha, in front of the audience, particularly in front of his disciples and the followers, when these strict words were used and sort of forcibly sent him out of the temple, it was a huge blow to his ego. So, in other words, his Sakkaya Ditthi or the ego was in a very strong level. That is why he couldn't reach the Arhat state. There was no way unless he understands it. So he left the temple and he left his own temple also. He went to the jungle and started sort of revising of the situation and then started rethinking about himself. Apparently, it took quite a long time for him to come to the understanding before returning to Lord Buddha. But by that time, I think all his disciples have reached the Arhat state. So here it very clearly indicates that the knowledge alone or the thoughts alone not going to help at all. Actually speaking, the thoughts are not going to help at all. It's a feel that you have to understand. So feel is something that is experienced. If you try to explain the feel, you have to use so many words, but you can express it as a thought because feel has no words. Feel has a feel only. That is the same word. I mean, to explain that, you use the same word. But when it comes to thoughts, you can use different words and try to explain. So we know that knowledge is essential. Knowledge about the true Dhamma, that means the Darshana, where we learn about the mind, the thoughts, and the self-reflection, self-view, how it is happening, and this mechanism where there is no doer, no person here, all those come under Darshana. So that knowledge is essential. But beyond that, if you go on adding knowledge, it's not going to help. It just makes your ego stronger and stronger. Then it becomes an obstacle to your path. A person who has very little knowledge about this Dhamma, the facts and the Pali, etc., maybe a very simple mother who lives in a remote village, who is a farming woman, who doesn't have lots of expectations. Their lifestyle is very simple and no big aims and quite satisfied with whatever earnings given, quite satisfied with the way that the children are learning or finding their livelihood. And that sort of a mother can understand this fact much easier because she has not much expectations. Her thoughts are simpler. Her thoughts are not heavy, and the level of perceptions to the same stimulus compared to a person who has a big knowledge about Dhamma and who has a knowledge in Pali language also, and a person who has got through so many exams, etc., Dhamma exams. compared to a person like that, the mother from the village has very little perceptions, very few. So when we talk about something, if we say that mother, just try to understand this. All these are creations of mind. So even the thoughts like poor, I'm poor, I have little money, and all those simple even things are your thoughts. They are all like reflection of the on the water. So simple explanations like this, they start thinking along that line. And because of the simplicity of their lifestyle and uh, no big expectations for the future, they achieve this understanding easier sometimes than the person who has a huge burden of so-called knowledge and experiences. So Lord Buddha said that different people will understand this Dhamma in different levels. So each level you can't say wrong, but it's in different levels. So you can go deeper and deeper, but it depends on the person's understanding. We know during Lord Buddha's time, there were 7-year-olds who achieved the Sotapanna state, which is the turning point uh, to the path, or the path, uh, the entering the path. So the first achievement is what's called the Sotapanna. What is meant by Sotapanna is that the thoughts or the self weaves are no more there. The thoughts about myself, thoughts about an existing person is no more there. But there is a sense, in a very fine sense, that is the self-perception is there as me or myself existing. But as a thought, that the facts that you have collected is no more there in this person. So during Lord Buddha's time, there were very poor children who were actually saved by Lord Buddha and who were taken refuge of Lord Buddha at that time. And also there are some stories about a hunter's wife again achieved this Sotapanna state. She could understand these Dhamma facts. And also there are other stories about maids who worked for the royal families. They could just understand this. Some of them actually had this uh, understanding even with one sermon from Lord Buddha. So they are not people who were highly educated. And surely Lord Buddha must have used the simple, very simple words. So like that, today, these days, what is happening? Our Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, tries to explain these things in very simple examples and very simple explanations, which are suitable to the today's world. So we are very fortunate to hear what he is trying to explain. And also we have heard to people who have been listening to these sermons for years, but still just floating with the thoughts without focusing on the feel. They are given some very tough words, some tough warnings, but we know that there is no burning underneath. It's done with only that superficial toughness, just with the idea of correcting them. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. You can respond to the outside world in any way, whatever is outside. Underneath that it's the cool and mint nature that makes it very easy to be in this society. You know, one of the beautiful examples given in one of the sutras, be like water, it says. The water is tasteless, isn't it? And we don't feel sick of drinking water. I mean, how frequently you are drinking. But now, if you remember, try to recollect. There must be some drinks that you had only once, and then after that, no more of that. No, I don't like it. But can you refuse water like that? How many times do you drink water? You drink water every day. You have been drinking it for ages, from the time that you were about 6-7 months onwards, you have been drinking water. But you are not feeling sick of water, are you? Yeah. So the nature of the water is such that it's colorless and it's tasteless. And you can continue to drink water, and you need water until the end of your life. And the water will take the shape of whatever the vessel that you are putting it in. And water will cool down, isn't it? Water will cool down the things. And water will clean. Water can be used to wash away all the dirt. And water is humble. Water will flow from the top level to the lower level. Water is always humbling up. So this is in one of the sutras that Lord Buddha says that if a system becomes like water, that is how it should be. So think about it. How easy will it be for you to be in this society if you are like water? You cool down the other person's vibrations, and you can clear yourself, your system itself, isn't it? And you can adjust to whatever the circumstance, and no one will be sick of having water. So these are some of the metaphors given by Lord Buddha. So what happens when you understand the system, when you understand the nature of the behavior of these thoughts and the mind? You will automatically acquire those qualities of the water. That is where the word metta comes. It's not the ordinary type of metta that is described. It's a limitless metta. When the vibration on this side becomes less and less, that limitless metta you will be able to shower on anyone. You become that other person. This system, when the fire becomes zero on this system can understand the other system in a much better way. You can be that system. I need to use these words because there's no way of conveying this message. But even though I'm using the word you, one big message is that there's no person here. The Buddha's teaching, the angle is always a no self angle. There is no person doing here. That current which is felt, the power which is felt as a thought is labeled as you or myself. So this current which is generated, was it generated by somebody? No, it's a process. So the current which is generated is a part of this process, and the current is mistakenly taken as myself. And also the current is given another name, defilements. So if you say, I am trying to get rid of my defilements, is it correct? No. There's no me separate. That current which is there is myself. So there are no twos there. Current itself is myself. So these are the things that we have to, at the beginning, we have to do the own research. We have to revise these things, what you hear. Revise. You use your own thoughts to understand this procedure, this process. Right at the beginning, you use your thoughts, you revise, you take a little free time, and when you are not having much disturbances from outside, just think about these facts that we have been mentioning these days, and also something that you have listened from the other sermons, because the same facts are being explained by all these speakers. Actually, you are benefited by this 24-hour sermon series, because wherever you are living, you can switch on, you can join by YouTube or Zoom, and then listen to whatever the sermon which is going on. Same factors are being explained again and again, so there is no difference. We all are guided by our noble friend, and we are corrected by our noble friend, our Aran Wahanse. So it's more or less the same facts are being explained. And if you have any doubt, or if you need any explanation, you can join our discussion session, which is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and get them clarified. So we were talking about the mind and the thought. I just want to discuss something slightly different. We say that we take the refuge of Triple Gem. In Buddhism, we worship the Buddha, we worship Dhamma, and we worship Sangha. Sangha means the monks, the clergy. So in very superficial level, what we knew all this time was that we used to use all sorts of Pali stanzas and worship, and we indicated that we take the refuge of Triple Gem. Now we know that there is a deeper meaning actually to this. What is meant by Buddha? Is it a person? Really speaking, yes, it was a person before he reached the Buddha state, before he reached this inner transformation. He was born as a human being. But now we know that the Buddha is a different, it's a state, it's a kind of a level. And you can't label as a human being anymore. When Lord Buddha, after becoming reaching that nirvana state, while he was walking on the road, he met a person called Upaka. Because he was impressed about the look of him, he asked, "Are you a god?" Lord Buddha said, "No." "Are you a human being?" He said, "No." "Are you a Brahmin?" "No." "Are you a devil?" "No." "Then who are you?" So he was puzzled. Lord Buddha says no to everything. "Then who are you?" He said, "I am Buddha." So it definitely shows that it's a different level, different status. So what is this level or this status? No self. There's no self there. And you can't call it a person. You can't call it a person. It is completely something different. There is no self. But of course, there is a physical body is there. I mean, you can't say no to the physical body. But what he tried to say was that it is the mental state that he has reached. But unfortunately, Upaka at that time couldn't realize that deep meaning of what Lord Buddha said. He said okay and he went on his way. But according to the history, much later, he came to Lord Buddha again to listen to his teachings. But what I want to uh, mention or explain from the story is that state of Buddha is not a person. So when we say that we take the refuge of triple gem, the idea we had earlier was that we worship the person called Buddha who lived 2600 years ago and who found this Dhamma for us, and then what the things that he preached long ago. So we had a great sort of respect to this person called Buddha, Lord Buddha, who lived at that time and then who tried to spread Dhamma to many countries, and he helped the people who were at that time to reach the spiritual state. And now he's gone, no more there. That was with that respect we worship the Buddha. So as symbols, we have the Buddha statues everywhere. But for a person, when he's starting, yes, that should be happen. That happens. Even particularly for a small child, we always encourage them to do this worshipping to the Buddha statues. But is that all that we have to understand from that? And actually, what we worship is that the state of mind that was achieved by that Supreme Person. That is the Buddha state. So, in other words, what do we mean by Buddha state? No self-anger. There is no person understanding or complete inner transformation which solidifies the understanding of there is no person here. There's no permanent person here. It is just a creation of the senses. The moment the sensor function stops, there is no one. So it is just a row or stream of creations only, and there's no permanent person. There's no permanent world. So that is the understanding which is meant by Buddha state. So really speaking, you are worshipping on your understanding the Buddha state. If you have this inner transformation and if you understand this fact, the Buddha state automatically is there in your system. Really speaking, you are respecting or you are worshipping your own understanding of Buddha state. Buddha said very many times, don't take me as a person. And in similar way, our R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend also says, take the Dhamma that I am trying to explain. Don't take me as a person. So that is how it should be. Lord Buddha clearly said that to one of the monks who was very keen on looking at Lord Buddha all the time. He became a monk to be close to Lord Buddha because he can see him more often. And Lord Buddha said, don't waste your time by looking at this physical body. Try to understand this Dhamma. So similarly, the Buddha state or this understanding about nothingness, there is no self here. The understanding is your Buddha state. So a person, any system who understands this situation, who understands this inner transformation, automatically has this Buddha state within. That is what you should be worshipping at. But as a symbol, we always have the statues of Buddha. But it is your own transformation which has to be taken the refuge of. Then the Dhamma. What do you mean by Dhamma? In Sinhala, we call it Dharmatavaya. This system, how this system is working, that is your Dharma, your understanding about this mechanical mechanism, about this system functioning without an ownership, an automatic series of functions, because the sensors are active, these sensors are functioning, you have this thought process and the fact that there is no one. So this is what you have to understand. That is your Dhamma. So in other words, worshipping Dhamma or worshipping, taking refuge of Dhamma doesn't mean that you are worshipping the books written on Dhamma. Actually, that is what we have been doing. We have been worshipping all the important books, Dhamma books, Tripitaka, books which are sort of kept nicely arranged in the temples, and we will worship those books. Actually, they are just papers, but what is written in this is something that we have to understand. So you take the refuge of Dhamma, that means you understand this process, you understand this mechanism of what is happening. So that is the way you can take the refuge of Dhamma. Sangha means a person who is taking this path, a person or a system who is taking this path of Dhamma, who is understanding that the fact that these are all creations, that there is nothing permanent, nothing to be taken as existing. And with that perception or with that understanding, if a system is following this path, then we call him Sangha. So actually, simply any person who is having enrobed cannot be categorized as Sangha according to this teaching. So these are actually little, sometimes a person might say controversial, but just explore it yourself. Think about yourself. Think about these facts that I mentioned, because these were the explanations we got from our R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend. Actually, it makes sense. It makes real sense when you think about it. So you are taking the refuge of Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, all three, but not according to the material world, but according to your understanding. So this is something that I wanted to mention about the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, or in other words, triple gem. So taking the refuge means, in other words, you are taking the refuge of your own system, isn't it? Not something projected to outside, as we do for everything. Here also, it has to be coming within your system, your own system. Yeah. So these facts which I explained very well tallies with most of the facts that is preached by Lord Buddha at that time. There are hundreds and hundreds of sermons, sutras. Sutras are the original disclosures of Lord Buddha. They are in all Pali, and when they are translated to different languages, sometimes there are certain changes, because simply because the most suitable word sometimes cannot be found. That is a problem that we also face, because English being our second language, sometimes the the most suitable word, finding the most suitable word to give the same feeling, same impression is not very successful. One example is the word jnana. The closest term we can come is the wisdom. But actually the wisdom doesn't give the full meaning what we want to explain. Jnana is the tool that comes from the system itself, which helps you to helps the system to observe the nature of the mind. So jnana is not a thought actually. Jnana is a kind of a tool, kind of like a flashlight, I would say. A flashlight which focuses on the things. Because there is no doer here, there is no person doing here. It's only a current which is there. So the jnana is the one which blooms, and then jnana is the one which is focusing and finding out all the bits and pieces of ego hiding here and there. So when I explain like that, I hope that it gives a little better image of what I am trying to say. This is from the level that I have understood. So from what I have understood and from what I have gathered from our noble teachers' teachings. So jnana is not really wisdom. Jnana is a tool that comes up from the system itself, which helps the system to sweep out all the little dirts hiding here and there, which means the self perceptions coming up in different phases. So at the beginning, any Dhamma fact, as I mentioned, needs to be taken in a thought. So you have to think about this. So revising means thinking, and you focus on those matters. Again, it is a thinking, and this is in Pali called Savitaka. You use your thoughts, focus, revise, and try to understand it. And with time, you don't need to actively focus like this. You might feel that it comes as a thought, but without much effort, Now, for example, we can take an example. We will think about a situation. Somebody in the office, maybe your boss, we can say, shouted at you for a trivial thing in front of your friends. So that is an incident. And that time, you can feel the fire which rose within you. That fire which rose is your defilement. You can give a name, sadness, plus or minus anger, both. So that is the incident, and the fire came up, and that is your defilement. In other words, that is yourself. That is your self-view. I got blackguarded. Why should I get blackguarded for this little thing? Others are also doing the same mistake, but only I got blackguarded. So these are the other thoughts that might follow that incident, isn't it? So this thought might recur again and again. So always it is a fresh thought. That is something that you have to remember. It's not the same thought which was hiding somewhere, but it surfaces again and again. It's beyond control. No one is doing it. Not that it is coming to my mind. If the mind was yours, you should be able to put a stop to this, isn't it? There is no control. So there is no control means there's no person who is doing. And There is no authority called myself who can stop this process. So in such a situation, you can use your own thoughts and try to analyze it. That is your Savitaka level. Every moment when it comes as a fresh thought, you analyze it. How did it happen? At that incident, at that moment, there was a ear vibration. There was a vibration of the eyes. And then combined to make the vibration of mind. So there was a thought. And thought gave the details, or that thought was the explanation. This is a scolding. Did you know it as a scolding when you were a little child? No. Children are not bothered, isn't it? Small children, however much you shout. The child might sometimes cry when there is loud noise, which makes some discomfort to the ear level, but not simply because the child understood it as a scolding. So from the time that you had this data about so-called scolding, which is again given by the elders or your elder siblings or your teachers, were you scolded? Did you get a scold? Then the child will tie up the system will tie up the things together. The sound and that way of talking and the appearance of the face of that person indicates that this is a scolding. That is how the scolding spark was created. And that spark is created again at this moment in the system mind. Boss scolded me. So the boss was recognized as a thought. Scolding was recognized as a thought. And then following this, it didn't stop there. There was sadness or anger or whatever. That is also a thought. So now you know the sequence. The ultimate result was the anger or the sadness, isn't it? And then the sadness and the anger is a fire that was created at this moment, and that is yourself, that is your ego. Now, when it comes as a thought again and again, now when you do not realize that this is a fresh thought always coming up, and when you do not realize, when the system doesn't realize that this is something created right now as a new spark, and this is a mental construct, this is a collection of number of perceptions that happen time to time. And finally, when you do not realize that it is not true. Why do you say it is not true? It is just a collection of perceptions, isn't it? It's a kinds of light, kinds of sounds, kinds of other perceptions, whatever, depending on the stimulus. Sometimes it may be related to the body sensations. It may be related to the smell sensations. So anything can be included in that. So now when you do not realize that this is an instant spark, it is a collection of perceptions. Perceptions are not true, isn't it? Perception or sanya in Sinhalese and Pali. It's not true. It's not something that is created. So this is when you do not realize that when the thought comes up again, the thoughts are given a very heavy weight. Thoughts are given some life. And the life is you feel that it is something real. So as if you have put a battery to a toy and makes it moving. Now this thought is given some life, and the thought becomes stronger and stronger, which we call volitional formation. I don't know whether this is the most correct word, but this is something that I could find. It becomes stronger or kind of reinforced. And it doesn't stop there, isn't it? I mean, more thoughts are coming. Why is it coming and bothering me? Why can't I stop? I have listened to so much of Dhamma, but I am unable to cope with it. See all sorts of other perceptions and the other thoughts which are coming behind that. And it becomes stronger and stronger. And it becomes heavier and heavier. Heavy means more defilements. Heavy means more and more stronger ego, more and more stronger yourself. So when something happens like this, each time you have to use this, your thought machine or this savitaka. You have to analyze it. Each time you have to analyze. When it comes again, you have to analyze again. Right? So you go on analyzing, and then after some time you will realize that you don't need to analyze it. Spontaneously it comes as a thought, but you don't need it active. No, you don't need to dig it out actively. It kind of passive action. Now it passively comes. It is just another thought. And there's nothing in it. It's just a mental construct. So these things, without much effort, will come into the system. So you call it you have an intermediate state between the savitaka and avitaka. Avitaka means you do not have to think at all. There is no weight at all. So what happens next? Now the second stage, that there is some improvement in the system. You do not have to actively think about it. Now as a spontaneous flow, you know that it is just a simple thought, and without much effort you can disentangle or unwrap it, open it up. What happens next? Hardly any thoughts. You just feel it. You feel that there's nothing in this one. No worries, or very little worries in the system. That is a feel level. You feel that there's nothing much. Feel, we can give several examples. Now, for a child, little child or an animal, the reflection on the mirror is real. But for you, it's not real. You know, I mean, you don't need thoughts. You don't have to think that there is nothing. You will see the reflection. You know it looks real and as if you are there. But you wouldn't go near and try to touch it or go behind like an animal to see there whether that an animal they are hiding behind the mirror. So it's a feel. Similarly, the example of the mirage given by Lord Buddha. Mirage is something real to a child or an animal. So they can go try to reach there, but it goes further and further. But for a person like you and me, who knows that there is no water in the mirage, though it looks like water, we don't try to chase behind it, isn't it? So there the feel is there. You don't need thoughts. You don't have to think. No active or passive work there. Just the feel. There's nothing. There's nothing important here. That is your field. And further, if you are very sort of clear on this aspect, you will just feel a very relaxed nature. The system will experience a very relaxed nature with whatever the stimulus comes. Feel indifferent, feel very cool. And the word sukha is used in Pali. But I don't know whether there is a single word that I can use in English. But what I can I can use these words to explain a relaxed form, very cool form, whatever the stimulus is there. But of course, if there is anything that you have to do as a response, you will go ahead and do it. If there is a theft in your house, sometimes when you see the theft, all of a sudden when you come home, the robbers have entered and then the door is broke open and the things inside the house is scattered. So the moment you see it, you will feel a bit of a shock. You will feel an anger or sadness, and you will have the desire to check what and what have been stolen. Are they unusual? No, they are normal, very normal functions of the mind sensor. But will Dhamma stop you going to take the legal action and to find who the culprits were? Not at all. Even if you have reached that ultimate transformation, inner transformation, there is no obstacle for you to take the appropriate action to whatever the incident is. Now we know that the parents punish their children. Teachers sometimes punish the children at school with a good view, with a clear view to correct them. Not, of course, in the instances where some hatreds take place. That's a different story. But with a simple intention of correcting, you can punish or talk very sternly, in tough words to a child. So similarly, your boss can sometimes talk to you in that harsh way. But whatever the level of fire on that system, we never know. It all depends on that system. But from your side, we always say that turn the camera towards you and try to recognize the fire which comes up just at that instance. So more you understand this fire, then you more and more can understand that this is all a creation of the mind. Actually, this is the first step of our practical experience. We will discuss about in the upcoming discussions. Because before that, I want to clarify about this mind and how this mind and how these thoughts are formed, how this self perception occurs. So that those aspects I want to clarify as much as possible. So you have got really a good opportunity, because I don't think you have very many chances of asking the questions then and there, one-to-one asking and one-to-one clarifications with any other sermons. And also the fact that true Dhamma facts, which has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago, is coming up now. So then that Dhamma is being told, or that Dhamma is heard by you. And not only that, you hear that Dhamma and then you have great opportunities to clarify it then and there, to find out whether the way that you understood is correct. So now simply we know that how to take the refuge of Triple Gem. And this is one of the important things that uh, we had a very incorrect idea. On that line, we used to, because we were worshipping the things as materials, we went along the path of doing lots of offerings and lots of constructions in relation to that. But you need them actually for a beginner, for a person in a simple way who cannot understand these great deep facts. That is how you should start. So going to the temple, offering alms, and observing Sil, listening to Dhamma sermons, all are very much encouraged. Particularly to children, we encourage them to come to the temple, offer the flowers, and then the routine things that we have been doing. Because it's nice, actually, it gives tranquility to the mind. Come into the environment of a temple, which is quiet and serene, and helping with the nuns, particularly for the children, helping with the nuns and to clean the temple compound. So those things actually helps you to merge with the environment. The quiet environments or the natural surroundings has a low vibration level. Unlike a place where in the middle of the heart of the town, where lots of noises and lots of disturbances, lots of people, there the environment has more vibrations, and the vibrations are less and smoother in a surrounding where there is a in a quiet temple. So our Aryan Mahansa often says that he prefers the jungle setup. That is because of the vibration, the nature of the vibrations in such environments. When the surrounding environmental vibrations are less, it automatically will help you to calm down the vibrations of this system also. Now we know sometimes when somebody is in trouble, they might say that, please leave me alone. I want to go to a faraway place just to quieten myself. I want to go to a place where there is beautiful scenery. I want to calm down myself. So this is the truth behind that idea. When the vibrations of the surrounding is less intensified and less frequent, automatically it sort of has a reflection or has an influence to the system vibrations. So then such a person who has a disturbance in the mind, in other words, when the vibrations are high on this system, that person prefers to go to a surrounding where the vibrations are less. So that is another nature's way of behaving. So these are some of the things that I wanted to explain. Actually, I didn't go into details about how the thoughts and the mind is behaving today because we have been explaining that for the last few days. If I just do a little bit of summarizing of what we have done so far, I'm sure these facts you have listened to from the other Dhamma friends also. We as a group, we try to explain in our capacity whatever we have gathered from our noble friends' teachings. These are originally from Lord Buddha's teachings. But most of those facts, actually, even though we read the books, read the Sinhalese translations, it's difficult to understand. It may be the way that it is written, or maybe the way that it is worded. So we found it difficult. We were given a very much clear picture with very simple uh, examples and the metaphors, so that it became clearer and clearer for us. So basically, even though Lord Buddha has done some 84,000 preachings or sermons, different places to different people, the truth or the essence is the same. Truth or the essence is that there is nothing permanent. There is no thing anywhere. When there is no thing, when there is a thing, that means, that indicates that it's taken as real. This word you may have heard very often in our explanations, and even our noble friends' sermons. Deyak vela naha. In Sinhalese we call it deyak vela naha. What is this deyak? Deyak means a thing. In other words, a value is given. Some form of value has been added. Is there a person who is adding a value? No. There's no self who is adding a value. It's a part of the system that is happening. So basically, the truth is that there is no value, or there is no thing to be taken, including the self. So there is no thing called world. There is no thing called people. There is no thing called myself. All are instant creations. It's not something everlasting. All are creations now and here. How is it created? It is a senses. Senses do the magic. So that magic is because of the speed. Fast speed will create something, and the system will take it as real. That is the helpless situation of the system. Each system is helpless because there is no way of finding exactly what truly is there outside. So every system depends on these sensors. Whatever is created is taken as true. Taking as true means it has become a thing. It has been tagged with the value automatically. That is a part of the system. So when it is taken as a thing, or when it is taken as real, when it is taken as existing, in the subtle way, there is duality created. What is meant by duality? Thing is there, and then self is here. That is the self-perception. When it comes in a gross way as a thought, you call it a self-view. Self-view is the one which is which is very obvious at the beginning. All become my things, the way that I like, and the things I don't like, and the things I do, things I talk, and things I think. So you can get a whole lot of things related to me, myself, I, myself, and me. So that is your self-view. So self-view is the one which is shaken at the beginning. So this, at this gross level, it is easier to understand the self-view facts. But self-perception is the one which is difficult to find out. We quite often tell in these Zoom discussions, we tell our mothers or sisters or fathers, we tell them, try to find out your feel. What is your feel? How do you feel? There are many people who take a long time to understand the difference between the feel and the thought. If I say very basic level, if I tell the very extremely basic level, what is felt is just the raw sense of feeling. So what is meant by this? The raw sense of feel is that seeing is a feel, hearing is a feel, smelling is a feel, tasting is a feel, and the skin sensation is a feel. So this is what the little baby experiences. But what are the thoughts? Thoughts are the explanations or the descriptions created by the mind faculty. So a seeing becomes a crow, seeing becomes a car, seeing becomes mom, seeing becomes my son, and seeing becomes a temple flower. So hearing, what happens? Hearing is the feel, but the thought is. So in other words, if we go back to the seeing story, actually you are thinking, isn't it? Your car is a thought. You are thinking that it is a car, but it was just simply light to the eye faculty. And a light to your eye faculty becomes your house in your thought. So you are thinking that it is a house, it is my house. You are thinking that it is crow, and you are thinking that it is my mom. You are thinking that it is my son. So it's a thought. The feel is the light or a shape. You can use both words, either it's a shape or a light. But your thought is more complex. Thought is either mom, son, house, crow, anything. So when it comes to the hearing, the sound is your hearing. Hearing is your feel. And what you are thinking, it's a cawing of the crow. It's a calling of a peacock. And it's a tooting of a horn. It's the voice of my mom. And it's the voice of this person who is giving the sermon right now. So right now, you hear a sound. It's a hearing, isn't it? It's a vibration of your ear. But your thought gives the conclusion. There's nothing called thought, actually. There's no permanent thing called thought, but the spark which appears right now in your mind faculty or your creation of the mind faculty is that this is somebody giving the sermon, a Buddothpada sermon, explaining some Dhamma facts. So that is a thought. So similarly now, the tongue, there is a taste, that is your sense, that is your feel, that is your sense of function, feel. And the thought is taste of pineapple, taste of tea, and the bitter taste of bitter gourd, and the sour taste of tamarind. So that specification or that naming is as a thought. So really speaking, you are not tasting, but you are thinking, isn't it? Just work it out yourself. slowly of the things that I am mentioning now. So there's a smell. Smell is your feel. It's a raw feel, isn't it? Raw thing. But you are thinking that it is a smell of a jasmine flower. You are thinking that it is your favorite perfume. And you are thinking that it's the scent of your mom, the familiar sense of your mom. And it's the familiar sense of your little baby. And it's the rotten smell of some garbage, isn't it? I mean, it's a smell of an incense stick. Oh, I get the smell of gas. There was a smell to the nose, but it became the smell of gas only to the mind faculty. So that is your thought. Now you can see that, and we can talk also about the skin. The feeling of hardness or solidity becomes the hardness of the chair to the mind. So it's a thought. And the softness as a feel is the softness of your cotton to your mind. It's a thought. So the cotton is a thought to the mind. And some painful hard feeling becomes a stone to the thought. I stepped on a sharp stone and it's hurting. That is your thought. What you felt was a painful thing, which is as a hard feeling. And there is some liquidity like feel. That is your feel. Some water has fallen onto my head. That's your thought. So it became water to your thought. So you were thinking that it's water. Now you can't see this, you can't recognize this feel level when it comes to the formation of thoughts. There is some cool feeling, some airy feeling, and you think that it is a cold wind because the door is kept open. So those are the very basic levels of feel. And the thought is the one which describes it. Thought is the one which gives the complete picture, description, naming, all that. So like that, when you talk about the mind faculty, it's a bit more complicated. These are very straightforward. These sensor, these fields are more straightforward, isn't it? But when it comes to the mind, what are the fields of the mind? The fields of the mind is one single type. It's a form of a current like. But when you describe it in words, even though it's a heavy feeling, even though it is a burning feeling, that is what you experience. Kind of burning, kind of fire, kind of current, kind of heaviness, kind of discomfort, whatever the words you have to use to explain this. And how can you elaborate on that? When you use the words, it's anger, hatred, jealousy, sadness, happiness, overjoy feeling, and clinging, aversion. You can use so many words to explain this. But the feel is still the same, whether it is a very happy feeling, whether it is a sad feeling, whether it is a angry feeling, all are same as felt as a current, as a force, as a power, as some heaviness. These are the closest words we can use. So you have that feel, and the feel is explained in thoughts. So this process, you can see that it is the part of this system, isn't it? From the level of the other five sense faculties. And then ultimately come into the mind faculty. The fields are there, and then the explanation or the naming comes as a part of the as a thought, and it becomes more and more complicated with more thoughts are added to this process, more experiences or more data are added. Then this complex this process of thinking becomes more and more complicated, more and more heavier. So this is the basic difference between the feel and the thought. Thoughts are anyway formed. So now when you understand these Dhamma facts more and more, you have that ability to understand what this feel is. Actually speaking, you cannot differentiate the feel from the other five senses. You cannot separate out the seeing from thinking, hearing from thinking. You can't separate out the tasting from the thinking. Thinking means a thought. Straight away, it comes as the car, crow, coconut tree. Straight away, it comes as the tooting of the horn. Straight away, it comes as a sound of some drums. And straight away, it's a smell of a spicy curry. Straight away, it comes from the fragrance of some rice which is cooked, which is being cooked. And straight away, it is the fragrance of a beautiful flower, rose flower. And straight away, it is the foul smell of a blocked drain. And straight away, it is the skin sensation of wind, or the heat of the on a sunny day, or a piece of stone that you have stepped on. So straight away it comes as a thought. So therefore, in the other five sense faculties, other five sense functions, you cannot differentiate the uh, feel level. You can't differentiate the sensor level. Sensor level and the feel level is more or less same. So you cannot differentiate. Straight away, the complete product is coming out as the thought. But when it comes to the mind faculty, you can identify this feel, that fire. When you have a clear vision, clear understanding about this darshana, the mechanism, how the things are happening, then you have some idea how this feeling, what is meant by this feel. And always our noble friend R.N. Mahanse says that go by your feel, identify your feel. Do not go by the thoughts. Do not give a weight to the thoughts. As long as the thoughts are taken real, when you do not understand that it is an uh, an instant product, an instant aggregation of these sensor functions, a spontaneous combination of the sensor functions. As long as you do not realize that, you go by the thoughts. Thoughts are not helpful to the latter part. True that at the beginning you had to use the thoughts to understand this process, but later on, the thoughts will actually obscure your pathway. So you need to go by the feel. You need to understand the little fires which are coming up time to time. as responses to the stimuli. At the beginning, you will be able to identify the large-scale fires, and the moment you look at it, the moment you are focusing on that, it's something like you are sprinkling some water to that fire. The moment you identify it, it will sort of try to hide away. It will get less and less strong. So this is the situation where our mothers quite often say that I don't get angry like as I used to be. And I was clinging to these things earlier, but now I feel that I'm not that bad. I have not much interest on those things. So those are the large scale fires that a system will be able to recognize at the beginning. So when you recognize these large scale fires, it becomes less frequent and less in intensity. The more difficult thing is finding out the finer flames, finer fires. So for those, actually you have to face the challenges. If the household environment is very quiet and you are fully supported by the other members for your Dhamma work, and also you have least disturbances to those, then you will not be able to identify your taints. Taints are the hiding initial raw material of the defilements. They are like little fire, bits of fire hiding under the ashes. So it's better to have a challenge once in a way, either at home or outside. What are your points of contemplation? Those are important to find out because the different people will have different points of contemplation. In Sinhala, we call it kamatahana or karmasthana, where the karmaya will surface. Whatever the points, whatever the stimuli, which become things for you, which are given a value. Wherever there is a value is given, wherever it becomes a thing, it has a weight, and that is where your self is. That is where the self-perception is. You feel it actually. Small things sometimes. Your child who is abroad may not give a call as usual on the day that you are expecting. You feel a little bit of burning within you, isn't it? Somebody whom you meet on the road, supposed to be a good friend of you, this time doesn't pay much attention to you and just walk passing. Then you feel a little bit pain, isn't it? That pain is that little fire is yourself. That is your self-perception. Even the term ego is used at any level when there is self-perception. I was not contacted. My child didn't call me. And my friend didn't take notice of me and just ignored. What wrong did I do to him? Now, these are the thoughts that will come following that little fire. So, that is why it's important to expose yourself to the challenges. See how the mind is behaving, because sometimes we hear some mothers, they feel that they are very happy and they are relaxed and nothing at all. I mean, very calm and relaxed and in a very tranquil manner. All of a sudden, something unexpected happens, unexpected challenge, and then everything flares up. So do not give a right mark to yourself. Mind sensor is the behavior of the mind sensor is such that always prefers to have appreciations good points, correct marks, correct markings. So that is the nature of the mind sensor. So always try to be more inquisitive and try to not to believe the decisions made in your mind faculty. Okay, I am correct. I think I have reached the end now. This is what is meant by our noble friend Aryan Vahanse. This is what he says that we should achieve. So I have come to that level. Always your mind sensor very eagerly will jump forward to give these decisions. You should never be taken away by these impressions that you receive. Always you check with our noble friend at a convenient time that you can talk. Quite often, for the people who are communicating in Sinhalese language, he's there at 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time discussion, which takes about 2.5 hours. Or for the people who are speaking only English, can join us at 3 o'clock Sri Lankan time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., 2 hours. We tend to solve the problems, and quite often our noble friend also joins, our advance also joins there. So do not believe your own decisions, do not believe your own ideas or weaves given by the mind sensor, because the mind sensor always prefers to have the version, correct version, good version, or the correct version. Instead, you have to be sort of suspicious of what is felt as a thought. Always look at it in a more curious way and try to go into deep analysis. And one of the yardsticks is that when you feel that your defilements are getting less and less in the form of anger, jealousy, or sadness, happiness, those are all kind of defilements. Any form of clinging is a defilement. So when you feel that they are becoming less and less, then you are on the path. That is a jnana actually, that is a wisdom, that is a tool. As I said, jnana is a kind of a tool that the system uses to recognize these changes. So it is called asavakya jnana. It's a tool that using that tool, the system will identify that the defilements are getting less and less with time. And in parallel, the meaning of defilements getting less and less means your ego is also parallelly or equally, ego is also getting dissolved. More or less both are same. Defilements means another phase of self-perception. So both you will feel that getting less and less. It's not me who is getting my defilements dissolved. The me myself is also dissolving at the same time. So that is a kind of a yardstick that you can use to assess yourself. Asavakya jnana is one of the three wisdoms that is explained. I think we mentioned once earlier about this, the Trividya or the three wisdoms, three jnanas, which are explained in this path. One is the Pubbe Nivasanusati jnana, that means the jnana about your previous thoughts, previous minds. And Chutupapada jnana is a jnana about the present thought. When you understand that the previous thoughts are not real, they are just constructs. The value which was added to the present thought automatically gets dissolved, which means that your defilements are fading away, which means the asavakya jnana. So those are the three jnanas or three wisdoms that is explained in Buddhist teaching. So I think we are nearing the end of this session, and I'm sure you will be able to hear something interesting again, or maybe there may be very much more interesting discussions in this 24-hour PeoTV Deshana series. So you can select something that suits your time and something that suits your way of understanding, because the way that the different speakers talk and explain varies. So it will suit for one person and will not suit for another person. So always the good thing is that there is a choice here. You can follow something, one speaker regularly, or maybe you can try different speakers depending on how you like. But the essence is the same. What you gather as the essence is that there is no thing in any of these things. Rather than saying nothing, I would try to split the word and say there is no thing. That indicates that thing means that something worthwhile, something true, something persisting. So that is a basic essence of this Dhamma teaching. So at the end, I hope some message has been conveyed from these discussions, and we encourage you to join more and more, and also join the discussion time to ask questions, because it's very interesting to go on as a forum of discussions between several people, particularly in the form of asking questions. It's very nice. It's more productive. So finally, I pay my homage at Aryan Mahasi, our noble friends' feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahasa, and also may all of you be blessed by Triple J. And also my sincere thanks and gratefulness goes to our Dhamma friends who are behind the screen, who are helping with us with this technical support. Thiruvan Saranai.
understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still, we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and it's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is as a part of the natural sequelae, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves, and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we try understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha, and what he invented, and what he realized with an that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Therwan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai, answer. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. So the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought and then a little bit about the radiant mind and then
Oh, okay.
how
So it's
how
going
the
to the
thoughts
field
come.
now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you?
Who
I'm just clarifying. Are you living in UK? You are
Yes,
same.
yes,
Yeah. Okay.
yes,
Okay. Yeah.
yes. So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
and also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian, but from the very beginning she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So she was the youngest in the family. By that time, she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice, her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her, and then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18 she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she's not doing good enough because this is the feedbacks she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind
How
of
about
opinion.
now, though? How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then
Yeah,
she
but
says
does
that
she have kids?
no, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So I mean, when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago, she told me this part, And then I said that, okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you. Now, it's very funny to say, but
I know. I know. But I asked her, why don't you?
But yeah, I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there.
Yeah.
So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
She doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, I got you now.
That's the issue. Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me.
One day she will come to that place actually, because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a very quiet period for some time, because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think it is the trauma. It's just a traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday discussion.
Yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah. So she might get a little bit of it, but the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway, coming back to that, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she's seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that, even though there is a reason, like kind of reason they give. it's very difficult to actually point out. There are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids. But, you know, even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. No, if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so I don't. If I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment, and if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through, and this if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, you know, like there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive health system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma is really difficult to understand. We don't know actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that a young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Vatsala's friend, is actually very good because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that, and they get the consequences, they get angry when the things are not going in their own way, and they act on that. Then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time, I know because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation, I need help. Even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues, because these mental health issues are very prevalent. Stress, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood, or abnormal mood, there can be abnormal moods too, paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now. As a doctor, I know, if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues? Maybe. maybe. But the thing is, it has gone until 18 when she decided to go away from home. And any child, not she, any child, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek the everything. They kind of seek when they grow. We know that they seek love, so they seek love mainly through touch, mainly through because it's a basic. They don't have a big mind, they don't understand the word I love you. They understand love by touch, love by getting getting satisfied each time that the hunger is there. Each time there's good sound system, like good satisfactory sounds, not like bad words. So these are the ways and means of how a baby would feel the world. That is what the radiant mind is. Radiant mind doesn't have feeling like kind of mind at all, like it's not developed properly. So they love the feel of love. So the feel of love, it is being felt. It is felt. It is a feeling that is needed. And we have talked in this world that more the child gets the touch of love, they kind of feel fulfilled. So their attachment to the world, the kind of the nourishment is better. So this friend has gone through kind of a different path because of mother's mental health, or abnormal mental health in that sense. But there was no help in that situation, and this child had to go through all that, and it has done a massive impact on that child's it's in directly in field level. That's why she's struggling, because she's scared to feel the love again. She's scared to actually love a child again. She's scared that someone will harm her. She's scared that someone will dump her. She's scared that she will be misunderstood. She will be judged. That's how it is. This is the repetition or the reoccurrence of all these the experiences we had. This is the natural phenomena. More you understand about this natural phenomena, that actually it's kind of you kind of understand, you feel sad, yes, and you feel so sad that the mother didn't get the help that she needed. That little child, because that little child is no more. It's every minute, every second, every fraction of a second, there's a new thought occurring. That new thought is a new feeling of you. So it is not actually 60 years ago that you lived, is actually a view we have. It's a thought we have, that it is me that who suffered. That is a view that we should understand. That's what Lord Buddha is for. He was talking to an Thero. In your life, that Thero actually killed 1,000 people, and he was going to kill his mother to get 1,000 fingers. It's a story in our Lord Buddha's time. he was advised by a teacher, if you kill 1,000 people and give me evidence about that, I'll give you my daughter. I'll put you as my main disciple. And this very kind-hearted, very innocent child decided, okay, I'll do that. And now, initially, he struggled to even trying to provide evidence because he killed people, but there's no evidence now. So then he started actually putting the parts of the fingers, one person, one finger, into his necklace. So he collected the necklace, and he was going to have the 1,000th one by killing his mother or cutting his mother. And Lord Buddha actually avoided that. And Lord Buddha actually stopped him. He asked, that person told, Angulimala told, stop. And Lord Buddha said, I have stopped. You stop. And then that person, the person who kept doing these things actually stopped because he felt something. He felt the truth behind it. You are running, but I have stopped. So I invite my Canadian friend to stop. I invite her. I actually very kindly, I beg her to stop. And then the next thing that Lord Buddha told, after some time, he calmed down and he started to feel everything. He didn't have that rage to kill people. He started to feel everyone. He started to feel the mother's, labor pain. Then when you feel the mother's labor pain, that person who kills 1,000 people, but now he is feeling it so much that he couldn't resist. How am I going to help? He ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how am I going to help that mother? Then Lord Buddha advised, you make a vow that I have never killed anyone in this life, and in that power, let this woman be healed. And then he was surprised. No, I have killed so much, you know that. But then he asked, Angulimala, have you killed anyone in this mine? At this, no, I haven't. So this mind is a brand new mind. This thought is a brand new thought. This moment is a brand new moment. But in our view of self, we connect each and every experience to our life. That's a view. That's a view we have. That's the idea we have, that it is me. It is me who underwent all this. So this pattern is there until you really understand that it is each and every time it's just a stimulus which happens. It's just a thought which arises. There is no self who suffers, but because there is a mind sensor in humans, we have emotions. And also because we have ignorance, we connect everything together and we feel we have suffered in the past. So suffering in the past is one thing. It's actually a thought. I suffered a lot in the past. It's a thought. And that, actually speaking, it is not happening at this moment. It's not happening at this moment. But this moment is a beautiful moment that we have missed. We have missed the sun. We have missed the the beauty in the moon. We have missed the beautiful noises of the birds. We have missed the like the the light of the stars. We have missed the the sounds of the trees. We have missed the smell of the early morning mist. We have missed everything. Why did we miss everything? Why didn't we feel all this before? No, we didn't. We live in the past. So we can't go through that. We live in the past all the time, but it's just one thought now. So you have missed all these thoughts, just beautiful moments of awareness. Just you have missed the beautiful, every aspect because of this, because of the habit we have about living in the past thoughts, living in the past vibrations, living in the past episodes. They are playing again and again, and you feel like you are actually suffering, and the baby who suffered before 60 years ago is me. That's what the self-view is. So Lord Buddha actually explained self-view is actually a wrong view. That's a completely a wrong view. There is no self, but there is a feel, which happens due to the organs, sensory organs. Yes, you can hear, you can see, you can smell, you can taste, you can feel the touch, the temperature. You can also think. But we miss the whole beauty of that moment because of the the self thought that we have, thinking that it is me who suffered. So there are so many aspects to that, and one aspect is we have completely missed the mother's no one has helped that mother, because nowadays that won't happen to any mother. I don't think, if there is some help out there, if that anyone with common sense noted that this something is happening after giving birth, because after giving birth, whatever type of birth that is, any mother can get different mental health issues. It's very common, and it is very hidden, and the mothers suffer and the children suffer as well, and it goes on as a cycle because no one is getting help. And that's not a now we can't resolve it, can we? No, we can't. But if you can actually understand that these things happen, you can actually help every person, or you can actually go and help other mothers. You can go and help other pregnant females, or females who are just have given birth. There's always ways and means for you to give away your massive experience as a goodwill to everyone, to understand that this is what happens when things go wrong and no one actually notice it, and people keep ignoring these things. Why do people ignore these things? That's a good question, actually, because firstly they don't know the answer. Firstly, they don't think it is abnormal. They think it's, oh yeah, mother is angry. Secondly, they don't understand that it is going to ruin the whole life of a child. So traumatizing experiences are there in every childhood. Not every child has like a rosy outlook in their dream, because this life is a dream as well. We can actually discuss more about Dhamma in that way, but I think another factor I would say, because there are so many factors I would miss here, I would say there are so many factors, but another factor is a child, like even a 4-year-old, manifests their mental health too, like the trauma they undergo. The 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, whatever the olds, they also manifest this thing, and it is being missed as well. So we are actually learning these things through experience, that the child's experience has been missed as well, because any subtle movement of the child, you can understand that child is traumatized. Child will be shaky, child will be hiding, child will be crying, child will be hesitant all the time, child will be scared to come out. So no one has noted even that. So it is tricky when we say if she asks, why did this happen to me? Then this comes back to Lord Buddha's Dhamma again. The me is a thought. It's actually some occurrences which happen, some experiences that happen. Yes, something went wrong, yes. But the experiences, we have a notion that it happened to me. It happened to myself. The experiences are mine. That is the thing actually Buddhism has come out with. There's no self, but there's a bunch of experiences. Are they real? They're actually not real too. But this dream is feeling so real because your skin makes you to feel the pain when someone hits you. Your tongue will feel when the food is not given properly. And your hunger pains, you will remember the hunger pains forever because you were hungry all the time. And the smell, if you were not changed, or if you were not given good clothes, if you were not washed properly, you will remember the bad smells. And these are the experiences, these are the actual experiences of the sensory organs that you had. The continuity of this flow is what we feel as me, because we feel this dream is flowing. That is because this human mind is very fast, and because of the speed, we feel that this film is flowing because it's so fast we can't understand. Can you feel that we are standing on a rotating world? Can we even feel that? No, we can't. It happens so fast. We can't even feel that. Can we feel that we are actually standing here because of the gravity? No, we can't. Because these things are actually taken for granted. So this mind power, or the mind, not the power, the speed of the mind is something that keeps this dream as alive, like dream as happening. So there's so many things for her to understand, but there are so many things that were missed. We acknowledge that, and we acknowledge that they were experiences. We can't erase them. They were experiences, yes, but whether they are actually happening to someone is a big problem that we have to resolve. This brings your friend to the basic question: is it me who suffered 60 years ago? Is it me who suffered this until 18 years of age? Is it me who suffered after running away? who suffered to survive? Is it me who suffered with scared to be judged, scared to be, to be able to understand what will happen to her? Because uncertainty kills us. Uncertainty kills us, and because there is a self always, the uncertainty kills us. So we don't like uncertainty. We want everything to be in the safe zone. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the continuity of feeling, that's what we call this, mirage or the illusion. This illusion kept us going, and the illusion is so real. You feel that it's so real that we feel that it happened to this body, this mind, to me. So there's so much, so that actually I would like her voice to come in some way, but it's okay. She can take time. She can try to understand what we were talking today, because there are so many feelings to understand. But if you actually dissect those feelings, you will understand they are all experiences that had been labeled as my experiences. Unfortunately, that is how we know. That is how we know. And if someone understands Lord Buddha's Dhamma, you will understand, yeah, there are experiences, yes, but that's just an occurrence that happened. We can learn from it. What do you learn from it? Well, you can actually be a person who teaches everyone, kids psychology. You can do anything. You can actually understand this Dhamma and help all the Canadians. Who knows? Who knows? Because I know it's not a story of just one Canadian. This plague of mental health issues are covering the whole world. A lot of young people, whether they were suppressed or not, they have so much issues of anxiety, so much issues of depression, so much stress, so much, trauma that they can't even talk about. There's people out there with abnormal health as well, like abnormal mental health, where they perceive something completely different. There are reasons for that too, It's completely, something which can happen to any human. So if you love humanity, if you kind of have so much loving kindness for the humanity, the best thing you can do is understand about this humanity, understand how a thought arises, understand how this view of myself has come, understand how you can give happiness to everyone. Happiness comes through understanding. Happiness doesn't come through by suppression of your emotions. Happiness doesn't come through by just talking about your suppressions, by thinking about your suppressions, or just by doing something about those suppressions. Actually, if you understand the rationale behind these things, why these people do things and it comes back as in cycles and cycles and cycles. How did this happen? How can we stop suffering? If you really want to know how to stop suffering, you should stop. Just need to stop. When you stop, not physically, but stop and, just calm down. because otherwise you will miss all the beauty of the things out there, what you can see, what you can hear, what you can smell, what you can taste. Water is so tasty. You will even miss that because of the tendency for you to go back to the past. Highly, like bad experiences. So I think I would stop there. I'm not sure whether I have helped her, but I think it will help her in some ways. And I think one day she will have the courage to come and talk to us. We are actually very kind of really happy to help any human being out there who suffers. And even someone like, imagine if I say, Dr. Sakuntala, are you suffering? And she might say, no, I'm not suffering at this moment. But I would say, yeah, but you are still suffering too, Dr. Sakuntala. She might understand what I'm saying, because until you have this self-view, you have this kind of weird way of suffering that should be dealt with. And if someone gets the urge to deal with that, and the courage to deal with that, and the thought to deal with that, and if you start researching about this suffering, you will definitely fight it, and you can. Thank you very much, Vatsala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokita. You brought me tears, actually. It made me emotional because when I was listening to it, I tallied everything with her story. And then I need to say something. I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it here. So my sister, Sakuntala, who is in this conversation, she's the
I
one
didn't
who
know
helped. She's the one who helped my friend a lot to come to this path, because I don't have enough knowledge to explain any of the things. So actually, we do once a month some kind of a discussion for about 2 hours. That's how she got into this path, and then she's picking up things, I think, much faster than we thought. And then now what you explained will definitely help her. Thank you very much. Thirwan Satnam.
Hello, doctor. I'm Joel here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was listening to your speech, and what really came to my mind is like, when I'm a young person, and I also had these traumatic experiences in my past life. So, and you said, when you think about the past, you don't focus on the beauty of the present. So if we practice present moment, can we come out of the traumatic past?
You can. It's one way of doing that. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not only about practicing present moment, because present moment is also a mirage. That bit is maybe too early for you, but yeah, actually you can. It's another way of practicing. But I'm happy for you to try that. But what I'm going to tell you is that even this present moment, which is so beautiful, is kind of part of the same mirage in which has arise from the speed of this sensory organs. But actually, if someone understand that, they will be actually in that moment without any problem, without suffering. So I think, Joel, you can do that. But we have a long way to go, Joel, to understand that actually this feeling of self here, the feeling of inner kind of, the whatever the power is actually arising from the whatever the stimulus we are having at that moment. So that stimulus is usually we have taken it as true. for us, mother is true, the father is true, the brother is true, the sister is true, the school is true, the home is true, the bat is true, the ball is true. We never thought about it. We never try to understand how this was, how has this happened? How did this world look so real to me? And at the same time, how has this brought so much suffering?
Everyone, Sarnai. Today also we are going to start evening Zoom session. But this Buddothpada PeoTV channel is 24 hours still is running, because in our Dhamma friend they continuing in they divide in one by one, and it's my sessions. Then I'm going to start now 5:30 around. First of all, I want to worship in Aranvansa, Teruvan Sarna Aranvansa, and I want to thankful in this technical arrangement friend also. It's not too easy for in the handling for a whole day, because they have to do some lot of work in that to in technical wise. That's why we want to thankful for them also. Yesterday also we discussed that means not we are not going to discuss in Buddha's word, that means Pali, because of we don't have more knowledge for that kind of thing. That's why Arnold also said for us, then we don't want to start because of real thing is uh, when we are joined that Buddothpada Deshana in that means at that beginning time also we are not we don't have big Pali knowledge also, and that's why we can explanation in how is in creations that all the sensory organs in the human body, but still we don't have real Pali knowledge also, but that's why we can explanation in our through our experience only, and we can say how do we build up in all the thought process that how can we going to in made it with our all the sensory works also. Uh, that's the that is the easiest way, and that is the our experience. Otherwise, please extremely very sorry from a lot of people. They want to know then what is the Buddha's word, but we can say same thing, but that is not we cannot use in lot of Pali knowledge also. That is the other thing. Today also, I try to discuss with all the Dhamma friend. One of the thing is it's very important thing is that Arya way. Before that, in when we are learning in that Buddha's technical thing also, that time also we didn't heard in any one time what is the our practical way, what is the our correct practical way, and I also heard in my experience also in we have to go in monastery or we have to do some in medication or meditation session also. It's very uh, it's very popular in the all over the world, and now in the nowadays then it's not depend in religion while also, and that means in I had a lot of in means is our main religions in the world in Christians and Muslims and all the religious they have some medication system, mind medication system. It's very popular, and some countries and here also is they use they usually use in because they have a class sessions and a lot of they have a lot of in school type sessions also. It's like a training center in this kind of cities. Yeah, in a lot of Chinese people also they're using a lot of dancing method. That means in they using they focus in the mind through our body arrangement, and they're doing some small uh, like a dancing session also. But yeah, that is our old experience. Then we want to take our mind in. We want to focus in same thing or one manner. Then that is the way that I also think about that. Then that's why we experience in before our uh, youngest period also we we was think about that also. Then when we are going all, then we want to go any monastery or somewhere, and we want to build up our mind focus and the mind sensations. Then that time also we couldn't understand. Then we want to we want to get that idea how creation. Then what is the mind? Then there, that one is any explanations guy. Then any explore also they don't know. Then what is the way? That's why it's very important for that Buddha we all the peoples I think is heard first time in this kind of areas because I don't want to say without that sessions, then without that Buddhothpada channels, then how we can take that practical experience, then how we can take that this kind of ideas. That is the that's why it's very important for all over the people. Then it's very important thing that practical session. That's why I also try to discuss it today. Then what is the important thing is that practical session. Uh, First of all, then I want to say, Anwase, he divided 7 day programs in the beginner also for the beginners also in our beginner no for us also now is very important that 7 day program. Uh, why it's very important? Then anyone has to go any monastery or anywhere. Then he want to he want to do something. Otherwise, then first, I mean, since all the beginners, they have to do something. That means then uh, at that seasons, then I know is how can explanation because a lot of people they don't know. Arman, so he's lonely and he working with he doing some Zoom sessions and he doing some all the Darshini program is along. He discussed with YouTube channel. Then otherwise, how can he explanation because everyone is going to in opposite way. That means mind meditations. Then that's why he try to in explanation for the day by day and increase it 1 people or 2 people after collecting it that kind of gathering. Now we have more place also. Then that is the Saran says I. It's very uh, yeah. It's very important thing. Then it was take more time. I think it's 5 4 years. It takes more time, but now it's very important to all the peoples. Then they can join to easy. They can join easiest in that any areas because now I also heard in all the Sri Lanka they have more practical experience places also. There have more experience and educated or knowledgeable people also in our uh, like uh, experience. That means how can we explanation? Then some people they can explanation very well. Then and main thing today I want to go in explanation for what is the our practical way. That means Pratipada. Mm, first day. Uh, we have to understand what is the Buddha's knowledge. Then what is he saying? What is he said? Uh, otherwise, then how can we get that? How can we start that way? Then I think it's long period in the world in Sri Lanka also. Uh, that's practical. The way is mixed up already. Uh, because the thing is Buddha said we have to go focus some meditation system. That is the Buddha's way, but because they have more meditations system also. That means like Anapanasati and Maitri Bhavana. That kind of meditations then we had already. That's why it's a little bit difficult to is turning that point in for the all of the peoples, and especially our monk, because they want to do something in every times because they already they was monk. Because without that work, then how can we survive that field? Then that means is that kind of place they want to survive that, they want to keep it that all the things, and that is very hard turning point also that place. Then that's why still we still a little bit hard to turning that point all the people, because when anyone anybody is understand, then anybody is coming that way, then correct way, then he don't have to do anything. Then yes, that is the other thing. Then why I'm going to say this one, when it is wake up in early morning in every people, then that means is when it comes on, that means it's our energy generation system in the world. Then afterwards, then we cannot stay without any work. Then because it's very hard because of our all the sensory organs, it's already running with our nature. And that means then we cannot stay with alone, or we cannot stay. I means is non-understanding people. They cannot stay with alone. Like monk, also example, they when they wake up in the morning, then they want to do something. Then yeah, especially is our clothes is no, we don't want to that, because that also is our normal environment. Then normal wearing things, then that is not to happen. Then but and this monk body, they also do something. That is the other thing. That's why they want to do stay that in meditations way. That's why. That is the other thing. That's why they cannot, they doesn't like to in turning that. They doesn't like to uh, yeah, they doesn't like to in turning in that point. That's why I want to say in Buddha darshan is very important. Then otherwise, without in that Buddha's theory, then they have to do that. They don't have anything, because how can we develop our mind? Because mind is already developed already. When child is birth, that mind is creation is a nature work. Then because that our neuro system is already running, we cannot do anything, then it automatically is running. Because in this that is our understanding. Then everyone is thinking they are our man, then we want to learn it, we want to be a good people. uh, that kind of mind, that is also mind. That's why it's then mind creation. Mind we cannot develop, it already is developed. In all the people is trying to in go in develop, that means how I can explain that mind medication means they try to in develop that mind. That means they want to stop the mind. They try to in focus in one thing. For example, they looking somewhere. That means they focus is on one thing, like a stone or anything. I don't know, it's a human body or and human. I don't know, one of part they focus in the body, and that means then they try to stop that mind. It's very hard to uh, hard things. And how can we stop that mind? Because it's all the in this body, in we already, then we have under the that sota. That means it's speedily is that all the all world and in our sun. That is our planet is already we had in the inside of the power. We couldn't understand that why is because it's very we cannot explain that we can't say what is the our world also then because of it if we cannot touch that we cannot touch that. That's why it's already is our mind creations means already run means that that is our signal system. Then we when we are going to stop that one, yeah, it's 1 2 hour or 3 4 hour for 1 day or 2 day we can stay within mind meditations. Then we can stay with the same mind, we can keep that. But after that, then how can we keep it? It's already running. It's our happen. That is our nature. That's why Saranvan's explanation. That's why is that Buddha darshan is very important for that case. In how that create that mind. Then what is the mind? Then that's why uh, Saranvan's explanations to in the first thing. Then anybody is become to in that sessions. Then he want to understand how is create our thought process. What is the thought? Then how it creation that how it mixed up that sound and our pictures. Then in the beginner in for me also personally I think then Bud, why is our uh, all the monks they explanations nama rupa but yes they explanation there is a they have a name, they have a image, but the explanation is everywhere. Everyone's the explanation now. Yes, nama rupa we heard that our childhood also. Yeah, we explain. Anybody they can explanation, but uh, after that advanced explanations, then that is they have two things. Then that means name and pictures. Then it automatically when they in our childhood, then teachers saying something. Then yeah, it's that is our education method. I don't know is how to start up that method, but that is the nature because it's not. It's not finding one. It's not a new uh, finding method because it's automatically if people know then we can we can say something in again and repeatedly again and again. It will come automatically, but they don't know what is the process. What is the process? That's why Buddha is identified in that he tried to stay with alone and he tried doing some things in all the he tried to understand all the ways, and that means in the mind medications ways also he spent more time in there. Like Arnavas also spend I think he's very spend more time. That's why in our Lord Buddha also said then Nama Rupa means it's why he want to say that kind of thing. Then we want to think about that. Anyone like example our all the all the Buddhist people also they want to think about that. Why they want to asking questions for himself. Then why he said like this. That is the main way for me personally. I think about that. Why he said that, but just we think at we didn't go that find in that way because we have more work in that time. We have our education work. We have to find that job in that. We are not focused. But now that's why it's very important for our Arnvasis time is spent because he already he already find that way. Then otherwise how can we go that because we don't have big idea. Then we want to find it. That's it depend for human people wise. But I want to say that knowledge things, then we want to understand first, then After that, then we can do anything. Then after understanding that theory part, that means I want to say that in when I was to join that when I joined that Buddothpada Deshanais, I think 1 years ago. Then I also heard in all Arunvase's old uh, Zoom session also, and not Zoom, just only YouTube channel also. I followed a lot of things, and we joined that after starting that Zoom. Then we joined that Zoom session also. We are asking direct questions, how it's joined, how it's connecting that words and that sound and lights, sound and image. We want to fight that. We want to. That means fight is not anybody's. Then we don't want to go argument, but we want to. First of all, we have to already fight for our inside. Then how it's create, how is join that. That's why Saran must take that scientific practical example also. Then people can understand in small. They can small idea also, because it can be looks like we cannot explore, we cannot because it's our mind is cannot explore that kind of things is per person, that per alone. Then he cannot explain, he cannot take the effect, uh, because it's how can we means then it's it's not it's beyond the mind. Then at that kind of technical things, then it's beyond the mind. Then we looks like in we cannot alone, then we cannot understand. That's why it's very important things is first day sessions. That is our starting point, because it's why is the starting point is very important, because thought is the world in that is not world is not outside, it's our thought. Example, I also little bit uh, scared, but Arunasa said you not eat rice in per any day. At that time also, I think how can we every day eat rice? Then how can we didn't? How can he say that kind of thing? That is the point. Then that's it. Then that's enough for that's enough for people in some people, but someone want to understand. Someone want to listen lot of period. Someone want to spend uh, more explanation also. But that's it in some people. You not any in your future in today also you didn't eat rice. That also thought means and anybody can understand within that world. That's it. Then that's why they have example. We have to look some. We have to understand one leaf. We can look after that all the three leaves. Then that means that's enough. That is the my main point. Then when I say how can, because in my hand I have rice. Now I eating, and when I go to in take my lunch or sometime I think about that. In my hand I have rice. In looks like it's rice. Yes, we have to focus and we have to fight that in within our inside. Then I mean in I think it's very helpful for the anybody. That's why I say it's my how I spend my practical sessions. And suddenly I focus and I find that yeah, it's the thought. Rice is a thought. That's why Sarnvasi said you eat thought. It's not a rice in, because that's my first experience in, because we are not going to anywhere, we are not going to anywhere, because we heard that technical terms. Then we heard that we spend our first day sessions. Then that means I personally I not going to anywhere, because in this country we don't have any practical places in Arnvase's explanation, then we don't have anything. But we heard and we doing alone with our home, in our home, then in that practical sessions, and I think everyone they had experience, it will become automatically. It's very confusing time. It's very confusing time. Everyone, I think, then everyone they had the experience. Then I think already same for me. Otherwise, then they want to understand same place. They want to understand in that technical terms. It is very important. We experience in every time, then just only thought. We cannot experience without thought. We in this body, in our mind, we cannot we cannot come out in without thought. uh, when anybody is resolve uh, that point, then he's in the way. Yeah, he's in the way means then in beginner's time, then advance after that explanation second and third day. That means then first day we clarify that all the first of all in we clarified that all the same. It's not enough the first day. Then we want to spend same. We want to spend. We want to ask in same questions and we want to clarify that first. That means first day means we don't want to spend just only 7 days. Then we want to in more days. We want to stay in same place in 2, 3, 4. I think 1, 2 months also no worries. But we want to clarify that first. First of all, these sessions. Otherwise, anybody they cannot go in 3, 4 days. Then in third and fourth day, they cannot. They cannot become in. They cannot come to in other days because they cannot go they want to build up that all the our technical parts then 100% clearly. It's very important for that Lord Buddha's way. Then otherwise, then it's not happen to become without mind. People means he cannot to become. We cannot say we cannot become without. We cannot say it how to we live in without people because it's yeah, he want to understand in that point. Then first of all, and second and third day it will be understand easily. Then in our outside, not in the truth. Outside, all the one in our outside is our mind creations. The all one is our thought. That is our second and third day. Then we should be understanding totally in that one also. Yes, it's in example in when I was in that 1 years ago in one of my cousins. Then he given for that he joined for he's my helper in joined that in Buddothpada. In whole day I heard a lot of I heard in I listening a lot of Buddothpada. Then after evening, then I discussed with for him. Then what is he saying? Why he's not in the outside? Because how can we say it? Because his chair is there, no? We can touch it. See, how can he said that? We discussed that with him. But after the 3, 4 days, then that means I spend it's go time go to in within 3, 4 months. Then I at that time I experienced that my friend he not clarify that first 2 sessions then, but I also not going to say in that time because he already joined that Buddothpada Desanayat with long period with them. But I feel that I understand, but he doesn't understand because it's I already experience in my body. Then that means then I couldn't say. how we can experience. But yeah, this is very exotic point in our life. Now anybody say it is wrong, but we can understand totally in it's not a thought. In understand means it's not a thought. Without thought, it can be feelful. That's why then that day also I experienced. Then now also we can discuss with anybody. Then Arnavas also he can understand easily. Now he's thought. Then some people is say thinking in my uh, in example in my friend also. Then he asking him, yes, chair is there. Yes, we think it is a chair. No, that is wrong. Then it is not chair. Then chair means it's me. That's why that one is. We want to totally clarify that point. We want to totally clarify this point because that is the way. Otherwise, he cannot go in through that way. When he want to stay same place, he can become. He can learn it that all the technical things and all the knowledge, but he's not become feel. He not become alive. He is still alive. That's why it's very important. Our second and third day also. Then Arnold say explanation is very important means then fourth day he explains then in our outside also is not the truth. Just only thought because just only thought, but that also is not the truth because that also thought means it's a name and sound. Now we can feel it. Just only name and sound. Now, anybody without that attend that Buddothpada session, but now just we can ask for them in your inside. They have like a radio channels on. It's automatically running, no. But we are not attending any thoughts. Then we don't want to attend it everyone. But it's already running, no. It's like a radio channel. Yeah, we can anybody we can ask for them. They can read. Ah, yes, it's our radio is running. Ah, yes. Then now we are going to say for them, can you stop for that? But they cannot stop. It's still running. That is the other point. Arno says she explained in very well, and that thought also is not correct because that also is our illusion. That also is our uh, it's not correct means then that that is the in main point is that Buddha Deshana. Yeah, it's very important way. That is the our fourth day experience. Then we want to look after. We want to clarify that one. Then so otherwise then otherwise then when it is I say that no already our thought process is running means then we we can't we already touched that we are doing some all the things in through our thought process. That is the film. It's already running. How can we stop then? When it is thought coming in example, when we are driving to vehicle, when we are drive our vehicle, when we are going somewhere, become our thought is some we want to eat something, but we already eat, but its thought process is already running. When we are looking some advertisement or anywhere, we think it just we want to eat that. That is the thought. After that, we stop the vehicle and we doing that one and with our burning means and we like that all the we don't know it's our sensory organs is just only organs then is we because we already think about that is the people that is the wrong idea for all of the humans. That's why it's very clearly Arnold's explanation. There is no man in all the sensor is working. Then thought is coming when it's our body will automatically turning there. and stop the vehicle also. We doing that one. We didn't have any idea that is the thought. Then in we are in, because already they are human being is like that. Yeah, without that Lord Buddha's explanation, without that, then he already lived that because his film is running, because that is the nature pattern. In everyone is same. That is the nature pattern. Then means then he want to stay with that illusion. He want to stay with that film. Then it's time to time, day to day. Then they spend more time for his life, and they burning, and they laughing, and they crying, and they doing everything. If they making something, they find a lot of technologies, and after that, uh, they want to become in leading. They want to become do in first thing in the world. Then everyone is happening. That is the normal human life. That's why we want to understand this thought process also. What is the thought process is first day, and second and third day we want to understand that also wrong. Then in our outside also wrong, and fourth day we want to understand our thought also is not the correct. It's that also illusion. We want to clarify that one. It don't want to go in take more effect for that place. It will understand automatically. We want to understand in first 2 day in our theory sessions and our Lo- Lord Buddha's correct technical part also. Then it will come automatically. That thought also is not truth. That's it. Then we want to spend and that place in. We want to take the time. We, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to say then we want to stay just only 1 day. No, it's take a time. Then no, it's because of already we have illusions. No, or because if we don't want to spend in same place like we don't want to we don't want to go anywhere. We don't want to spend without our families and without our we want just no. We don't want to stop our works or anything. We day to day life we can do practice that sessions. It will automatically feel that there is thought also wrong. Then we don't want to touch that. We don't want to attend that all the thought because this is only just sound and uh, names. Then we can experience this 100% because already we understand. That's why we can say that one. Otherwise, how can we? How can that's why Arnold said then anybody is joined for them, he will become. Uh, he will become live without death. Yes, if death is wrong, then that's why. Death also is our thought. How can we explain thought? Or how can we explain it without thought that our death, body death also? Because there is no people, then who is going to die? Anybody is not there means death is wrong. That is also thought. It's very marvelous experience. Then That's why I said then and 3, 4, 5 days we want to spend more time. It's no worries because it should be it should be 100% clear at that period. It should be 100% clear. Otherwise, it's not become. Otherwise, it's not become failed and because of first sessions. Then I missed that. Then we want to think about that one also. Why we need to understand this Buddha Lord Buddha's way because everyone is scared for our death. No, that's why then everyone is very scared. They all the plants, then human or all the animals. What is their plan? Why they are planning in all the stuff, and why they are build up with lot of things? Why they are earning money? Because it's already they know they are become for all. Then they want to stay with without any. Uh, they want to maintain a good health also because they already scared in their death. So they know already. That is the human pattern, normal human pattern. That's why we want to understand. There is no any person. Then death also is wrong. We don't have another way because how we can pass that our death. That's why it's called is anybody's become too old or they have. We cannot say it's we are going to death in our spend our all the age. Then it will be come suddenly in our body death. That's why it's very important for all the peoples in all over the world also. 4 5 days we spend there. It will be feelful. Uh, no person means there is no man means there is no death also. Death also thought, and we want to spend mm, in our day to day life in that period. Then in his thought is coming, but in our thought, all the people in first beginners they have a thought values, no. That means our Buddha Father Arnwan's also explanation thought. And how can we explanation our Loba Desha Moha means then without thought, without word, we cannot explain without word. Without word with there have some feel feelings. Loba means and with yes, Loba means that is a word, but without word, when we are removing that word, we can feel that kind of experience. That's why it's very important. All the valueness and all the our thought values will be become zero when we. That is the person. We can understand his thought was wrong. Yeah, that is our that is the our very sorry because of I have some disturbance in my same place. That's why I little bit hold in that Zoom session. Now we are in our 6th day, that means end of that Buddothpada. We have 7 days program, but and 6 days, then we explanation that our thought values, then we want to look up, we want to catch that in our body. When you are doing something, then something, example, when we are going to shopping, when we are going to eating or something, we want to focus our senses. We need that one, means then we like that one. Yeah, we can like without that person. It's after that, after that uh, uh, experience. But first sessions, we want to focus that our what is our needness. Then it's very important. Then we want to we want to asking correction for that place. Otherwise, then everyone, they can, when they understand the with just only knowledge only, but they can eat everyone, they can do everything. That is not the way. We want to focus that. First sessions, I means beginners, they want to focus that. That's why in Lord Buddha also, they given some rules and regulations in that become that any guys join that become that way, then he want to focus that rules. That means there I have I cannot say 100% correct, I know. Then we want to live with that under that regulations. Then that means we don't want to follow that rule and regulation. That means we want to focus what I need. Then that means we are going to do everything. Then that is not the way. When we is understanding, we want to focus that our inside. It's need or not. It's need means it's the person is there. Need means it's the person is there, because already they have a values and all the things there. It's very high value. It's very tasty. That's why, and it's very smellful, and its feeling is good. Sometimes when we are going to buy some, our example in our, how can we focus that our skin sensor is very important for other thing. When we are going to buy something, I also experienced that one. When we are going to bed, then we in our feel is not okay. Who is said that feel is not okay? That means our we are going to improve our background facilities, no? That means we need that. Yeah, I mean it's beginners only. Otherwise, then they can buy after the uh, after that pass that kind of places. Then we can use it everything. But it's not. I'm not going to say everyone don't want to go do buy any any good things or bad things. But they want to, first of all, they want to focus. Who said that? Who need that? Anybody is, then because of when they have lose, that's all the every hour day to day life things also. But he can be stay with our facilities also. That means it's there is not person. He loosen that's everything. No worries, because how can be worries? Who is become worry? That is our experience. That's why we need to spend 6, 7. That means 5, 6 days. We want to spend more time in there. We want to experience in that. We want to stay at the same place. We want to look after our all the needness, and that means day-to-day life process. We want to focus that. That is the important time. Then otherwise, the example in our life, and also we want to think that it's need or not. I cannot explain very well for that English knowledge. Then otherwise we can explain in all the habits. Then and then we can feel it in without thought. It will be, we can feel that without thought everyone is going well. And without thought means its thought is coming, but its thought valueness is all going down. Otherwise, it's automatically run. That means kriyasita. We can feel that, we can understand. There is already running. But our experience means our habit is already there. Its habit is there, but it's without valueless, its habit is become already coming. It's no worries because habit is, how can we stop that all the habits, because it's our habit means our knowledge. That means it's not a knowledge, means our sensory pattern. That means it's depending human wise, it's depending people wise. It's generated by socially, and when they is living in with people, when they how what kind of people they live in, what kind of areas, then what kind of things they done. It's depending that wise. The habits is coming become in our. It has to be more inputs then because of it's depending our education system also. We want to understand the total things in there. That is the our way. That's why it's very different for that is our. That's why it's first sessions I said it's very different to in that mind medication and this Prayoga Pratipada sessions. It's very different. Now anybody's understand, no? First we focus in that our mind meditation means it's a one thought, then it's a one thought we want to focus that. But it's this practical experience is very different, and some point is very important and very difficult to understand in our human creations, in our human body patterns. Then that's why, otherwise it's very I don't know is how experience. Then my experience is it's very feelful. Then it's like doing it's like watching some film or something. Yeah, it's very important and very important that how can we experience very nice experience in there, because it looks Lord Buddha also experience, and he already said that also it's very nice experience. And yeah, it looks like showing some film also. Yeah, it's very important. Then how can we say, because it's our life, no? Then we are looking our inside when we are doing something. That means our, I don't know his English word. See here, it's we don't want to spend more effect for build up our see, but it's automatically already built up. Now when we are going anywhere, we know it will be happen, because that one will be happen, because we in our thought we are past our thought, means in the field is become into over the thought. We understand everyone means we can say he's become in fighting for us, he's become laughing for us, he want to discuss for something for us. We can feel it everything. What is he going to be before that? Then we can say he's doing this one, he's that kind of things. Then I don't want to say then that is the another type of power, but it's not a power. Without that thought process, we live in that thought process, we understanding, we can feel full everyone, we can understand every people, because it's all the human bodies running in same pattern, no? Without that understand, then how can we understand for self us also? That's why it's very important 5-6 days. And 7 days means we have to take rest, means we want to leave that all the our knowledge, and we want to leave that in our thought process also, we want to leave that our thinking pattern also, we want to leave our think type also. we can live it without that all the technical part and Lord Buddha's theory sessions. So we can leave that all the things and we can live it normally. It's our understanding mean it can feel that in our inside in without burning it everyone it will be run automatically without burn. Example, we had a happy mood, we can face it all the sessions and all the parties so anywhere, but we can feel that people are there, they are dancing, they are doing some lot of works, they are eating lot of things, but we can feel it inside is little bit. How can we explain it? Inside is not vibration means. That's why Arnold's explanations when we are going to in more public place, so we can feel it. There is no vibrations. That is very marvelous experience and very incredible place is there. We want to say about that. It's very important for everyone. How can we become that kind of feeling through the mind medications? Then how can we become that kind of face? They doesn't know there is inside the people. They don't know how to catch the people also. How to find that about. So without that Prayogika it's not happen, then sure it's not happen, then that's why then that explanation is very important for all the peoples. Then we will try to in explanation is next day also. That is not explanation. Then that's my all personal experience. Then it's very. I think it's very important for anybody. Because of Arnold's is already explained very well for than for us. Explanation is 100% is already done. Advance is one. Anybody they can join for them, but it's our one. Then it's not. I'm not going to say it's not. I don't know if anybody can understand in easily. I just uh, try to say in normally. Normally means it's normal experience. Then, but it's that is the way. Then that's why I'm going to say that one. Just now I want to stop my sessions. Then I want to give that Zoom session for our next speaker. Uh, and again, I want to worship in Arunasa and very thankful for all the Dhamma friends. Then again and again, I want to thankful that all the technical handling guys. Then thank you very much and all the Dhamma friend and Teruvan Sarna Anwasa and Teruvan Sarna everyone.
renounce within ourselves the suffering. Because whatever we go, whatever we have, the suffering won't end. Before I begin my sermon, first of all, I would like to pay homage to my spiritual teacher, Buddothpado. He's the spiritual teacher for us. And giving us a correct guidance to have a liberation of our mind, have freedom, get a freedom of our mind. Actually, we have gathered here not merely to listen to these words, but to look deeply in your own lives. Because every day we live, we work, and we speak, and we think, we try to find happiness and try to avoid suffering. Can you put up first stop for your suffering? I don't think. Because suffering is continuing. For a certain period of time, you may have a pleasant feeling or happiness, but it is not permanent actually. Underneath, the suffering is continuing. That's the nature of your life. We cannot go against the nature. What is really happening in your life? Or when you think about your life, my life, who I am, why do I suffer? There is a way to be truly free actually. This teaching invites us to look directly into this question, not with a blind belief actually, but with careful observation and wisdom. We have to see this down. When we look at our lives, we usually say actually, this is my body, this is my mind, that's me. We strongly feel there is a person called me. It is a solid thought. I am living this world. Yes, I do everything for you. If you are a mother, you are telling your children, I have to look after you. So I do everything for you to take care of you. Because the every mother's aspiration is that. But if we observe carefully, we begin to see that what we call I is actually made of the many changing parts. It is an illusion actually, it is a thought. When our body changes from childhood to old age, we are thinking we have grown up. Now I am an adult.
and my body changes from childhood to the old age. Like that we are telling. Not all are mental constructions. Because we think that our body is me, my body. I am the one getting older, getting older and older. I have grown up. I'm not a child now. I want to do this. These are thoughts actually, because the thoughts arises and pass. The thoughts arise and pass away continuously. Our perception coming through the sensory organs make our world. But it is not permanent. Even thoughts are not permanent. It is a vibration. When everything is changing in our life, when there is a permanent self, we think. Normally we say, everything is changing now it is anitya. Because we say it is anitya, what we learned before. That's how we learned Dhamma. But in this sermon, Narayana is emphasizing us where there is an idea, the sense of creation, the natural process happens. We call this as I am my body. Like we are labeling this natural process, it is happening to me, my body. So the ignorance is there. A self is only a collection of changing process actually, because like a flowing river that appears stable, but it's never the same from the moment to the next. The next moment it is changing. But that is why this sermon leads us to the understanding of impermanence. Everything in life is constantly changing. As I told, the youth becomes old age. Your health condition becomes sickness. Your gains become losses. Your praise becomes blame. In the happiest moment cannot last forever. Yet we believe as if these things should remain the same. We want our happiness to stay, our success to stay, or our loved ones to stay with us, and our lives to remain secure. Like that we wish. We find stability from this unstable world. And therefore we experience disappointment and suffering. Because why? Because we are always trying to keep the stable thing. Expect stability of our life And when you feel it, there is no stability. When it is changing. Now, for example, if you are a healthy person, so when you get a serious sickness, what you experience is disappointment and suffering begins to start. Why? Because you are thinking, I am the one who got sick. Therefore, we have to understand why. Because the self identity or ego of this system, I am living, I am suffering. That is the root cause of the suffering. And even the craving is starting. Suffering is your craving. Because you have a craving on pleasant experiences and pleasant feelings and pleasant recognition and security in your life. And we want things to be the way we like. We do not want to have the change. That's the pattern of the mind. That's the way of the mind works. Because we think everything is permanent, but everything is impermanent. And we cannot hold on to anything. When we lose what we love, we suffer. When we meet what we dislike, we suffer. When the life does not go according to our expectation, we suffer. It is like trying to hold water, the bowl under the water tightly, but with your hand. When you loosen your hand, the ball, the rubber ball, will come out from the water. When you tighten, we hold our feelings tight, leaving us frustration, and we get tired. We become frustrated and we get tired. So therefore, the deep truth is in this world we experience is created by our own mind. When someone speaks to us, we interpret these words. When someone looks us up, we give it meaning, we label it. When someone ignores us, what the feeling comes, what we do, we don't like it. And we are making a story about it. And from this interpretation arise emotions such as anger, jealousy, or attachment, because these objective. We think they are real, but they are not real actually. They are all mental construction. They are all thoughts. You're suffering come from what you actually happens, but this from the story your mind creates. This is the nature of delusion. Because your begins to have a story like that. But the clear part show you to observe this process directly. Instead of reaching automatically, we learn to watch. We have to observe our thoughts. When we observe our thoughts, we feel it is a past occurrence. There's no control over the thoughts, and thoughts are coming continuously. And not even the mind thoughts. When you observe the body function, and thoughts and feelings are as they arise and passes away. They arise and pass away. When we observe carefully, we will see that everything appears and disappears. Every feeling appears and disappears, and every sensation appears and disappears. Nothing remains. As we see this again and again, we come deep understanding meaning. And this is not me, mine, and myself. This is understanding of your thoughts. Thought is what actually. Now, there is a beautiful picture hanging on the wall in your house. Because when you like the picture, that's why you have hang it on your wall in your home. You see the beautiful colors, beautiful flowers have drawn in this picture, and they are very colorful, and it has a beautiful frame. Therefore, you have an idea to get it and put it on your wall in your house. So what is this picture actually? What you see from the shop. When you go to a shop, after you go into the shop, you saw this picture actually. So at once, when you saw this picture, you had an idea to buy it or take it to your home. What is picture? It is a thought. When you let's say it is a beautiful scenery. In the picture. So what you do is you are admiring this picture. What is this picture? It is a beautiful mountain with the lake. So how many labels are in this picture? There is a beautiful lake, there is a beautiful mountain with the misty surrounding. The surrounding is misty. The picture has drawn like that. What is this? Actually, is there lake in this picture? Who tells that is a lake? We are the one. There is nothing called as a lake. They are thoughts, but we give the name, and we are labeling what you see from inside your eye. We are labeling each and every item as mountain, a misty surrounding, and the lake. Actually, there is nothing called as a lake. There is nothing called as a mountain. They are all thoughts. Why? What is a lake? If they are thought, what you see from the outside, we label them as a lake. The label that you are attached to it is the problem. The lake doesn't know whether it's a lake. The mountain doesn't know whether it is a mountain. They are all vibrations and thoughts. Why we are saying like this? When you go out, what you see, what happens is the signal, the waves, are telling with the wave constructing inside your eye. Both are telling it becomes same. You can see that you can see a mountain. The frequency inside your eye and the outside frequency, the waves getting tally with each other, gets tally, become same. This is known as we put a label on this, and this vibration we put a name or label as a mountain. Actually, the eye doesn't know that it's a mountain or anything, whatever, because eye is your sensor. The sensor means there is a fast, speedy vibration occurring each and every moment inside the eye. Not only inside the eye, even your tongue, even your nose, even your body, in your five senses, it's there. This speedy occurrence of vibration. This vibration is carried with the other vibration, so that is known as gus. It's light, the image that we can see, the sound that we can hear, the taste that I can taste. Like that, we are interpreting this vibration to another form. This interpretation is the problem actually. So interpreting this sensation, because when the vibration, when these two vibrations gets tally with each other, what happens is the sensation comes, the perception. The perception is known as can see. For the eye, the perception is light. For the skin, the perception hot, cold, so on. The perception of your ear is a sound. The perception of your mouth is a taste. What we do is we labeling these perceptions as a sound or color or taste. And not only that, we distinguishes the sound. Will be red, blue, black, white, so on. And the taste even sour, sweet, bitter, so on. And sound, beautiful sound, ugly sound. Like that, we distinguish this perception. See the ignorance. The wave cannot do anything actually. The wave is not responsible for your craving actually, your labeling. It just happened the way it happened. So we have to understand your sensor creation makes your thoughts. They are illusions. It happens automatically in your body. So therefore, it's really important to understand Salayatana. The eye, when you think of a factory, the output is the light or image. The ear, when you assign the ear as a factory, the output is a sound. Mouth, the output is a taste, like that. These sensory organs are vibrating each and every moment. It's a fast occurrence of vibration. It's happening inside. When the vibrations tally with other vibrations, we have the perception of sound, color, light, taste, like that. Because this vibration have different frequencies. Maybe high frequency or low frequency. Now when you see the light waves, there are different kinds of frequencies for light waves. Color waves also the same. Sound wave also the same. So we have the limitation of our frequencies in our sensory organs. According to the frequency, when it can tally with the frequency happening, that the vibration happening outside, happening not the outside, anywhere, this telepathizing or become equal is known as your feel, your perception. But you can understand no one is doing it. No one doing it. It is a natural phenomenon. No one is responsible for your perception. That's why different animals have different perceptions. So we can understand these vibrations are not true, they are illusion. And due to our ignorance, we cannot understand. When the sound wave and color waves coming, mixing together and transform into a new vibration is known as your thought. Thoughts are your words. When the thoughts become real, your soul is also automatically creating. This automatic process, how can we stop? As long as your breathing system is occurring, these vibrations cannot be stopped. It comes and goes at a fast level, your perception. So Therefore, can you say permanent in these vibrations? It is a fast occurrence. That's why when it is a fast occurrence, because of its fastness, we feel it is existing. We feel it is existing and we think it is permanent. Now, when you see a flower in your garden, I think the flower is existing. They are permanent and not clinging to that. This clinging brings you suffering. The cause of suffering is your craving. Your craving comes in a different ways. Now I told you the example, the picture hang. The picture on your wall, you are seeing a present sight. That is a craving. When you see the picture, your attachment is there. When it's fallen into the floor and when it breaks, you become unhappy because you like it, and the suffering started, and you are trying to get another beautiful picture to your home because the cause of suffering is craving, and the thoughts become real to you. The reality does not obey our wishes. When we don't get what we want, we suffer. And we lose what we like, we suffer. And we face what we desire, we suffer. Because craving binds us to this of our thoughts. Your mind becomes so powerful. When someone says word, we interpreted it. It's a good word, it's a bad word, but only the sound came to the vibration, sound waves vibrating inside your eye. How can we say it's a good word or bad word? And that is our ignorance. But automatically we respond the words like when it is a harsh word, you are thinking that person scolded me, and we interpret it as a harsh word. Then what happens is you start to have an unpleasant feeling towards the person who said the harsh words. Because there is a person outside and you are the other side. Your world has created your soul because the thoughts become true because you are thinking there is a person outside. So he scolded me like, so that is the illusion you are having. Then your emotion arises. The anger begins to build up with the person. But you have to understand There are no external realities. All are mental construction based on the perception and interpretation. And our mind, our thoughts creates a world, and then it reacts its own creation. That's why Lord Buddha said, come and see this possible. Don't believe me. And other ones also say, don't believe me, come and see possible. You observe your sensation. You have to observe your thoughts. You have to observe your emotion. When you observe them carefully, you see a thought arises and passes. A feeling arises and passes. A sensation arises and passes. Everything is appearing and disappearing. It is a natural phenomenon. That's why I always saying, when you see a picture, it is a mental construction. It is the process inside the eye, not you are seeing. Asada paying some mata paying one away, like that Alan wants to say. When you hear a sound, what is there? You can hear the sound, not I'm hearing. Because we always put a label that I can see, I can hear, I'm seeing this, I'm hearing this. But the automatic process inside your sensors is happening, automatic vibration. So you are thinking, you are doing, you are seeing like that. That is the ignorance we are having. When the wisdom grows, what happens is your attachment begins to diminish, slowly goes down. The attachment slowly goes down. And your ego will become softness. If you are a very tough person, you are thinking I'm very proud of myself, like if you have built up an ego about yourself, that becomes softness. There is so-called I am is not there, it's a system, right? And what happens is, according to the explanation, the example, your anger, the person, those who talk to you in a harsh way, will reduce actually. And fear of losing decreases. It is, then it relate to your mind becomes lighter, calmer and clearer. There will be an inner freedom of lighting your anger, fear, your egoistic feeling. Therefore, this true Dhamma is really important. if you see the truth, if there is no person so called me, myself, I am, and they are thoughts, though, and all are not true, these are all the vibrations happening inside the body, and it's a natural phenomena. The inner freedom will appear to you. You are not get attached to this like earlier. This attachment, when you attach it more and more, the suffer won't end. Will not end. It is continuing. It is continuing. If somebody says I am happy, now I am sad, now I have a lot of money, all those are thoughts. And we are living in this imaginary world, the illusion world, illusion. Actually, these vibrations, there is no place for these vibrations. It happens automatically, and we cannot assign the place for the vibration. It has not come from anywhere else. It happens at this moment only. It passes, it comes and passes away at a very fast level. When the thoughts arise, they disappear in the very next moment. It is a collection of changing process. For this vibration, actually, there are no names. We can't assign the names because we establish labels on according to the languages. We assign labels for these vibrations as sound, taste, color, like that. Then we have to understand this. These are not actually true. When we want things to be we like, we will not obey your desires. Because when we want the things to be the way we like, this is a belief actually. It cannot, your pleasure cannot stay each and every day. Your comfort cannot stay each and every moment. It is changing because they are all the pleasure, the comfort, recognition, all are thoughts, mental construction. When you experience as the world, it is actually created by your mind. If someone speaks one sentence, or two or three, your mind creates a story actually. When someone looks at you, and your mind creates meaning. Someone is ignoring you like that. And your mind creates hurt. What is the truth actually? These are all your interpretation. Because this is not the reality. This is not the reality. The reality, most of suffering is not from because of our thoughts. come near to us. However, we have to try to see this truth. When we practice this true Dhamma, it's not limited for meditation halls or temples. When you are living your day-to life in the morning, and you can spend a few minutes quietly observing your thoughts. You can see how you go deeper in your thoughts, how you are not get attached to your thought. You can be mindful of your reactions, noticing when you are angry. You can notice when your anger comes. You can notice when your desire comes. You can notice your fear arises. Immediately reacting instead of immediately reacting. We observe these states passing, and these are all mental construction. All these are mental construction. When you're going on this path, the guidance of true Dhamma teacher is very valuable. In the modern world, there are many opinions and many interpretations of spiritual teaching. A true teacher, does not simply give belief or theories actually. And he always helping us to see our own mind clearly, our ignorance, where we have attached, and pointing out our attachments and corrects misunderstanding and guiding us towards direct experience. Actually, meeting such a teacher is considered a great blessing because it helps us to stay on the right path and avoid confusion. So therefore, do not limit this practice in the temple or in your meditation center. You can practice it in your day-to-day life. It is a practical Dhamma. It is a practical Dhamma. When you listen to this, what happens is your defilements dissolving little by little. And you can when you observe your attachment, you can understand how much you are attached to your son, your daughter, or your loved ones, or your wealth, whatever. When you have fear, you can see how the fear comes because of your attachment, because you don't like to lose it. Fear because everything you are thinking is permanent. And the sorrow you are having, when you are feeling sorrow, you see, you can understand that because of your attachment and the thoughts become true. So we don't understand this earlier because we didn't know how our thoughts are not real. These are mental. Actually, we didn't know how the thoughts are creating. The Aranas are always saying the waves is vibration, sound wave and the color wave combine each other and makes transform into a new vibration is known as your thought. When you see this truth, the attachment with the outside world will also begins to dissolve because you are in the right way now. Because you know that everything is impermanent and if all our thoughts and the external world has no impact on our suffering. There's no impact, but we are thinking now because of the external thing we are suffering and like that. But it is not responsible because of our all mental construction. We are suffering due to when they become true and the thoughts become true, become the thoughts become true, the suffering begins. Because each and every time we think the thoughts are real, and then as long as when the thoughts are real, you are not in the right view and the right intention and not right speech, like number 8 folded path, we are not entitled. And right action, that means right livelihood, right effort like that. So the effort should be, right effort means not you have to have the effort to see the truth, how your mind has formed. That is the right effort. There is nothing called as a book. When you see this vibration and all our thoughts and they are not real, and that is the right effort. When there is nothing called as words like flower, there is nothing in your words. It's only the vibration, the thoughts, you are in the right speech. The right speech, the meaning of it, what I understand and telling. So, little by little, your thoughts that you are thinking they are permanent, and you see they are not permanent, they are impermanent, and everything changes each and every moment, and this moment also not real. It is also vanishes at a high speed. Then what happens is you reduce your attachment and you have the generosity and kindness in your life because you feel so soothed at people when they are suffering. Because you know the truth actually. You can have a happy life, but it means you are not going to stop your things that you are doing. You do your things leisurely without clinging them, without burden. Burden is your soul. Burden is your, because the burden comes due to your thoughts become real. So when, as long as the thought becomes reality, the burden is there. Therefore, you have to understand this reality in these Dhamma sermons. Every day, the Aryanvas is explaining the formation of your mind. So therefore, you have to listen this to Dhamma in this channel or Buddothpada. You have to listen to Buddothpada sermons and you will realize it is a practical path to Nibbana. Practical path. It's the practical Dhamma actually. So I invite all of you to listen this to Dhamma when you are free. Actually, you are fortunate to have this type of sermons every day. Earlier, we didn't have that type of chances. Therefore, come and join and listen this to Dhamma and see the difference in your life by listening this to Dhamma. And this true Dhamma is really important to your day-to-day life. You can apply it into your day-to-day life and try to see the truth of these sermons, truth of your life, truth of your feelings, truth of your sensation, and the truth of your mind, and the truth of your thoughts. Thought is your word. Thoughts creates your own world. So we have to get rid of our thoughts, and we can, when we see the reality of the thoughts, we can have a liberation of our mind. You are free from your thoughts. Even the thoughts are arising, you are not going to attach your thoughts because you know there is no ownership for your thoughts. It comes and passes away at a rapid speed. This natural phenomena, when you see inside or within you, you will see the beauty of this true Dhamma. Actually, it is a beautiful Dhamma we can hear in these sermons. So, I would like to conclude my session today, and I pay my humble homage to Buddothpada and myself. And those who are listening this, please join and try to understand this true Dhamma. Terussanai, everyone. Terussanai, everyone. We'll meet again another day at the same time. And thank you very much for listening to this Dhamma. Teruan Saranaya.
I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. This is the time to talk about truth. Lord Buddha revealed 2500 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a very clear path to overcome life's sufferings and become the ultimate bliss. I am presenting now the self-translation of Darshana Samapatya, true Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of true Buddhist philosophy started yesterday. In whatever way, the seeker should get this message from a Kalyana Mitra, an awakened master. Seeker should see the Dharma, Satya, eternal truth. This world is not true. This world is a big lie. This is an illusion. Creates in the mind momentarily. Seeker should get this message from somebody. This Darshana Samapattiya, Satya Jnana, true wisdom must receive. If the seeker heard this and if arranged in Nekkamasita Upeksha, Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Nirodanti, Patinissaganupassi, will redeem from everything and get into the non-reformable Nibbana. This fact is very important. Here we talked about the nature of running behind lust and pleasure, thinking it is permanently there. In here, running behind the Sangha, running behind the Sanya, signal, miringuva, illusion, thinking it really having confused, foolish way like a deer. Every projection, signal of the outside world which created in your mind is only Maya, illusion. You're the one naming every object, thinking those are real. Sanya, signals are not equal to the things outside, not in any way. Reasoning from the mind about Sanya, signals, Rupa, pictures, Shabda, sounds, Gandha, smells, Rasa, tastes, Sparsha, touches. Looking at the outside, we are creating a world based on the conventional names. Though you are creating a world with individuals, animals, that is only a creation created by you. Inside your mind, see now, everything in front of you has a name. There is nothing in front of you without a name. All those names are based on conventions created by your mind. There is no world outside. It is inside you. Chittena niyati loko. World is created inside the mind. All these thoughts are worries. Sabbe sankara anicca. Yada panyaya passati. You must see the reality of thoughts by your wisdom. See the reality through your wisdom. Atti nibbanti dukkhi. The same will help you to redeem sadness. Esamaggo visuddhiya. The only path to purification is redeemed from the mind. Actually, Lord Buddha is preaching in these sutras the only path to the immortality, eternal healing, the greatest dharmatavaya, spiritual method. This is, of course, the true nature, in the mind, covered by thoughts, to uncover the true nature of the mind. See how the thoughts are creating. The way to redeem the thoughts. All the creations are breaking, burning, and vanishing. Satara Mahabhuta only. Rupantiko also Rupang Vadeti. That is why Lord Buddha preached. You are in company with Sanya, signal, and blended it with the conventions, and then created the Upadaya Rupa inside your mind. Impermanent. Rupa Sanya. Image perception means the same. Only a creation of the mind, which brings you sorrow. What did you created from outside? Something or somebody. It inherit you only sadness. Water-like illusion shows the water flowing, but it is not water. Illusion only. When we happen to meet objects, we remember the names. That is the nature. Accompanying with sanya, signals, blended them with conventions. When meeting those objects from outside, made up of names, them in your mind, surrounded by all the institutes and matching them. You have created your world inside your mind. That is the Maya, illusion of Vijnana consciousness. Illusionary world is not true. Truth is becoming viparinama, changing. That is why when you meet something or somebody from outside, you meet only the sadness, worries. If you met something or created something in your mind, realized it. At that point, there is pain, sorrow only. If you happen to see the truth of it, this is not outside. This is only the inside mind. If you redeem that thought, if you do not meet outside, if that namaya, name, does not meet the rupaya, object, you have redeemed, overcome the pain, sorrow or sadness. But this is knowledgeable wisdom, seeing through the wisdom, your realization inside the knowledge. This path of Nibbana is inside the realization. This is the redeem of your mind from the outside. It is Sandiptika, a realization to yourself. You know now this world is not true for you. You are seeing the reality of this world now. You are not be deceived. If you are not deceived by Maya, illusion, Vijja, blindfold, if you do not caught by your own mind's magic, you will redeem from the world. You will come to the position of Lokavidu, the one who redeemed the world, the Sanya, signal is not equal to the object you find outside. When the objects comes to the mind from outside, you will remember the name. That means you have found something. From the outside, that means still in the pain, sorrow. You will get something from outside, careless, defilements, due to hearing of sounds, seeing from your eyes, touch, smell by nose. It is registered in your mind to match a model outside, according to the past memories, blended and accompanied with sanya, signals. But you heard only a sound. There was nothing in it. Ears can hear a sound only. There is nothing inside that sound. There is only one sound in this world. There is nothing in it. But things are created in your mind. This is the truth. But see, there is something here. At the young age, a baby is fed the names of each object from the outside. Son, this is mother. This is father. This is aunt. This is your sister. Baby. This is your bed. This is your room. Who put this from outside? Then you go and see. That is mother. That is father. That is sister. Then it is bed. It is room. Thereafter, looking at the mirror and recognize this is me. Now you are looking at your shape, combing hair. Some unknown feeling occurred. That unknown feeling is the creation of myself, creating myself, me. This data feeding by a name, a sound-based data system. Father, dada means a sound. Dada, dada, dada. The little baby is uttering words. See the way. Mama, mama. Uttering the word of mama. The picture is created in the sound. Name is created in the sound. Name is created in the mind through the sound. Can you feel it? What is the meaning of this? Actually, there is only one sound outside. Difficult to understand this. Scientists today physically talk about energy waves. See, heat is also energy waves. A magnet is also shown by energy waves. Sound is also energy waves. Light is also energy waves. Hertz 22, Hertz 20,000 taken as several ranges. This whole world is one sound, talking about an energy. This is the universal truth. Matter is created through this. This is a deep story. This is cause of the creation of mind. what is the nature of the universal truth. This is always creating and vanishing, arising and fading. That is why it is called anitya, impermanence. If you see a light lighting, it is not lighting non-stop. It is flashing, but it is non-stop lighting because of the fast rate of flashing, creating and vanishing. You see it as permanently lighting. If the power entering into the bulb is slowing down, the bulb will be automatically flashing. Now you can understand. This bulb turns off. That is why the light turns off. Anitya, impermanence means this. If you are not impermanent, your body should be the same from your young age. This body is viparinama, changing due to anitya, impermanence. A young plant becomes a big tree due to anitya, impermanence. Anitya, impermanence is a wonderful story. The sun rises due to anitya, impermanence. Getting dark is due to impermanence. The world is rotating due to impermanence. Anitya. Impermanence means this is not existing. We talk about the nature of creating and vanishing. This is the story of the whole world, eternal truth. This is a soul story. The true story is everything we have taken as existence is not there. Everything is lies, vijnana maya, illusion of mental consciousness. This is just like occurring a rainbow. Is the rainbow is there? Can we touch it? Is the rainbow not there? No, it is there. Your mind is just like this. Your mind creates due to causes, reasons. Rainbow creates due to causes, reasons. When the causes vanishes, rainbow vanishes. When the causes are vanishing, your mind is also vanishing. Mind is creating and vanishing, appearing and disappearing. But we quote it thinking there is only one mind, one person from the moment of birth. No, the person who is at present is not the person who was born. He is dying at each moment. The mind is dying, not the body. Body is different to the mind. Mind is creating pain, sadness. With the power generating at each moment, we are seeking solutions. According to Lord Buddha, Chaturarya Satya, Chaturarya Satya, to redeem pain, sorrow. That is why we are showing Dukkha Satya, Samudaya Satya, Nirodha Satya, Arya Satya in this practical experience. This path to Nibbana is a way of getting rid of sufferings. The objects creates in the mind according to the name. If a sound is heard, an object creates from the outside world. That creation is a thought created in the mind, not relevant to outside. Is there lust or desire in this object?